Pewter is about possibilities. It is an idea made real. Crafted with precision. It can make tradition timeless. Pewter evolves. When allowed to be free, it can captivate you. Pewter is our legacy, and we're keeping the legacy alive. Royal Slangor, since 1885.
That was Mozart.
Hello and welcome. This is the endurance racing from eRacing GP, and we're at the halfway stage of the season. We're actually going to start with round 4 of 6 today. And Ammo, we've had an exciting season so far, haven't we?
Absolutely. We had a lot of surprise winners, some newcomers in the championship that have actually taken the championship by storm in certain classes, and of course, we're expecting more of the same exciting racing from this round, Alex. I can't wait.
Absolutely, and there are 3 classes. Like we just said, this is Ammo. I'm Alex Young, and let's look at the classes now. We're going to start with the Pro class. The Pro class runs the GT3 cars, and you can see Stratos flash there with only 3 points advantage over JMX Phantom. To be honest, really, anyone in the top 4 or 5 cars could still win this championship. There's still plenty of points to play for. Laundry House there, the car number 1 car in 3rd position. They're our reigning champion, of course, and they'll be keen to try and get further back up. Onto the Pro-Am class, which is again in the GT3 cars. You see Alan Racing's just taken over the championship lead there from Z Challenger Racing. 2 Z Challenger Racing cars there in the hunt there for the championship win still. And then onto the AM class. AM class is a bit different. AM class races the GT4 cars. These are the drivers who are not quite as experienced in the slightly slower kind of car. Home My Beer Racing at the top spot there. Veloce Ragazzo there. Racing Line there as well. JMX Juniors dropped down 5th position, but they'll still be coming back strong today for sure.
Indeed, in fact, they missed a few rounds as well, round if I'm mistaken, so that's why they're right at the back foot right now. But, of course, just like in our global edition, we have drop points, so it's not lost for that particular team just about yet. They don't have to press the snafu button, but it's definitely this race they have to really make it count. Otherwise, they really are getting back foot in the championship hunt.
Yeah, just to clarify, you can drop points for 1 round, not 2, but just 1. So JMX Junior is still there. Okay, we're on board with Nazir Azman, who's in the Team Racing Line car. One of the cars of my favorite livery. Love the new logo as well. And right now, no one set a time in qualifying yet. We actually need to change the leaderboard because it's on the wrong thing. But we'll see the GT4 times coming up in a second there. But Team Racing Line, they're looking very strong. There we go. Car 28. That's
the Veloce Ragazzo car.
Yeah, the Veloce Ragazzo car. 1.4 seconds quicker than this car right now. Nazir Azman there. He's trying to go quicker at the moment. Let's see if he can get closer, because 1.8, he's on a better lap, but 1.4 seconds, Ammo. That's huge.
Indeed, and that's a very long circuit, so that's going to be a lot of... It's difficult to find time on a short circuit, but especially on a long circuit like this with GT4 cars, it could bleed off time anywhere, and Nazir at the moment at least can only gain about 0.2 of a second on this lap.
Right, so a lot of work to do. He's in the 3rd sector and final sector. Just a couple corners to go. Let's see if he nails this, which is the fast chicane here in the Nurburgring GP track. Yeah, looks okay there. Nazir is really a driver that's improved a lot in the last year, using all the curb and a bit more.
And
good exit.
Yep. Sawing away at the wheel, which is kind of like a technique we see certain fast drivers do as well. But you really have to do it in a slow car like GT4 because it just takes a long time to get out of the corner. And across the line, that's an improvement. He's now 1.2 seconds to the death, right behind Joshua Neighbors in the Veloce Ragazzo car. They've removed the S from the squadron name, so we have to call him VR from now on.
VR, okay. And Nabos, he's doing a good job there, obviously quickest at the moment. Driver you know well?
Well, we know him from the ERGP Global Edition and from sometimes that he races there, but he has given a lot of commitment to the Endurance Edition, and guess what? He's part of a team that's already won a race this year, so I think he will rate his chances quite highly here to go for the championship in GT4.
Okay, so Shopian Said is on a good lap. He's 6/10 up. Wow, this could be good enough to pull him into 2nd position even. There he is. There he is in the Porsche. He's driving the GT4 Porsche. Looks nice. Ooh, misses the apex a bit. That's going to cost him a bit of time. Yeah, it did cost him 0.2 actually. He's only 0.4 up at the moment. Still on the cusp. Maybe he can still get onto the front row of the grid.
You can safely say it's a bit of an Aston Martin track because 1st and 2nd are currently Astons, 3rd and 4th are Porsches. And I'm not sure about how much we BOP the Porsche is the GT4s in this regard, because GT3 is obviously the main class. It's often a bit of a balancing act to get the BOP right, but it looks as though I think GT4 maybe this is a natural BOP because Aston Martin seems to be well suited to this track compared to the Porsche.
Ooh, and it is an improvement, but he did bleed a bit of time in that last sector, so he's 3rd. Going up to 3rd place for Circu there, a Brunei-based team. Good for them. And here we go, championship leader.
Yep. And normally they will be right up the sharp end of the grid because they are, we can safely say, qualifying specialist because they've gotten 2 pole positions this year, the home eRacing team. But it looks as though that particular run is going to end here at the Nurburgring. Just it's about 1.6 seconds behind the pole sitting Aston Martin. So really then, a lot of work for Andreas Wolff and the team to do in the race.
Yeah, Wolff, like you said, a very quick driver based in Singapore. Oh, he was actually 3/10 up after the first 5 corners. And I thought, wow, this is going to be a great lap. But he's bled all that lap time through the fast chicane there. Just lost too much time. And he's about neck and neck with his quickest lap at the moment, which is not going to be good enough. And he's running out of time as well.
Yep, this is definitely his last lap. Or otherwise, he just had to come into the pits because the GT3 boys will come out after this.
So Wolff has to be careful, of course. He can't be on track when his 15 minutes is up. GT4 boys do the first 15 minutes of qualifying, then the GT3 guys do the second 15 minutes. If you're out when it's not supposed to be, you will get a drive-through in the race. So Wolff at the moment has 18 seconds to go to finish this lap, and
no time.
He doesn't have the time. For him, I would just escape here, because if he's on track, he's going to be in trouble.
Yeah, indeed. And you wouldn't want to have GT3 boys go angry at you for being on a second, and he knows it. He peels off straight away onto the grass.
Escape. Does he escape?
Yeah, and don't end up like Jules Bianchi in 2013. Remember the car that caught fire and rolled back onto the circuit?
Yeah, I think that was good enough. And here we go. The GT3 boys are now on track. There they are, storming out the pit lane.
Antsy bunch of folks, aren't they? They are really out in full force immediately. And look at that. Jeffrey Cohn in that Joker, well, he says Phantom Motorsports. In actuality, this is the Brunei-based team. They are in front of this group of cars. Look at that, they're overtaking each other already before even the qualifying session started. So really, they just want a good track position before they start their laps.
Yeah.
So
that's impressive. They're all just pushing. They want the clear track, don't they? Because like you said, it is a short track, and if you've got traffic, you're going to get a lot of trouble.
Indeed, and right up at the front, it's as usual, the number 111 Stratos Flash car, the team who are leading the Pro Championship, in front of the number, is that the number 13 or is that the number 10? I think that's 10, that's Presley Martono right behind. Yep, it is Presley. Oh, look at that. You love to see a stream of GT3 cars normally go out for qualifying and see if they could dice with each other, trying to get the best possible track positions. But I think with the faster guys up in front, they might use each other as a tow. And behind there, the number 79 Audi, which we can talk about it with Buffy after this, is the Project G STMY car, which has defected to become an Audi factory team.
Wow. Yeah, we could talk about that later, but there, Tasby there. Just about to start the outlap. Do you want to have a look at the track? We just talk a bit about the track at the moment. And Ammo.
Yep, indeed. So 5.1 kilometers, a whisk over 5.1 kilometers, clockwise with 15 corners, and a complete redesign of the circuit that was once the most fearsome circuit in the world. Remember the Nordschleife? This one is the replacement for the Südschleife, but it's also called the GP Striker layout.
Awesome. Okay, now let's get back onto it as they start the lap. These are the championship leaders right now. They come out of the last corner as they start their first lap in qualifying. Only 15 minutes to go.
Indeed. And Alex, why don't you give us a lap around the Nurburgring, as you are quite familiar with the circuit, I reckon.
All right, let's go on board. So we're in the first sector. These very slow corners through here, turn 1, 2, and 3. Really easy to lose a lot of time through these corners. You're sometimes tempted to push too hard, but you get a small slide and you just bleed lap time. So this first sector is all about not losing the lap. You just got to get through these turns 1, 2, 3, and 4, and make sure you maximize the road. It's interesting he doesn't use the apex curb there. Maybe the Ferrari doesn't like it. If you just get that just right, very technical bit. Now you're into the second sector of the lap, and you can attack the track a bit more. See this left-hander here carries so much speed before slowing down for this tight right-hander. Wow, that Ferrari gets good rotation there. I wasn't sure if Tasby was going to make it that apex, but he did so nicely. Down to, what was this called? Dunlop hairpin, wasn't it?
Yep, turn 7.
You used to have hordes of Michael Schumacher fans around here when you drove here, when Michael Schumacher was driving Formula 1. Then off to the Schumacher S's, the left-right. Is it flat? Is he flat through here? Oh, small lift. Oh, another small lift. So over pushing a little bit through the left-hander, had to have another confidence lift for the right-hander. That is going to cost some lap time. So this lap looks pretty good, except for the Schumacher S's. Might be, actually, it's looking a lot better than I thought it was. The Stratos Motorsports in the last race, this car 111 car, really thought that they were struggling to get the rotation in that Ferrari. But the rotation in this Ferrari right now looks really good. I don't want to speak too early, but I think this team might be in the hunt for pole position.
Indeed, and they were fourth place in fact last time out in Misano, so they might want to go a few times better. Oh, that's a bit of a wide entrance actually, Alex. I thought he might just run along the curb on the inside, but no, he might just want to wind that up for the next lap, but provisional pole.
I think that was a prep lap. There we go. Martono, the GMX Phantom car behind him, goes a second quicker. But yeah, I think he was more of a prep lap. This will be the lap that these guys are pushing. Let's go right on board with Presley. Presley, wow, a real top driver. And yeah, this second time that would be the lap where everyone needs to get going. And look at that, Presley using all the road just a bit more. Very impressive, this driver. You know, Presley's a real-life driver, one of the best karters to come out of Indonesia. He also won the Formula 4 Southeast Asia Championship, so he was making it in single-seaters. Fortunately, he didn't have the sponsorship to go all the way to make a full career, and that just happens in motorsports, unfortunately. If you don't have the sponsorship, you're not going to go. But Presley definitely had the talent. Now he's got into esports. GMX Phantom is his team. He set it up. He's one of the co-owners there. And he's on pole position, although he's been pipped by his teammate at the moment. Ardiansa's gone quickest. By
900ths, and that is actually quite close at the top. But it looks as though Presley might improve on his lap time. 0.5 of a second faster here, so the circuit is the evolution of the circuit is getting faster at the moment, Alex.
Yeah, I'm impressed. Really impressive. If he can hold that 0.5 of a second all the way to the end. And look at it, he's closing in on Tasby. Tasby again running wide of the Schumacher S's. Not looking tidy there, whereas GMX Phantom car very tidy to the Schumacher S's. And you can see the lap time. Look at him closing in. He's hunting in the lime green Stratos Motorsports Flash car. And wow, 0.5 up. Presley, if he can finish off this lap, 3 more corners to go. If he can finish off this lap, Tasby gets out of the way. He knows he's not doing it. He's going to teleport back to the pits. Okay, Presley, monster the curb, please. Yes, he just misses.
I think Presley might just cross the line there. He's still gonna. Is he gonna take pole position? Oh no, never mind. We lost it.
Let's go see the game. We'll come back to the game in a second. I'm sure he's gone over the line. We have got the timing screens on right now. I think he's just gone through the line. He's gone quicker, but we'll be back in a second as we just make sure that there's no issues with the server and we can come back. Back in a sec. Okay, we are back, and we're back on track. And you're right, Presley Martono is quickest at the moment. As we go in, we'll come back to the 2-shot now. And we will see how we go. Just let the game set again. But Presley Martono quickest. GMX Phantom 1 and 2. Because we have Daffer in second. And of course, Laundry House in third at the moment. As you can see, there we are on board with them right now.
And about, you can say, underneath 1/10 of a second there between the two. In fact, just above 1/10 of a second between the two GMX Phantom cars. What an absolutely Herculean lap from Martono before Dafariansa just came back at him. It's, I think, a really good, dicey qualifying session we're going to have here for the next 7 minutes, Alex.
Yeah, it's really good to see. GMX Phantom obviously done their homework. Look at that, the quickest of all. Only at 1 and 2. Then third position is Andy O'Hara. Andy O'Hara, our championship leading to, well, our reigning champion, is there sitting in the pit. He's not going out again. Mohamed Tasby in Stratos Flash car in 4th quickest there, 2/10 off, so that's an improvement for him as well. Doesn't look like he's going out. These cars are carrying a bit of success ballast. Nakib Aslan, his teammate there in 5th position, he looks like he's about to go out again. But let's have a look at the Pro-Am class, and it's Alex Clapano from GMX Junior Allen Racing. This is the team winning the championship right now. They've actually been absorbed. Is that a correct thing to say? Because they're now tied up with GMX Juniors right now.
I'd like to use the word merged actually, because he's still using the Allen Racing name there, so he wants to maintain part ownership of his team. So you can see that the only thing that's changed is delivery. But still, pole position for those two, it's an impressive run that these two have had for the last few rounds.
And they're only 0.03 of a second in front of this car, Chris Tang in Z Challenger Racing. So it's not over in the fight for Pro-Am at the moment. It's very hot between Allen Racing, Z Challenger, and two Z Challenger cars really. This is the second Z Challenger car, a duo of Bentleys, and Sik Yin Ho there, also within a 10th. So Pro-Am really heating up at the moment.
Yeah, it's quite close even last time. It was because Clapano was on pole position by about 1500ths of a second in front of it. So really then, it's a fight between these three cars even, because 31, 69, 70 is close, but it's 2 versus 1. And I hope the JMX Juniors, Allen Racing car would not be phased by that one.
Okay, we have to go back to the fight for pole in the Pro class, because Dafa Adianza in the second JMX Phantom car, he's up just under a 10th up. So if he can find a little bit more time in this lap, he might be able to get pole position.
And did you see that he kind of braked mid-corner there? It seems to be a certain style in the Assetto Corsa Competizione where you brake it first time, but then you need to brake a second time to just pitch the car into the corners. So that was kind of seen visually, but you know, from the outside, we look on board inside, we might be able to, well, actually we're not going to see it that much, but that was quite a weird way of driving the car around the corners there for Dafa Adianza. As in terms of sector times though, it's not made any improvements, as he's about but the same, he's not losing any time, but he's not gaining any either. So on board now, the helmet cam, which is quite a nice feature here we have in ACC, so we can see the driver's eye, how they are driving in the car right now. Through the Schumacher is way cleaner than what we saw Tasby before, and Tasby's already up to 4th place there, so he might have he's actually improved his lap time. But we're looking at Dafa Adianza right now. Ooh, sliding out of there, and we just got a peak of a time there. Nope, he's going to lose it.
He's gone. Let's go back with Andy O'Hara, because Andy O'Hara's on a good lap as well. There he is. Oh, he just lost a bit of time, ran a bit wide there, but he's on a good lap. He's equaling his time. If he can find 2 more tenths, he could be in the fight for pole position. Likewise, Mohamed Tasby there. He's right now neck and neck with his fastest lap. He's not quicker, he's not slow. As I say that, he loses a 10th coming out of turn 4 there.
Yeah, about a 10th of a second. In fact, most of these guys are not improving at the moment as the track temperatures are increasing. In fact, we saw just now at the start of the session, it was around 35, 36, now it's 37. So as the track gets hotter, of course the times would just get a bit gradually slower, don't you think, Alex?
Yes, that is true. And that O'Hara's just lost a lot of time there. 3 tenths there, so he is struggling. Yeah, he's pulled off. He knows he's not going to go quicker.
But you know who's going quicker right now is Alexis Clapano. In fact, a 10th of a second up on his previous best time. So Alexis then trying to increase that gap that he has between himself and the number 69 car of Chris Sang for the Z Challenger Racing team. He's got traffic though. Is there going to be a bother? No, it's not. The traffic's quite far away, so he can continue on his lap time there. As we see, one of the GSR cars being behind the Stratos, one of the Stratos cars as well. So can he actually improve this time? Let's see then. Coming up now to the Vorsteiner curve, and he's lost it. He's lost 2 tenths of a second now. It's 3 tenths even. Nope, he's backing it off. He's backing it off.
I think you're right. I think it's just a bit too hot right now, and everyone's struggling to go faster.
Well, Clapano there is going to go for another run at it, but yeah, I don't see much improvement because all the times that were set in the early part of qualifying when we were at the 15-minute mark to about 7.5. So right now, as the track gets hotter, despite having optimum grip, we are not seeing much of an improvement from everybody here. So I think the times will stay as they are unless the track temperature decreases.
Yeah, and we're seeing people are actually able to match their first sector time, but then they lose time in the second sector. Here we go. We've got Andrew O'Hara again. He's on another lap as well. So you see all the top 4 guys, top 6 guys are on good laps at the moment. And they're matching, they're doing really well in the Sector 1. Now let's watch Andrew O'Hara. He leaves Sector 1 now. Sector 2 and Sector 3 is where they start sliding around and losing time. So let's see. I mean, the track should be gripping up a bit, but like you said, it is getting hotter.
Yeah, and probably because a lot of these corners in the second and third sectors are lateral loads, the tires are longitudinal loads, sorry. So the tires really get hot on that point of adhesion, and then when they start to really get the grip, it also already happens to be getting hot. So we're not getting much out of these tires at the moment. Yeah,
as you said, long corners as well. Got the lateral loads, much more energy going through those corners as well. And yeah, here we go. Andrew O'Hara's now 10th down on his lap time, so he's not really improving it. Dafa there, he's also trying. He's in Sector 1. We'll come back to him in a second. Let's see who else is out there. Ooh, Alexis Clapano's on a good lap. He's 2 tenths up. And he's about halfway through his lap. If he can hold that 2/10, that should be enough to secure pole for JMX Junior's Allen Racing.
And I was afraid that he might have touched a bit of the gravel on the outside there through the Schumacher S's. If he actually touched that gravel and spun, that's it. That's the end of his lap. Or he would have cut the track. But so far, at least, neat and tidy. He's keeping it within the lines, just about. And he's really on the edge right now. But 2/10 up through that second sector. This is looking like a really good lap, Alex. He's going to improve on his previous time because Sung has taken pole position in Pro-Am.
Wow, yes, you're right. Z Challenger Racing is taking pole at the moment. So can Alexa Clapano hold on to this 2/10 so he can keep these 2/10 to the end? That should be enough to snatch pole.
Oh, there's a Stratos car right in front. There's Allen looking quite pensive there because his teammate is now on the final stretch. 3/10 of a second. Will be pole position? You bet it is. 3/10 faster, and he's up to P5 overall. Look at that. That is static look on his face. He knows it. That is certainly pole position in Pro-Am, Alex.
Wow, what a great lap that is. So that looks like this is the car that's going to be in pole in Pro-Am. And look at it, P5 overall. What a great job by Clapano.
Nothing much happening in front because we're almost to the end of the qualifying session now. And I think everyone's just backed up. In fact, we have Duffa in the pits, 2/10 behind. In fact, out of our sights, Martono went even faster than before. So 58.3.8, that's about the ballpark lap time we're seeing here at the Nurburgring. 2/10 faster than his teammate, and I think that's comprehensively pole position unless someone can snatch it in the final minute that remains here in the qualifying session. But so far at least, another pole position for number 10.
Yeah, great job by Presley. Sterling qualifying performance. Pole position for him and his team. No one's improving at the moment, so yep, even though he's messed up his last lap, doesn't matter. He's got pole by 2/10. Really good job. We should have a look at the timetable. Let's see what it looks like at the moment. There we go. Purple in all three sectors as well. And you can see, and look at that's what's impressive. Look how much success ballast he's carrying as well, 24 kilograms, and he's still on pole position. That's a fantastic result. Only the car 111, who's currently leading the championship, has a bit more weight with 27 kilos. But wow, so what an exciting qualifying position we have at the moment. Pro-Am there, Clapano in the Lamborghini getting a pole position and 5th position overall, and of course the Audi of in the Brunei-based team. Sorry, what's the Brunei-based team?
No, that's actually a complete mistake because we have two AM drivers in there, so it's actually lost in the entire GT3 field. It's actually the number 28, Aston Martin, for Veloce Ragazzo, leading the way in the AM class.
All right, we'll come back. And that's exciting qualifying there. JMX Phantom then 1 and 2 in the Pro class. They're also actually on pole position for the Pro-Am class. We'll be back right off this break with the start.
Pewter is about possibilities. It is an idea made real. Crafted with precision. It can make tradition timeless. Pewter evolves.
Okay, my name's Alex Young, and with me is Amo Hazik, and of course Afik will be joining us later. Let's go through and have a look at the entry list before we start this race.
And in the entry list here, we see that number 1 and 2 is the Laundry House team, defending champion, of course, with that Ferrari. And several entries that are actually still the same as we had from round 1, so it's nice to see a bit of consistency here.
Of course, if you look at the numbers, the white backed numbers are Pro Class, the black backed numbers are Pro-Am, and the red backed numbers are in the Am class. And you can see there car number 10, who just took pole position, Martono there. He's second in the championship right now, so he'll be very strong. And of course, car 31, Pro-Am, who took leading that championship as well.
The second page of the entry list sees the entire armada of Z Challenger cars, Pro and Pro-Am entries alike. They are actually looking strong here for this one in Pro-Am, so we'll keep an eye out for them as well. And several changes to the driver lineup as we saw just now, especially for number 2 for the Laundry House team. They brought Roland Schmidt in that particular car. And of course, a change of teams with the merging of Alan Drake Cruz's team with JMX Juniors. With number 103, the Antipodean Motorsport car bringing Phil Britt into their lineup.
And of course, car 111 is currently leading the championship, Stratus Motorsports. And
in the third and final page here, we have, well, the number 401 entry is unfortunately not available for this round, but the rest of the entries are looking good as well, especially number 777, the Homa eRacing team, driving the Porsche Cayman. They're leading the way. Had a bit of an indifferent qualifying session, but I think they will look forward to the race, Alex.
Absolutely. We've got 4 hours to go, and car 77, look at that, 1, 2, 3, 5 drivers. We'll see how they get on later. Okay, let's have a look at the grid here right now. You can see there we go, the GMX Phantom cars, the Ferrari and the BMW on the front row. Laundry House reigning champions in P3 and championship leaders for this season in P4, the Stratus Flash cars. There we go, the Pro-Am car in P5, Z Challenger Wong there in 6th, second Stratus 79 car there in 7th, and then there we go, Gallo, Kairuda and GSR car, another quick driving lineup with Fahad, who should be very strong as well.
And they're looking also as well to get a victory in this championship after the fact that they got cruelly robbed of that in South Africa. Remember in Kyalami, they were leading the way until getting involved in an accident with the Legion Racers car. So they got some things to prove here for this round as we are going all the way to the back here. I like the colors of the cars here. It looks almost as if we're watching a real race because it looks very professionally done. Absolutely,
and some really great liveries out there as well. The Alex Chia, the Academy car there. Got Con there on the right, and then we come to the GT4 cars. Look at that, Aston Martin first and second on the grid. Do you think that we're going to be able to hold that out to the end?
Yeah, we'll see first, because race pace-wise, it might be a factor for these cars, but I think overall it might still be an Aston's race, unless of course the Porsche can spring surprise with pit stop strategies.
Okay, well that makes sense. All right, cars are starting their warm-up lap, and then we'll be a go for our race to go. Conditions look really nice. Of course, we are in the European summer, aren't we? So is that going to be a factor today?
Well, actually, because it is sweltering hot right now, they're going through a heat wave, so it does translate to the game that we are hitting 38 degrees right now. So it's not a surprise at the moment that the drivers were struggling qualifying. We should have seen actually low 53s, because normally that's quite the target lap time that we see in the top classes. But overall, the heat's going to be a factor as we're going to look forward to now announcing our sponsors.
Absolutely, of course. Let's go through them. Got X Park, there's Venture Park here in Malaysia, really good sponsor of ours. Axel, of course. Royal Selangor, who make the beautiful trophies that we have, and of course all our winners get that. Motorsport Playground, who do the liveries. The champion actually gets his own car wrapped in a livery, which is kind of cool. And of course Life, who make the nice shirts.
Yep, there it is. Hashtag plug.
Hashtag plug. Okay, so here we go. So with the heat, is that going to be a problem, Ammo? Do you think they'll just have to be a bit careful with how they look at it? They're going to have to really keep on top of the pressures, aren't they?
Yeah, they're going to have to really lower the pressures now to avoid overheating the tires, especially the fact that at the start of the race here, with the tires being so fresh, they don't want to ruin them immediately. So you can see a lot of drivers probably drive a bit more cautiously. They're not going to really yank the wheel, or they're going to have to saw the wheel slowly to prevent it. As you can see, even on the warm-up here, we see Presley's car. He's not really trying to put too much heat into the tires because he will overcook them and it might grain much sooner than he would have expected.
That's a really good point there. And there is Presley. Looks really calm though. They actually race up a really nice
studio.
Gaming house?
Yeah, I think it's a studio because of the floor here. But yeah, you can see that just on the top of the screen, you can see another ring on the other side. So that is probably for Avila Bahar or any other drivers that he's racing with. They're going to be in constant communication. They can even talk to each other physically. They don't have to need a radio to talk.
Yeah, and this team's loaded with talent. There's a lot of talent out there. We've got the two Dafas, very strong indeed. And look at that, just behind them, we've got Laundry House and the turquoise Ferrari. So actually, and just talk about Stratus Motorsports in P4 there, the lime green car. They were saying how they're going to be very conservative at the beginning of the stint. Like you said, you have to drive with fingertips almost, because if you overdrive these cars and the pressures get too high, you're going to become a sitting duck.
Absolutely. And look at, you can see just now Tasby, the way that he lines up the car, as the cars line up onto the grid, you can see how much he was not turning. He was just turning enough to get heat into them, but not too much to start graining on them before the race even started.
Okay. Well, there he is. He and his brothers, two teams here with brothers. Actually, Stratus Motorsport, both their teams are brother lineups. Tasby is there with his brother Muhammad Alif. And of course, the car 222, the other green car there, Nakib and Nabil, brothers from Malaysia.
Indeed.
Okay.
So, wow, getting ready for the race. You can feel almost the driver's butterflies buzzing in their stomachs here. They know full well that it's been a while since they've actually gotten a grid start. So coming out to the final corner here, waiting for the flag to fly, and we'll be underway for round 4 of the ERGP Endurance Edition for 2022. And it's going to be an interesting one. The usual championship protagonists are up in front, waiting for the lights. And we're underway here for round 4 at the Nurburgring. And it looks as though it's a good start from Martono. He has his teammate Dafa Adiansa right beside him, with Andrew O'Hara then tucking right behind, as around the outside goes, I think, Marco Wong. He's going to try to get the whole shot out around the outside, as we see then the cars funnel into turn 1, a very tight turn 1. We've seen accidents here in the past, especially last year's race where it was wet, but it's dry here, and it looks as though, oh, it's a spin. We got a few spinners there. One of them is the Stratos car, and I'm not sure which one. Is it 222? Is it 111? He got involved with the NCPD and McLaren, but what if it is? That is actually now putting a spanner into the works for their race, but the really dreadful start has to be Alexis Cabano. He's dropped way behind here, outside the top 10, as the rest in front here, Marco Wong with an absolutely blind over start. He's up to 3rd place, Alex.
Wow, that was excitement all the way. I think it's the car 2-2 that just got pipped into a spin. And look at that. Who's that in 3rd position? That's a great lap there by Marco Wong. Good start by them. And these 5 cars have a small gap to everyone else.
Yep, it's only just the start of the race, but any gap that you want is really nice, especially when the pit stops come into play. As, talking about Marco Wong, he knew that going around the outside may be beneficial because the corner radius gets wider and the exit would be much better compared to having a tighter entrance, and that's how he has jumped out to 3rd place. So the Z Challenger guys are really, really having a point to prove here. We are now watching Marco Wong, car number 71, the BMW, in fact, right behind the sister BMW, but not in the exact same team of Dafa Diansa. So Dafa then still has not made any inroads with his teammate at the start, but they would love to have an armada of JMX cars up in front so that they can work together as the race progresses.
Yeah, but how perfect is this for JMX Phantom? 1 and 2, the guys number 2 in the championship leading the race, and you have the second car there to protect him.
Indeed, and he has it as a rear gunner because in the championship stakes, number 13 is not really in or thereabouts. He only got 26 points, plus the fact that they were a different entry at the start of the season. They missed 1 round, so they can use that as a drop round. But regardless, they're going to act as a rear gunner to help get points off the number 111 Ferrari, which is leading way right now. As we look at further back, Nakib, how must he feel right now to be involved in an accident that was not necessary at the start of the race, Alex?
Yeah, I think when we saw that, nothing much he could have done that. But anyway, that's him right at the back 4 hours ago. Let's see what he can do. Watching Dafa now, right now. Does he? I thought maybe he might play a rear gunner and just kind of back up. It looks like he's taking it quite easy on these first couple laps. But GMX have shot each other themselves in the foot before when they've got into collisions. So they'll have to be careful not to do that now.
And the reminder of that collision was back in the very first round in Barcelona, where the number 12 JMX Juniors car knocked out the race leading number 10 at that time. So it really was a case of, I think, Pressy might have got a good word to that driver to not do that again, but we can see that the number 12 is not competing anymore anyway, as Marco Wong now has gotten up to the back of Dafa Diansa, and you might say this might be a bit of team tactics at play because he might have asked Dafa to just hold back a bit, do you think, Alex, or probably the BMW is already struggling for pace? Yeah,
it's a good question. I mean, if I was in the BMW, I'd be pushing because I know I don't have as much ballast as the de facto team leader does, so I would be trying to go for the race win, but at the same time, you have to be sensible. I mean, if he can drive carefully, look after the tires so he's stronger at the end of the stint, and it also helps hold up some of their rivals, they're going to do it, aren't they?
I think for sure they're going to do it because at this point in time, right, we're already past the halfway point of the championship, so every single point counts as Marco Wong tries to think on the inside. He has to come to the NGK chicane, or it's called the Vidal chicane, whichever sponsorship is available at that time, but we can just call it the S's, as Marco looks like he's gotten a good exit there, and if he gets a good exit out of the final corner, he might just be able to try send one at turn 1, Alex.
Yeah, and look, he's close enough for the moment. It's in the slipstream. Really have a look. I mean, it's a bit early in the race to be doing last-minute dives, but Marco's thinking about it, and he goes for it.
Oh!
Wow, good move. Can he make the apex zone? No, he doesn't. He runs wide.
Oh,
yeah.
wow.
I think the move was on. He just overcommitted, didn't he? He just
Yeah.
braked a touch too late, and that was over for him.
And you can hear the brakes squealing as they went into that first turn. And luckily, our camera director was really good in catching that. Afi was just catching the moment as it happened, and we can hear the brakes. The ABS was working, but unfortunately, it was not enough to stop the car. And to his detriment now, he went off into the marbles, and that's going to be not helpful for his tires.
Yeah, absolutely. But obviously, Marco's on a different strategy. He doesn't care about later on in the stint. He just wants to push really hard and try and get into the lead. Obviously, he has confidence that the tires will last, but now he's coming under pressure from Laundry House, Andy O'Hara. There's all over the back of him, and this could be an issue later on.
Indeed. And for Andrew especially, because he did not want to have a car right in front of him at this point in time, because we know for a fact that, especially in the last few races, especially what happened in Misano, he will try to pull away as early as possible to get up to the back or even take the lead of the race and run away with it. He's trying to be the hare in the sprint here, but unfortunately he can't do that right now because there's two equally fast BMWs in front, as Sek-Yin Ho in 6th place that we're looking at right now.
Yeah, Sek-Yin Ho, they're leading the Pro-Am class. I think Clapano got involved in that incident with Nakib Aslan on the second corner of the first lap. So yeah, good for Zed Challenger right now. Leading has quite a big advantage.
Actually, I think he was there or thereabout with the accident, because Clapano had an absolute shock of his start. You can see there was a blue car dropping all the way to the back like a stone, and he's recovering since. So he's now, where is he? 14th, 5th overall here. So all is not lost just by yet, but that was not the start he wanted in a 4-hour race, Alex.
Absolutely, and you're right though, there's plenty to go. But here we go, part 2, Marco Wong again. Close enough, will he be a bit more? Will he go for it again? I think he's thinking about it.
He is.
No,
he's backed out of it this time. I think he knows full well that he might just have to conserve his tires, because look at the amount of marbles that we have on the side of the track there after qualifying. So the degradation is quite high, especially the fact that it's such a hot day, 38 degrees in fact. We have gotten a click higher than before, so really the drivers might start thinking of not really pushing it too hard, especially in the first few minutes of a stint.
Yeah. Martino just set fastest lap of the race, so he's just flying away. 55.3 of the last lap, 55.2 the lap before. So yeah, he's obviously looking really comfortable right now. Perfect start for this team at the moment. Let's go have a look at the AM class, shall we? Because in the AM class, I think car 28 is
still leading.
Yeah.
But not by much in front of the number 57 Rising Line car. And remember, the Rising Line boys, despite being close in the championship fight, they actually still haven't had a win at all in the last couple of seasons, so they might just want to break duck here.
Absolutely. Right, Team Rising Line have never won an Endurance Edition race, I think.
But they have been second
in the championship.
Second in races even 3 times.
Even last year they finished quite high up in the championship, but I don't think they won a race, did they?
They didn't.
Yeah, so they have the pace now to win a race. We've seen that all year, but it just hasn't quite worked out for them. Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see if he can do it. Getting some clear running at the moment. Fastest lap at 0.73, which is the last lap. So Nazir is on fire at the moment as he tries to hound the Aston Martin in first position.
And in fact, both of them set their personal best, but the fastest lap for GT4 now is in the hands of Nazir Asman. Where is Nazir going to go in this one? Because in the same exact car, it's not easy to get by, because you have the same acceleration, same top speed. You just have to force the guy in front to have a mistake, don't you think, Alex?
Yeah, you just have to keep the pressure, and you got to be relentless when you keep the pressure. You can't give pressure for one corner and then make a mistake and then not give him pressure for a lap. The thing about pressure is you just got to keep it on and be consistent with it. And look at that, Nazir's thinking about the inside. No, doesn't at the moment.
The best chance he's got is actually before the chicane, but then afterwards is the usual dive bomb turn 1. He's just going to have to send it there. But it looks as though Roy Ripperip, who, well, we're going to hark back to the Global Edition stats. He had 4 straight pole positions in Global Edition 9, and he's now leading again after his teammate taking pole position, Joshua Neighbors. But he's still having to fight for it as Nazir goes around the outside. He holds on to the middle part of the circuit, holds on to the lead for now. But I think Roy, if he ever wants to break a win duck, it has to be here, as he's gotten the best opportunity ever to win a race.
But like we said, it's a long way to go. I think both these Aston Martins are pretty good coming out that last corner. But Rising Line, I don't say I thought he had a good look at the outside, but he just made a mistake and released that pressure again. Again, it's about trying to keep that pressure as consistent as possible. Back at the front, there we go, GMX Phantom cars going through there. Ardianza just did the fastest lap of the race, and then on this lap has made a mistake again and fallen back into the clutches of Marco Wong.
Yeah, 3,000s is the difference. 1:55.262 was his fastest lap. 1:55.265 is Martono, so 3,000s is not much of a difference, but somehow he still managed to find the pace, even though he's actually holding up traffic at the front here, Alex.
Yeah, it's quite impressive, that. But Dafa's just not showing the consistency. We know Dafa and that BMW is as quick as the leader of this race at the moment, but consistency's not there. It's been up and down quite a bit. And I tell you what, this is not over yet. Marco Wong is determined to get in front of that orange GMX Phantom car.
Yep. He's going to go hell for leather here. As now we have to see, is it part 3 or 4? Because it's been quite a few laps since we saw Marco try to send one on the inside. He's not as close as before, so if he wants to send it now, it's going to be a really big boy dive. But nope, not this time, as Marco holds back. So does Andrew O'Hara, and Tasbe further behind here, watching brief among all of these, in case all three of them get involved in a big one.
Yeah, and with this sort of distance race, 4 hours long, that's what we have to watch to remind the viewers, isn't it? It's not about what we're seeing right now, because it can change so quickly when it's hot like this. Suddenly you can see the second half of the stint, the tires, if they go outside of their the window, they'll start to be dropping like half a second a lap easy, and you can easily go from first to fifth in the blink of an eye.
Indeed. And that is also a feature in endurance racing. It's just a matter of how you time your strategy. No, but regardless if you do overcut or undercut, it's depending on how you can be consistent before you do your pit stops, and after that how you can actually deal with your outlap. As, whoa, look at that. That looks as though Adianza just went a bit wide coming out to turn 7, and now he's trying to ease that gap in front a bit as going through the Schumacher S's. Not much of a difference. Oh, he has made a mistake. Actually, Adianza has actually made a mistake, and now Marco Wong goes at the inside, takes him at turn 8. That is actually a cheeky move there from Marco Wong. He sees his opportunity as we now get Afi into the commentary box. Wow, Afi, did you see that one? He actually just touched the gravel a bit, and it gave Marco an opportunity, just a sniff, but he managed to get through.
Goes to show that on a track like Nurburgring, you can't make a mistake. Any mistake will lead to a position loss, especially what happens to Dafa Adianza. Look at him, he's trying to get down the inside of Marco and sees the opportunity there, but backs off a bit, knowing that he doesn't have the pace. And look, Marco Wong goes off the track a bit. What that does to Andrew O'Hara is that Andrew O'Hara is getting ever closer to this battle so far.
Indeed he does, and Andrew now also wants to liken his chances of actually taking away a position from Dafa Adianza, who was struggling to actually keep up in front with his teammate Presi Martono. But now that Marco Wong is actually overtaken, it looks as though he actually wants to get that position back. And Marco now is actually the guy who's a cork in the bottle, trying to hold up the rest of the field here, as second, third, fourth and fifth are in the same shot.
The biggest issue with Marco, with this battle between Marco, Dafa and Andrew, is that Presi Martono is gone. It's 3.5 seconds clear from them, and they are still fighting it out. Andrew O'Hara is not giving up. Same does to Marco. Marco doesn't seem to have the pace to get away from Dafa Adianza, and he can't get closer. The gap now between him and Presley, according to the broadcasting page, is now 4.5 seconds. It's going up and down, but it's around that ballpark.
Indeed, and amazingly, despite them battling it out, it was no contact, so they have actually a long race in mind, so they do not want to actually cause any troubles among each other, especially the fact that they don't want to go at each other's throats post-race.
Yep, meanwhile, the battle for P7, P8 overall, look at that. Chak Ming Wong fighting out with GSRC Motorsports Ali Karidun in a Honda NSX GT3 and a BMW M4. Ooh, a little bit squirrely there by Chak Ming Wong, and Chris Sang is looking a little bit opportunistic. The number 69 Bentley of the Z Challenger Racing. I don't know which team is this. ZRC or ZC?
I think we just call it Z Challenger.
I'm just going to call it Z
we'll just keep it Z Challenger, so we don't have to really burst our brains for that one. Yep. But remember, it's ZRC, 69, 70 and 71.
Yep, regardless. Okay, further up, 999 fighting out. Oh, look at this. Nakib has actually managed to get past Alexis Clepano, and Clepano is, you know, they got involved in a collision in the first lap of the race though between Nakib and Clepano, and Nakib now, man on fire, boy on fire, is you know, right behind the gearbox of the BMW of the Triple L.
Leon, yeah. It is a triple, a bit of a mouthful. That's why we call him just Triple L, just to keep it simple as. Mistake from Triple L there onto the chicane, and Naki will try to dive on the inside. Can he make it through? Clapano also watches brief here if he wants to take a position away. It's an overall position, not a position in class, and looks as though Chat Mei Wong there got too much to. He actually bit off more than he could chew. Oh no, sorry, Triple L just bit off more than he could chew through that corner. But the battle's still not over yet. It's still a three-way battle here between the Ferrari, the BMW, and the Lamborghini. Who's gonna come out on top?
Clapano's getting closer. Look at it. Look at how much. Look at how long Clapano was parking his car right behind Nakib's gearbox. But Nakib, though, you saw those eyes. I've seen those eyes before. And when Nakib puts those eyes, you know that he's gonna be on fire.
Yes. Is the type of expression that we rarely see him, because he's normally up in front at the sharp end of the grid to really just walk away with the victory. But now he has to actually put that money where it's worth and try to recover from what was a disastrous start after getting involved in that collision. Well, it wasn't with Clapano, I think it was actually with one of the Interpedian cars, the car that's driven currently by Bruno Gallo.
Yep, indeed it is. And look at that, Marco Wong goes a little bit wider coming into the, well, it's not a carousel, it's a hairpin.
Yeah, it's a reverse carousel.
It's a reverse carousel, but nevertheless, Dafa Adriana, so you see the difference. If you take a tight line coming into there, you'll be fine. But if you take a little bit wider line coming into the hairpin and you stay on the gravel, that will compromise your lap time. And Marco did lost a little bit. Dafa Adriana on the gravel though, so this is the kind of things that we mentioned. No room for mistakes, no room for error in Nurburgring.
Especially the fact that there's gravel on the outside. Look at that, there's a wall of gravel. It's like the Sahara Desert right there. It's literally the fact that if you put a wheel even, just a wheel onto the gravel trap is enough to take you. It's almost like quicksand.
Yep, indeed. And now Chat Mei Wong has overtaken Ali Karidin for P7 overall, and he's right. And Ali Karidin is right ahead of Chris Sang. And Chris Sang, well, in a different class, second in the Pro-Am category, but he's giving Ali Karidin a run for his money and Fahad's money as well, who's carrying the car with Ali.
Yep, and we did say at the start of the race they were looking to try and get a victory. I think South Africa was the only race in the entire calendar that would have had the opportunity, as Sang now moves on to the inside.
Moves down the inside, coming to turn one, a little bit ambitious. That Ali sticking around the outside. A little bit of there. Slight collision exiting turn one. Ali Karidin still holds his ground, coming into turn two. On the inside, has the outside line coming into turn one, but Chris Sang dives on the inside, coming to turn three. Oh, this is a battle that we didn't expect here, ladies and gentlemen. Chris Sang, right around the outside. If you stay there right outside the white line, you're gonna get a track limit warning there, and there'll be a certain person in the other team who'll be fuming about it. But nevertheless, Chris Sang is backing off, so he knows. So he's being sensible, Chris Sang.
Yes, indeed, and he is trying not to ruin his race and Ali's race, and they were nearly close to a collision there, so we won't want it to happen, as the leaders are now almost lapping the GT4 traffic, so that's going to be an issue after this. As we look at the track, we don't have to go to them right now, we can actually see them on the track map, that the triangle, that's your race leader, that's Presi Matono, 4 seconds ahead of the rest of the field, with Marco Wong still just behind him. As we look at further up the midfield from that, or actually further behind the midfield we saw just now, that's Bruno Gallo recovering from a disappointing start to the race after being involved in that collision with Naki Aslan, behind the Pro-Am car of Aldo Balagulen, who is currently now sixth in the race, isn't it?
A train of cars here, Celsius Auto Sports, James Pierre Reid in P18. So a little bit of an off race here for Antipodean and Celsius. At the moment, the Antipodean with the collision in the first lap between themselves and the 222 of Naki Aslan and Nabil Aslan's Strato Sam 9 car.
Yeah, that's disappointing for the Antipodean car, because they were looking forward to yet another strong race, but Bruno Gallo's got his work cut out here to bring that car up into the top 10, as well as James Pierre Reid, the surprise winners in Kyalami.
The surprise winners in Kyalami, James Pierre Reid. You see, the Honda does have miracles in them, but only at certain tracks. I mean, the Honda is quick. It's a quick car, but no one drives it in ACC because it's just very difficult to handle and very difficult to tame. I wouldn't drive it.
I would only drive it if it was a desperate situation, like trying to qualify for a GT World Challenge race. That's what we did last time, back in the start of the pandemic. As now we are looking at Bruno Gallo diving on the inside of Balagulen. We've seen a few drivers try already and failed, and it looks as though this might just be a similar outcome, or is it? Gallo's got a good drive.
A little bit of a similar outcome there between Bruno Gallo and Aldo Balagulen. Balagulen in the number 5 Aston Martin AMR Veloce Regazzo car, and Bruno Gallo has done the move round the outside coming to turn 2. Almost getting collected by Aldo there coming into turn 3.
Yeah, but I think Aldo knows full well that that was not his fight because that's not in the same class anyway. So he's given that position to Gallo, but he's got bigger problems behind, including the likes of Billy Ebenheiser in the Java Simca, who is in P20, but P7 in their classes. Oh, there's a collision!
There's a collision there. Oh, there's a 79 Project JSTMY car and the ERGP Java Sim 720S McLaren. So Billy Ebenheiser there, a little bit careless there, coming into turn 6. Turn 6? I reckon it's turn 6.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, it is turn 6. So Abdul Hakim there getting collected there by Billy Ebenheiser, the 720S and the Audi. And the Audi has lost not 1, not 2, but 3 positions.
Yeah, it's unfortunate there as well because Ebenheiser also lost in a lot of positions in return. So really then, not much to gain from both of them, but they both lost quite a lot of time as we look at the Project GSTMY car who has defected to the Audi Sport team, haven't they?
Yeah, just like, well, we went with the Aston Martin at the start of the season, but then in the middle of the season we decided, nah, the Aston's not the car for us. So we decided to switch to the new Audi. And, well, only the 79 does, but the 49 is sticking to the old Boatley.
Yes.
It's not racing today. I would have raced there today. Meanwhile, up ahead, Marco Wong is fending for his life from Dafa Adrianza for the battle for second place overall.
Yes, and they're still going at it despite they've been together since the start of the race. Marco with a brilliant start to actually move up to P3 at the start of the race after qualifying about, what, P7 if I'm mistaken.
7, yeah, so it's a very good start there by Marco. He's got a very good jump on all the second row and third row of the grid, and he's made up 5 positions now. But he is defending from Dafa Adrianza. Andrew O'Hara, who has lost a position to Mohamed Taspi, so it's not been a good stint so far for Andy O'Hara. Taspi, though, is in no man's land, if you ask me.
Well, actually, you'd rather be in no man's land at the front, which is like Presi Matono. But regardless of that, Tasby managed to get the head of Andrew O'Hara, and that will be important come the pit stop. So whether or not O'Hara will try to trigger the undercut by pit stopping first, remains to be seen. But pace-wise, it's not looking good so far for the number 1 car.
It's not looking good so far for Ali Karidin as well. He's got GT4 traffic up ahead. He's got 2 GT4 traffics up ahead. The whole might be a racing Porsche, and the other is the... Right there, you got the 2 GT4 leaders up there. Whoa! There you go.
And oh, there we go. There goes the...
Off they go. Off goes Andrew Wolf. Off goes Andreas Wolf. The kind of things that we expect in an endurance race, but we didn't expect a collision to happen.
And fittingly, his 3-letter name that he put on the car is AWW, so you can go Group R from that one. That was rather unnecessary, and that was quite aggressive.
That was careless from Chris Sang there, so I reckon it's gonna be a penalty for him easily applied. He could have backed off from there, knowing that there's GT4 traffic on the outside, exiting Schumacher Ellis. But we'll have to wait and see what will the Honma be racing guys. Will they protest? I reckon they will, but we'll leave that up to the stewards.
Yep, indeed. So Andreas Wolf then disappointingly has to recover now with a broken car, but he's not that far away from the class leaders as they are coming across the line. He was through the chicane, so it's still close between number 28 and 57 as we look up for them in front. Sang is trying again on Khairudin. Will it be another same outcome? Well, it looks like it's going to be the same one it is, as Khairudin defends on the inside, which in turn, when he goes into the corner, will be his line, and he still maintains P8 overall. But Sang then, I think he's looking rather impatient because he wants to be close to his teammate, who is about 9 seconds ahead.
There will be some unhappy faces in GSR, the 369 GSR especially. They are fighting with Chris Sang in the number 69 Pro Am category. GSR is a 369 Pro in the racing in the Pro class.
Yep.
So they can piss you off a little bit there between drivers, but nevertheless you are racing overall. So regardless, racing is racing.
Excuse the profanity for a second there. We can't actually forget that we are on live TV. But yeah, number 969, 369, and 69. I just want to point that out. It's just like everyone wants to go for that number.
969, 369, 69. Anyways, number 13 BMW of JMX Phantom, driven by Dafa Adrianza, is getting closer. 10 is the gap between him and Marco Wong, but it doesn't look like he can get closer to the chicane there.
Quite ironically, Marco Wong's doing a bigger favor to Press Melatonin than Dafa Adrianza was, because 5.4 seconds at one point when they crossed the line there. The set to be in fact is still 5.4 seconds. Marco actually is holding up the rest of the field and is doing Matono's race a whole world of good. So really then, these two battling is helping out one GMX car, but it's definitely not helping out the other.
Yeah, it's definitely not helping with the tire wear as well. These two are fighting since lap 1. The track temperature now is 39 degrees Celsius, ladies and gentlemen. It's not getting colder anytime soon. the in-game time now is 1 p.m. and it will get hotter and hotter and hotter. It will reach its optimum, well, it reach its maximum temperature by the time the in-game reaches 3 o'clock, and that's when we can see track temperatures up to 40 degrees Celsius, even more, I reckon.
Yeah, indeed. In fact, we're almost past midday. In fact, we're past midday already, so it will get hotter at this point. But then, by the time that we reach around evening time, it will be a bit colder, but that would not make too much of a difference. We would not fall into nighttime, I reckon.
Yeah, we will not fall into night time. Meanwhile, because Flip Table Racing, the number 999 BMW M4, well, quite a number of M4s here today. The M4 is a popular car after it was released last year. It basically became a meta for like a week, and then Kunos repatched it because the car was so broken, everyone was using it. Same applies to the Audi this season, the current patch, and Porsche, the current patch as well.
Yeah, in fact, the Porsche GT3 is Porsche GT3 2. In fact, is the car of choice here. As James Pierre-Reid gets a bit impatient behind the number 242 Circru car. So the GT4 traffic becoming a bit of an issue here, as now we're looking at the Rising Line car also giving way to the Antipodean and Celsius cars. Oh, that's actually quite tight. Oh, we have an accident already there. That is actually the race leader. The race leader in GT4 has actually been taken out. So number 57 has taken the lead, and there we go. Circru is right behind. So the battle for the lead is still on.
Battle for the lead is still on. Roy Republic getting unfortunate. This is the kind of things that we worried about. When you are impatient in traffic, especially in a different car traffic, you know that you'll be a little bit impatient and you'll tend to make mistakes there. As you can see, the number 120 TVR car almost getting into the back of the Rising Line number 57, Nazir Azman's car.
And Nazir Azman also gently gets out of the way by force, I think, even from the number 79 Audi, as also the number 906 Java Sim car goes around the outside as well. So the traffic is building up here, and top three are within earshot of each other. Unfortunately, we don't have the 777, which is the Homa beer car. They're out of sight right now. But battle for the lead, GT4 heating out quite nicely. And we did say just now, will the Astons be able to last throughout the entire race? And it looks as though it might just be the Porsches who are having a good race pace. As Roy goes over the curve there, he really is fired up right now. Probably a bit incensed even by the fact that he got hit.
I reckon he's going to be very angry, especially after the collision, the unnecessary collision between him and one of the GT3s. We're not sure who it was, so that he got collected, but nevertheless, that has compromised his race lead.
120 was Benson Cheong.
It was Benson Cheong, the number 120 TVR racing BMW M4 GT3.
Oh, now we're barely halfway through the race, but so much has happened at the moment, and the battle up in front for P2 is still going on, and Marco Wong is still doing a huge favor for Presi Matono here. 6.5 seconds between him and the race leader. So really then, Marco, we thought he was going to storm away after showing him so much pace right behind the number 13 BMW, but it looks as though he's not made a beeline for it. He's just holding up the rest of the top 5.
Marco has actually reached a plateau, I reckon. I reckon that because he was pushing in the first few opening laps of the race, the tire has degraded quite a bit, and knowing that the track temperature is actually 29 degrees, I think this is the hottest track temperature that we've ever gotten in the entire ERGP since we last run it, since we've been running it since 2020?
2020 we had a bit of an exhibition season, the full season, yeah.
2021.
So really then we haven't had a track temperature this hot, probably because it's correlated with the heat wave that's going on in Europe right now. So there's a bit of a correlation. We're racing as if we're live right now, as we look further behind.
This is going to be spicy. This is going to be spicy. Nakib, boy on fire. Yes, he is. Yes, he may not have the fastest lap here, Nakib Arslan. His fastest lap is a 55.855, but he is a lot quicker than the two cars ahead of him. The two cars ahead of him is one of Terry Rayton's, the number 2 Laundry House car, and number 696 Taufik Mohin.
Yep, and both running different Audis, of course. You can see by the curve of the rear wing, Evo 1, Evo 2, as Nakib Arslan tries to go around the outside, turn 1 here. Rayton goes defensive, and he will actually get a bit short there.
All switcheroo there by Nakib Arslan coming into the outside of turn 1. We'll have the outside line coming into turn 2.
Yep, and I was about to say, Rayton might be caught short, but somehow he manages to turn it around as hit!
Oh, Nakib hits.
Oh, that is not what he wanted.
That is not what he wanted. Terry Rayton will be fuming. Nakib, though, a little bit impatient there coming into turn 3, and that does compromise his line. Alexis Clapano is right behind Nakib.
Yeah, Clapano then, he's been following, he's been in fact tailing Nakib since the start of the race. So really then, I think he's just using Nakib to power the drivers out of the way, and he's just picking out the pieces. So and by picking up the pieces here, he's up to 4th place in his class. So not a bad recovery after what was a disastrous start to the race for the number 31.
They could have been better for the number 31. They were leading the race. Oh, Marco Wang almost went sideways. Did his best Takumi Fujiwara impression.
Well, nearly went horribly wrong there, but luckily he kept it up now. Still then, I think the gap has almost increased to about 7 seconds. In fact, yeah, it's 7.5.
Seven and a half seconds. 7.5 seconds. It's going to be 10. It's going to be 15 seconds by the time we reach the end of the scene. As we can see, Dafa Adrianza tries to move down the inside, has a look into the inside, exiting the final corner. Marco Wong's tires is gone. He's got 30 minutes left on these sets of tires, and he can't last. These tires are gone. DEAD. Dafa Adrianza has the inside line coming to turn 1, has the job done, gets the job done, but Marco Wong, knowing how much of a fighter he is, he's not going to give up.
Oh, he's not giving up by a long shot. He still tried to fight for it, but Adrianza gets back at him and retakes 2nd place, which he could have felt was deserved for him because he was up at that point. Just a mistake was enough for Marco to get back on the inside. They've hit each other.
Marco hits. There's got a huge traffic jam there. Marco has hit Dafa Adrianza, and there you go. This is what happens when you are impatient, when you have dead tires. And Andrew O'Hara, biggest gainer out of all this, moves up into P2.
He'll be laughing all the way to the bank here because that is a repercussion in terms of the fight for the championship. Remember, number 111 having his right behind him, and he is fighting with that number 1 car. There's a replay of what happened here. Marco then just outbraked it. I think he just missed time his braking. Amazingly, Tasbe manages to avoid that one, but picking up the pieces out of all that while watching brief behind was Andrew O'Hara. He picked up more than 3 positions.
Yeah, Marco Wong became a very good Samaritan there. Did waited for Dafa Adrianza, but nevertheless, a penalty will be a penalty in the way. You make a mistake, you have to serve the consequences of it, Ammo.
The consequences have to be taken, and unfortunately, after such an amazing start to the race, he's dropped back to where he started the race from, P6 in fact. Yep. So he's lost it to his teammate Sekin Ho, who's actually made up 2 positions from where he was. Now he's actually in 4th place overall, still leading the GT3 Pro-Am class. But for Marco, I think he could be absolutely livid with himself. He'd be cursing himself for that one for such a rookie error.
Such a rookie error there by Marco Wong. And a lot of factors has to come into play, but when you are fighting for the podium, you tend to forget about all the other factors, especially when you are not under control.
Yeah, under control emotionally, and of course in your own body where you can control the car. So really then, I think full on 100%, even though we're not being stewards here, but the book has to be thrown at Marco for that one. That was such an unnecessary move.
Such an unnecessary move by Marco. Nevertheless, Ali Galerian, the number 369 GSR car is, oh look, no VTEC. So the car has no VTEC. No wonder it's been so slow since the start of the race. But it is the quickest Honda though, this GSR eMotorsport 369, driven by Ali Karidin, so yeah, impressive. Yeah, the fastest Honda in front of the only 2 Hondas that are in this race. In fact, James Pierre-Reid, these 2 crews have been consistent with their car choices, so at least they've stuck with it and tried to find the best performance out of it. But unfortunately for those 2 right at the moment at least, they're not at the sharp end of the grid, and they are still trying to stave off other cars they are battling with. For example, the number 369 still battling the number 69. Yep, and number 222 of the 696, number 222 of Namki Auslan is, getting closer. It's like a predator hunting for his prey. Yes, indeed. Still prowling the back of that car, as I think he got a better exit that time. Nakib then might try to send one at turn 7, but he would not want to get involved in yet another collision. Remember, he has already knocked out Terry Rayton, so he wouldn't want to do that again behind the back of another Audi. Rayton's still there. He might just want to actually have a word with him outside of the racetrack after this, but now Nakib then focus on for him is to get back up to the top 10, and crucially though, still within the top 10 in his class as well. Ooh, that was great there. Nakib looks calm. Eyes looks calm, but he's getting a little bit impatient at Nakib. Indeed, and he's getting quite impatient right now for a fact that top 10 is still on the line, and Chris Sung is not even that far away from him, so he can make out that pace as Taufik goes narrow into the center of the circuit. Kalpana then still watching brief here, so I think he's using Nakib as well to actually help with his recovery after such a poor start. Yeah, and Nakib has a much better line coming out of the chicane that has the outside line. Will do a switcheroo, exiting the final corner, and will look like having he would look like making a move coming into the first turn.
Well, he might try one, but remember, quite a few times, a lot of people have actually failed to break in time to go for it. As Klapano behind him might actually want to send one, as Nakib's diving onto the inside. Into turn one, a bit of a collision.
A bit of collision there by Nakib.
And again, look at that. Klapano, with very smart driving, managed to get another position out of that.
So what Klapano is doing is what Max Verstappen did back in the 2015 Monaco GP. He was a backmarker Verstappen, and he was sticking right behind a lapping car of Sebastian Vettel, and he managed to overtake quite a number of cars, Max, in that race alone. So this is what Klapano is doing. He's using all the advantage that Nakib is using. He's basically using Nakib as a fishing lure, and Nakib is just hunting the fishes down.
Yeah.
And Klapano is right behind him.
Or to put it in a better analogy, an icebreaker. He's
Yep.
breaking the ice to go through so that the other ships behind can actually sail easily. And this is what exactly he's doing. Plus, he has the benefit of the fact that he is actually still on the lead lap with Nakib. So he's gaining big time here, making huge ground. And in fact, he's actually taken the podium spot away from Taufik with that move by Nakib.
Yep. But the biggest issue for Klapano is that he's got Nakib. If Klapano is there's the Titanic, Nakib is the iceberg. Klapano can't seem to get closer to Nakib though. He is only 4 tenths behind, sorry, but he can't get closer to Nakib. Nakib is pulling away. When he sees the clear traffic, he'll just pull off.
Yeah, but he doesn't want his heart to go. And as well, what happened to Nakib there? I think he just touched the gravel a bit, and Klapano gains yet another position, but this time he becomes the icebreaker as we have a car entering the pit lane. This is the first of the pit stoppers, but we don't have to focus on that. We're focusing on what happened there to Nakib Aslan, and Nakib may have touched the wheel on the gravel again, Afiq.
We are sticking on the battle between Nakib and Klapano. Remember, these guys, they were involved in that lap 1 collision 24 minutes before the first hour is over, and Nakib Aslan's car is looking fine, although a little bit scuffed at the front because of the collision. But nevertheless, Nakib is trying to make wonders from it.
Indeed. Well, whatever he could have it, because right now the car may not be performing its best. Look, the rear end damage, absolutely scuffed rear end. So that was a sign that he was actually collected there by Bruno Gallo at that very corner at the start of the lap. So Gallo then unfortunately also compromised his entire race. He's only in 14th behind this particular battle, about 12 seconds behind. So he really has a compromised race, as Nakib then still continues on his fight back, but now it looks as though he's gonna be stuck behind here like a cock in the bottle behind Alexis Klapano.
Yep, indeed. And now Nakib 3 tenths, 2 tenths, 3 tenths. Alright, so Nakib is trying to get closer to Klapano, but Klapano doesn't seem to be pulling away from Nakib. That's the main issue here. Nakib, on the other hand, he knows that he has the pace. You know that he has the pace. Nakib goes a little bit wide there, coming into the carousel, the reverse carousel, but he can't seem to get closer to Klapano. So what is it? Is the damage starting to kick in to the Ferrari?
I think it might just be also tie wear, the fact that he's driving so hard here in very hot conditions to get back out to where he was. He was at the tail end of the field. He was 21st overall, if not mistaken. So he's made a good recovery, but now I think the tires are just starting to splutter in terms of its usable grip, you know?
Indeed, he is. And now Nakib Aslan, 6 tenths down on his fastest lap though. He's not getting closer though, Nakib. He's never getting closer. We will have to come back to Nakib later on in the race, but nevertheless, the battle for GT4 honors though. Nazir Asman is still leading the way though, and followed up behind him with Shopian Said, and 2.7 seconds behind of Nazir, and Roy Numa Reprarip. It's a mouthful. There are a lot of drivers' names today. It's a mouthful to say, but we'll try our best to pronounce them anyway. If we are making any mistakes, please do correct us, drivers.
Yeah, be in the comment section of the live stream below. Right. Let's see then. 2.7 seconds between Nazir and Sofian, while Roy is about 1.7 seconds behind. So they're within the earshot. In fact, even Andreas Wolf is still not being lost, despite being hit initially earlier by Chris Sang. He's still in that fight, don't you think? So really then, all is not lost for the GT4 battlers. A win is still on the cards for all 4 crews.
Yeah, and championship leader in the GT4 category, Andreas Wolf in the home eRacing 777 Porsche Cayman GT4 had a little bit of that off moment coming out of the exact corner that he was involved in the collision just now.
Where you going? Where you going? Don't actually switch don't switch the positions too late there. You can see there behind, that's the second place guy of Andrew O'Hara. He actually tried to go around the outside, but Wolf then also switched lines in between. So you do not want to do that, especially if you're a slow traffic. Just hold your line and the guy behind can actually overtake.
Yep, and right now, Leon Dio Leung, number 999, record street double BMW M4 is being pressured here by Alex Chia in the Academy number 21 car. And so far, the Waycross car, they were in fighting positions in the previous races, but in Nurburgring they didn't seem to have the pace.
In fact, the whole of last season, they were actually right up there. They were fighting for that top 5 in the final race of the championship, but this year has probably not gone their way for the fact that probably they've let some drivers from the other squads, you know, like you have B and C teams.
Yeah, and especially in that last race in Spa of last season when we had that double points, correct?
Yeah.
We had that double points race in Spa and it was a 6-way scrap for the overall honors in the overall category. And, you know, I have to be proud of that myself. Sorry, I have to interrupt, but I finished P4 in the driver standings, so...
Yeah, you can brag about it. You can brag about it all you want on that one. You really carried the Speed 7 team that year. But likewise, different as...
Chris Sang gets a move done on Ali Karidin. How many minutes, how many laps has it been for Chris Sang? And right now he's currently up ahead of Ali Karidin. Ali Karidin, right around the outside, exiting turn 3, coming to turn 4, has a switcheroo and doesn't seem to get it. Doesn't seem to get the job done.
Yep, and Sung now, he has actually gotten ahead of Kairudin, so that's what he wanted, and finally manages to get through to the front, in front of that number 369 Honda, as Alex Hill now rejoins into the commentary booth, while Afi will now man the broadcast booth once again, doing the business end of the work here. As have you been watching the races and penalties, Alex, closely?
Yeah, it is. I think there are about 3 penalties about to be given out. But it is getting quite close there. I mean, it's quite incredible, though. I have to say, watching Martono just disappear at the front. 10 seconds now. He's looking really good as we watch Chris Sung trying to overtake. Who's he? No, he's trying to get...
he's trying to re-overtake Karudin because he made a mistake coming out to turn 7. So he already made the move done, but he then wasted all the way by actually outbraking himself and sliding into turn 7. So the Bentley then has it all to do once again.
Yeah, so quite interesting to see that the heat's really starting to play. We talked about at the very beginning of the race, didn't we, that the second half of this stint would be tricky. Look at that, track temperature's 40 degrees now, and we're well into the second half of the stint, and a lot of cars struggling with pace at the moment.
Yep, and they're going to have to change a lot in the tire pressures because the most crucial thing about ACC is you got to have to take the tire temperatures into account. If you get that right, then you can work around it. Otherwise, if you have really awkward tire temperatures, you're going to have a very slippery car. You do not want to drive that for an entire hour, as certain drivers have already found out where their tire adhesions already ran out. As we come out to turn 1, Sung moves left, moves right. Kairidin also in front, maybe have actually moved one too many, and Sung then still unable to get by.
Yeah, he has to watch that, wasn't there? A couple moves there in the braking zone. Yeah, has to watch that indeed. But yeah, Sung there, you know, he's second in Pro-Am class, isn't he? His teammate is well up the road there in P4 overall. So he'll be desperate to try and get past Kairudin. Either that, or he's going to try and ask Kairudin just drive a bit faster.
Yeah, I think he's probably giving him a wake-up call early in the morning in here or afternoon, wherever he is, because he is racing in Australia, Malaysian base there. So he might just be a bit tired waking up early this morning. As Sung then now coming out to the back of both Kairudin and again another 777, the 777 Home racing car. He has to get out of the way, and they've overtaken him clearly. But behind this battle is Alexis Clabano, 3.2 seconds. As Wolf is not happy with that one. He has to flash his lights there because they just cut across in front of him.
Back to the GT4 battle, the AM class. Nazir Azman, Team Racing Line, has a nice gap, doesn't he, over Shopian Said.
6.5 seconds.
6.5 seconds, nice indeed. Will this team finally win a race? That is the big question, Alan.
Well, we don't want to jinx it. I don't want to say anything because we said some things in the past where it looks good for this team, but then they got involved in an accident or disrupted themselves. So I wouldn't want to count any chickens just about yet. As behind there, that's number 242 in second place. But the battle for P8 is still holding up, and they're trying to go through traffic. This is not going to end well for Ali Karidin. And it hasn't. And the 242, just as I said it, is not going to end well. Shopian side gets shafted out of the way, and it was so not on. It was a tight chicane anyway. So what were they thinking? And Kairudin jumps into the pits after that collision, Alex.
Wow, so they're really going to have to take that back down a notch. It's a long way to go still, and they're taking out GT4 cars. That's, I know they're going to say they're racing hard, but you can't race hard and still hit one of the slower guys off, and that's what's happening at the moment. So, we'll see what happens. Anyway, let's have a look at his teammate, who's leading the Pro-Am class in the second Bentley. And look at that car, number 70. That's a nice lead there. Duffer there trying to close back up to him, though.
Yeah, but in fact, Segiho was the big beneficiary of that big collision that we had for the battle for second place. That's probably the highlight of the race so far, where Marco Wong, the teammate, the sister car to this car, number 71, hit the back of Duffer Adianza. Adianza went for a big spin, blocked the road, while Marco actually braked to actually give the position back to him. The big beneficiary was Andrew O'Hara, who went by all of them and up to second place, but still 9 seconds behind. That's how much time they lost when they got stuck behind Marco Wong.
Wasn't that gap 10 seconds? It was 10 seconds, wasn't it? So it looks like Andrew O'Hara is starting to put on the pace. Look, he's leaving Tasby in the green Stratos car behind now, and it looks like he's closing down the gap ever so slightly to Martono.
Yes, indeed, and we'll look at this split after this and the next time by, because last time I was 157 for Martono, so I think he got caught up by traffic. You might be right in pointing that out. It was a 57.5 the last time lap. 55.8 for O'Hara, so that's where he gained that second. Now it's 56.3, so it's not Taiway. It may just have been GT4 traffic that Martono had to negotiate. As we come out now to the start-finish line for Andrew O'Hara, where would that time be? Oh, it's 57.3 that time run, so the gap has actually ebbed and flowed a bit. It's now back up to 10 seconds, Alex.
Yep, absolutely. So, and O'Hara, there's the full length of the start straight behind the leader, but he's showing some pace at the moment. Let's see if he can just get back into the 56s, maybe he can start closing that gap, because you're right, it's gone back up to 10 seconds. There must have been a bit of traffic there. We'll come back to this fight because it looks pretty stable at the moment. Yeah,
as Afi said just now, it's plateaued, or rather it just fizzled out a bit in terms of how intense that battle was going to be. But top three in their own little race, albeit pit stops still come to play, so we'll see when that plays out. As further behind now, we'll look at where are we going to go now. Oh, drive through for Billy Ebenheiser. Oh, look at that. Somebody went off big time. That's actually one of the cones, I think the corner markers. In fact, that might have been Shop Insider once again, who actually had to take evasive action. Did you see that just now? Objects flying.
That's right. So this guy is going to drive through Java Sim team. They had some contact at turn 3 with 3 cars going side by side. He was just a little bit careless and took out the car on the left when there was still actually plenty of space on the right. Could have been ruled a racing incident, but the stewards decided that drive-through was necessary.
Indeed, and still, I think Ebenheiser has not served that drive-through. He's, in fact, why ever not? He's actually in a battle right now with a fellow class member, which is Aldo Balagulin, and they're battling right now for P6 in the GT3 Pro-Am class. So, Sekiho leads that one with Chris Sung second. So Z Challenger 1-2 with Alan Racing in third. The JMX Juniors Alan Racing car of Alexis Calpano, who had a poor start, but he's recovered up to the top 10 and in third place in his class. Fourth place is number 696 Taufik Moyen for the GSR Motorsports car. Fifth is Alex Chiao, who's had quite a lonely race despite battling with the pro guys. He's in fifth with the number 21 car. And then we're looking at the battle for 6 and 7 between Billy Ebenheiser and Aldo Balagulin. So Ebenheiser then has to relinquish this particular one because he has to come in and serve that drive-through in the next few laps. Otherwise, he will be given more penalties and will be potentially disqualified. So Ebenheiser then disappointingly involved in that little incident. But I think he will have to focus on the next 3 hours here to recover what time was lost, Alex. So then, this battle has fizzled out quite slightly as we look at further up the field, and nothing much is happening up in front after that particular exchange, with right now fastest lap still being held by Dafa Adianza, amazingly, despite being stuck behind Marco Wong at one point. In fact, he was actually leading Marco Wong at one point and still manages to put in that fastest lap. And Presi Martono then, we're looking at him right now up in front, has actually lapped Ali Karudin, or is it Fahad Ghafoor in the number 369 car. In fact, it's still Ali Karudin. So Ali made an early pit stop after being involved in that big collision where he was, not only he got hit by the number 69 Z Challenger car of Chris Sung, but he also took out the number 242. So being involved in that one, I think he had to come into the pits. Otherwise, he will have to drive with more than 15 seconds worth of damage. As now we look at Presley, slides his way through. Looks as though he is enjoying leading up in front, more than 10 seconds ahead, and not a care in the world, I think, as he's rejoining into the commentary box.
Not a care in the world, though, Presley, but nevertheless, the battle behind for B8 overall there. Hello, Nakib Azan on
Oh,
fire, Alexis Clapano, and yours truly, Chris Sung. So P8, P9, and P10 fighting for overall position. Yes, Chris Sung and Alexis Clapano might be fighting in the Pro-Am category, but Nakib Azlan is not giving up without a fight.
Yeah, indeed. He's not giving up about 5, considering the fact that he is battling with fellow cars at about the same speed. So GT3 cars here, Bentley, Lambo, Ferrari, all in one go, with 2 Italians attacking a Brit up in front here. Will it be ending in tears for any one of them? Let's hope not, of course. But anything can happen. We saw already how many incidents have happened in just the first 49 minutes alone. So, Clapano then, where's he going to line up his move? Because this is crucially for second place in the Pro-Am class. He might just want to try it, unless, of course, Nakib will line one up. Because, look, poor exit coming out of the final corner. This might just be Nakib's chance here to dive one into turn 1, Afiq.
It might be Nakib's chance to dive into turn 1. And yes, Chris Sung has the inside line. Nakib will try to make a move. Clapano is coming in hard into turn 1. Nakib looks like he's getting closer to Clapano as well. And I'm jumbling on my words, but we are having a very good battle here.
Yeah, indeed. It's a very good battle here among 3 equally fast cars, including the likes of Chris Sung, who I think might just be the one that wants to get away from these two because he doesn't want to get involved in another accident. We already saw quite a few of those happening with this particular car already. So really then, he doesn't want to get damage on that Bentley anymore. Or is it Bentley or BMW? It's a Bentley indeed. Clapano then, right out to the back of him, along with Nakib Azlan. Nakib really close there. Will he try to dive on at turn 7, Afiq?
Doesn't look like he might dive into turn 7 though, Nakib. Nakib doesn't look like he might want to do it. But we're going to have to wait and see. He's a little bit further back from Clapano. Over boost on the Ferrari. So he over revs it a little bit. But it's fine though for the Ferrari.
Yeah, more than fine actually, because that's where you get most of the power in. You need to rev the heck out of the turbocharged engine that he has there. And it looks as though nothing much in the way of getting to the back of the Lambo, because the Lambo also has a bit of a slipstream from the Bentley in front. So Clapano then tries to be the icebreaker this time, because he let Nakib throughout his entire first hour to just be the one that gets cars out of the way, and he takes off one in return.
Yeah, indeed he has. And now, just like in the real life GT World Challenge, the Ferrari 1, 2, 3. So it goes to show that the Ferrari is completely overpowered, as I might say. I'll say overpowered, but just like in real life, I mean, virtual reality, right?
Are you talking about the GT World Challenge race, or are you
Yes.
talking? Yes, okay, it was the previous race, wasn't it? Anyway, we have Marco Wong into the pits after a very interesting stint, we can safely say, because he was involved in the wars and he has the scars to prove it. So coming to the pits now, he will either continue or hand it over to his teammate. But he is quite early, isn't it? 52 minutes into the race.
Yeah, quite early, 51 minutes into the race actually for Marco Wong. Well, a number of drivers has pitted for, well, either tire change or repairs, but this is roughly the time where you want to pit, and you may want to substitute your faster driver for the final hour of the race, because you know that the second half of the race, the second hour and third hour of the race will be a little bit sleepy.
Or, you know, there's also a saying that there's a groove in this race that you are familiar with, and if you input a new driver into that one, he may not be up to speed immediately. You just want to keep that driver in. And we've seen already quite a few who have actually come into the pits for the likes of the number 369 GSR car. They have changed drivers. No, they haven't changed drivers. They still kept Karadin in there, so they want to still use the same driver to manage the pace of the race. As we go up further in front too. Oh, there's a collision! Alexis Clapano has actually been hit by Chris Sung, and Sung again is involved in yet another accident. He's into the barriers. That was not a good way to actually end the stint for Clapano. We have to look at what happened there as we were cycling through the cameras. What happened there, Afiq?
Probably as we strayed away into Andrew Hara's car. Apologies for that, but nevertheless, Clapano looks like he had to run down the inside, exiting the hairpin. And look at this, as we can see clearly, there's a Clapano on the inside, and it's just a little bit of contact there.
Oh, it looks unfortunate, and I don't want to say anything about it, but it might just be
a racing incident, because Clapano had all the space on the right side of the track.
Yeah,
himself.
A bit 60-40, you might say, isn't it? As now they are coming up to the back of the home RB racing car, who's looking quite second-rate. You can see the bumpers already sticking out, so Andreas Wolf has definitely been in the wars here.
Andreas Wolf has definitely been in the wars since anything about the Nurburgring, even though it's a very wide track with all the grass and greenery, but you can't get hit into the wall. The wall placement in Nurburgring is a little bit closer to the track, unless you know.
I think you probably forgot what you're going to say on that one, but I get what you mean, because it looks like there's enough space in the walls here, especially look in the circuit here where the walls are further behind, but yet you can still manage to find him if you actually get hit with enough speed. That's what happened to Andreas Wolf getting hit by Chris Sung at one point. As now, well, Chris Sung, talking about him, he is still in the battle with Naki Baslan. He might just be having a few time penalties heading his way because he's been involved in so much incident in this first hour. I think he just wants to exit the car to clear his mind before coming back in as they pass the number 242 Sir Crew car. Oh, that Sir Crew car is actually quite close. His bumper's up as well. He might not be handling quite well, but Nakib then just survives to battle for another day.
He's got GT4 traffics up ahead, and he's got the number 28 Roy Numarib car, and
yeah, the Roy Numarib car has been actually overtaken, and now we get a bit of a change of personnel again in the we're not getting a change of personnel in the commentary booth, but either way, Chris Sung there maybe given a stern talking to by his Z Challenger team for that big collision that he had with a few few big collisions that he had with other drivers, so he might just be given a stern talking to just calm yourself in a long 4-hour race. As we look at Naki Baslan then, lost a bit of time to the number 69 Bentley that he's chasing, which is Sung. He might just want to recover that through the chicane. Now, how much can he take here through the Vidol or the NGK chicane? Big time. In fact, he's actually gained quite a few tenths of a second there coming up to the final corner. Will he be able to line one up for a move into turn 1? It looks as though he can, because he is quite close here. Now coming up here on the slipstream behind Sung. So Sung then, where's he going to go? Is he going to defend to the inside? He's going to move left and right that he did before. And it looks as though he has actually held his line, and Nakib with not enough speed on the start-finish straight to overtake. But Sung looks like he's made a mistake coming to turn 1. Would this be side by side between the two cars? No. But Nakib then dives one on the inside. He has managed to get a drive out of turn 2. He's going to make it through. Yes, he does. What a good move, and a bit of a hard one though, because you can see that Sung was almost like the equivalent of a MotoGP rider being set up when another guy's on the inside, and looks though he might not be happy with that one. But that's a typical move that Nakib has actually pulled off in this race so far, and this one he's made it stick, albeit with a bit more argy-bargy than he could have hoped for. So up to P7 goes the number 222 Ferrari in a recovery drive in this race after what has been such a disappointing start. But regardless, he's back up to the top 10. Well, actually, he's been in the top 10 for a while, but he's up close now to the top 5, and he is in 6th place in the Pro class. So not bad going here. A good recovery drive from the man who is looking really angry, if anything. Eyes shifting left and right, trying to see where is that other guy. But I think he's in the clear. P6 goes Naki Baslan in this in the Pro class in this race, 7th overall. So then, where can we go to next? This might just be, well, maybe Terry Rayton can be the next one to line one up. In fact, no, Terry's about 6 seconds behind Chris Sung, so there's no way through as about yet. But behind him is Alexis Clapano. In fact, he has overtaken Clapano after that big collision that he had with Sung. As we look at Rayton, one of the very few guys who are not racing in that particular team, the Laundry House team, with a VR headset. Quite close to the screen, and that's quite a thing that you need to have in sim racing as well, because you want to be as close as reality as possible, and you want to have the screen as close to you so that you can have a sense of reality even, because FOV is important in sim racing. And with the screen as close as it is to, we see how Terry likes it. He can actually judge the braking point much closer compared to before, as the number 103 Antipodean car has actually been given a penalty, as Paul Britt, the debutant for this race, a substitute for one of the usual drivers driving in that number 103 Antipodean car. He's got the drive-through, but I think that's for probably the start of the race where he got into collision with Naki Baslan. As we look at Paul Britt now, we can see a quite scuffed car. In fact, that car has been in the pits before, but well behind the rest of the field. So I think they might just want to put this race into the bin and move on to the next round, which is going to be in a couple of months' time. So the car has quite a few things on it, as Naki Baslan has been given a drive-through. So Naki Baslan, one collision too many, has actually been given a drive-through, and he's now coming out to the back of a BMW as a lap car. That's the TBRL number 120 car of Edmund Hui, who's probably going to try to get out of the way here so that Nakib might not be too forceful with his overtakes after this. But Nakib Aslan may have had one collision too many, and he has now been forced to serve a drive through. That's disastrous then for the number 222, whose day was looking like it was going to get better after that poor start, but now it's just going to get back to being, well, a bit indifferent, you might safely say that one. So far at least, it's been a wild race, but let's see if Nakib can actually pick up the pieces here for the next 3 hours. As he dives into the pits. In fact, he's going to serve his drive-through almost immediately here to prevent himself from actually losing any more time on track. So, into the pits he goes. And he's serving his drive-through now, so it's unfortunate that he has to go for that, but probably that was pretty much the case if he had too many collisions here. As meanwhile, up in front, it looks as though we might just have a bit of a gap closing in up. 11.2 seconds from Presi Martone and Andrew O'Hara. That Ferrari has been untouched since the start of the race. Presi Martone then, he's driving as focused as possible. He's got his earpiece off a bit, but I think presumably because he's listening to his crew members who are actually in that same gaming studio that he is right now. But look at that, quite gentle he is, and there, bang on cue, we have one of his assistants right beside, helping him with his controls. But you might think that Martone then, coming out to the end of the hour here, will be coming into the pits very soon as we run through the standings here before we go into a short commercial break at the top of the hour. Top 5 in Pro Class. Presi Martone leads the way after leading from the start of the race. Challenged a bit by his teammate Dafa Adiansa. But ultimately Adiansa's challenge was a bit stunted by the fact that he got taken out by Marco Wong at the midpoint of the race, at midpoint of the first stint. Second is Andrew O'Hara in the second of the Ferraris, first of his team, which is Laundry House. Third is Mohamed Tasbih, so that makes it a Ferrari 1, 2, 3 with Dafa Adiansa, who was involved in a collision earlier with Marco Wong in fourth, and fifth is Chan Ming Wong. In the Pro-Am class, is Sek Ying Ho leading the way for Z Challenger, with his teammate Chris Sung in second, making it Z Challenger 1-2. Third is Alexa Clapano, who was involved in a collision as well with Chris Sung, but still manages to stay in third place in front of Aldo Balagulen and Tafi Moy in the number 696 GSM Motorsports car. And in the final class here, the third of 3, which is GT4, Nazir Asman still leads the way in front of Joshua Nebis, and with Muiz Omorali taking over from Shopee Inside, the number 242 car in third place, with fourth place being the number 777 Homabi Racing car, who has now been taken over by Bernie Ronquillo. We'll be right back after this short commercial break.
Pewter is about possibilities. It is an idea made real. Crafted with precision. It can make tradition timeless. Pewter evolves. When allowed to be free, it can captivate you. Pewter is our legacy, and we're keeping the legacy alive. Royal Selangor, since 1885.
That was Mozart.
Welcome back to the action here for ERGP Endurance Edition 2022, Round 4, the 4 hours of the Nurburgring. And we have had a change in the lead of the race, but only because by virtue of the pit stops. As we see now, Russell Reyes has taken over the number 10 JMX Phantom car and is still in the lead of the race, net lead of the race, in front of Andrew Lawrenson, who has taken from the other Andrew, O'Hara, by 11 seconds. And third place is still Tasby. In fact, he has actually entered the pits as well, but 9/10 of a second separate second and third at the moment. We have seen quite a bit of action at the start of the race, especially the first hour being so crazy in terms of how much it has happened. As we look at now, the battle between third and fourth here, and we had to run through before the end of the hour and the end of the hour, but we just continue on as it happens, as Mohammed Tasby now right out the back of the number 1 Laundry House car. Will he try to dive on the inside? He ducks onto the outside behind Andrew Lawrenson. Lawrenson then holds on to the second place, the net second place, third currently at the moment for now. But you might feel that the positions might change soon as ducking left and right. And that's what Tasby can do. He has every right to. While Lawrenson has to actually stay in one position where he is. He cannot defend more than one time to hold on to second place at the moment. Across the line they go. Set Yin Ho now comes into the pits, so he has relinquished the lead. He only led for about one lap as the rest pits, as Tasby now tries to dive on the inside. Lawrenson on the outside, and Lawrenson then holds firm, still stays second in front of the number 111 Ferrari. So the pit stops have worked out a treat for the number 111 car. He's now right up the back of the Laundry House car, but for how long here is he going to stay? Because once the tires get up to temperature for the Laundry House number 1 car, he might just be able to get back up here to challenge Tasby and hold on to second position in the overall standings. So there's Lawrenson, and that's his VR headset with, I think, presumably, yep, it's hydraulic pedals. We thought it was load cell pedals, but it's hydraulic pedals, and those pedals are actually not easy to stomp on. So it's literally, you have to put a lot of full force into it, and there's no G-force like in real life to help stop the car, as he misses the apex slightly. They're trying to hold on second place for Tasby. Tasby then senses that he might be able to challenge here, as he might give the car back later on by the time the second pit stop starts. Second phase of the race starts, halfway point. The third hour to give to his brother Alif, but for now at least, the number 111 car still maintains the same driver that they started the race with. And Tasby though, I think he's well in the groove with how the race has gone, so that's why he is able to challenge Lawrenson straight away. Lawrenson then using all his skills and all his might here to protect second place, this net second place away from Tasby, as Reyes up in front may just be able to get into the group himself and start scampering away with the big lead that he had prior to the pit stops. It is about 11 seconds before this, it's 12.5, so Lawrenson still has not gotten up the temperature here with Tasby right at the back of him. Tasby might try to send one again, but once again Lawrenson holds on to the inside coming into the final corner. Would this battle be able to last even longer than it is currently, as Lawrenson gets a bit of a rest on the start-finish straight? He has his hands, I'm looking at on the screen now, hands is off the wheel for a second. He's trying to relieve himself of the stress as Tasby sends one on the inside. He might be feeling stressed right now. Tasby has managed to duck one on the inside. We're looking at Alif at the moment. He's actually looking at his brother on the other rig, but Tasby has managed to make it up to second place with a beautiful move into turn one, and actually one of the very few guys that has actually made it through, as we can see on that inset. We saw just now Alif looking at his brother from the other screen. Now we can see him just out of the inset looking at Tasby. I think he might be proud right now that he manages to get that car up to speed quickly and goes up to second place here to challenge the other Ferrari right up in front. Ferrari 1, 2, 3 at the moment, and that's quite a nice sight to see if you're a fan of Tifosi. But Tasby then might just keep his head in and try to focus and get up to the back of a runaway race leader who has been leading up in front here to a certain point in this race has been leading up to this point with such a big gap. 13 seconds now, in fact. Prior to this pit stop, it was about 11.5. Now he's increased by 2 by virtue of the fact that Lawrenson and Tasby were battling so hard. So then, we are looking at any other battles that are close to these other guys. In fact, we have a bit of a battle between Paul Britt and Francis Matrio. It's about 9/10 of a second. And I'm not sure if we have a camera locked onto Paul Britt. No, we don't have at the moment. But to talk about this car, they were involved in the wars earlier with the sister car to the Stratos car that we saw just now, which is number 222. Naki Baslan was involved in that accident with Bruno Gallo, and Gallo also has gotten a penalty for that one. Plus, the fact that, not Gallo, but Antipidi and Autosport as a whole, that particular car, number 103, has gotten a penalty, so that has compromised their race slightly. Likewise, Naki Baslan, with that drive-through, has dropped out of the top 10 once again, and he's running P13, only in front of Art Vanderlei in the number 15 Honda of Celsius Autosport, that were the surprise winners in Kyalami. The fact that there was a penalty that was given to the race winners, so not a good race here for the number 15 Honda as we look. Where are we now? There we are. Naki Baslan. P13 after that drive-through, and they're coming out to the back of the number 28 car of Joshua Neighbors, and that's clear to go. Naki looking, I was about to say looking less stressed at the moment, but that concentration phase is still on right now, trying to recover what has been a very, very tough race for the number 222 Stratos Sam 9 car, who have been involved in the wars from the beginning of the race and up to a certain point, also involved with the melee at the midpoint, where they were involved in a few collisions, including the likes of Nakib hitting the back of Terry Rayton and then trying to overtake him for position. So that may be the crux of why the number 222 car had a penalty, but for the time being, at least he can't get that out of his mind. He has to focus on trying to recover back again to get up to the top 10, and trying to first order of business for him is to overtake the number 21 car of Alex Chia. And it looks as though he's actually right behind him here as we get more penalties coming in. As number 69 of Chris Sung, we don't have to move away to him right now. Number 69 gets a penalty, and then for sure that's for the several incidents that we have seen happen before with other cars. So Chris Sung then probably got the book thrown at him at last for certain drivers, but for his race at least he might still be able to maintain P2 in front of Taufik Moyen. As we look further behind here, the battle between Naki Baslan and Alex Chia. Alex goes a bit wide there, coming out to turn 6. this might be an opportunity for Nakib to get through. We're focusing on this battle. Yeah, we have another drive through then. It's for number 71, the sister car to the number 69 car. So Z Challenger cars getting penalties in the exact same lap as Alex goes wide onto turn 7. And there you go. Nakib gets an easy position out of that. That's up to P12 for him. But overall, but in his class, that's about P8 at the moment. So not bad, but not great at the moment for a car that's battling at the sharp end of the grid normally. So at least Nakib now gets that out of the way as we look at the other drivers coming to the pits, including the likes of Ryan Chan, who is now trying to clear that drive route yet again. Number 71 comes to the pits. This is the second time he's in the pits, but for drive-through. So unfortunately, once again, that is only because of the fact that this penalty had to be served due to incidents elsewhere. Swinging the car left and right out of the pits. I think he's just trying to get the tires warmed up to get it underway again. And there you go. He's back on track, but how much position has he lost? He's in fact behind one of the GSR cars. So I think that's Taufik Moyen. In fact, yep, that is Taufik Moyen that he has been overtaken by. So he's dropped out of the top 5 positions, and he's now P10. Now then, where are we looking at next? Because we got quite a few drivers who were at one point pitting, and now they have actually cleared away from the other drivers. So a bit of a spread out field, you might safely say, because the drivers are now some of the drivers are into their second stints, while some crews have actually swapped drivers and they're running their first stints. And this is this crew we're looking at is no exception. First it was Presi Martano, who had a blinding stint to be well clear ahead of the rest of the field. 11.5 seconds come the pit stops. So he has created a big buffer for Russell Reyes to take over, and now Reyes can actually probably just back it off a bit, not too much, but just ease the car into the stint. He's about 13.5 seconds ahead of Mohamed Tasbih, who of course cleared Lawrenson, and Lawrenson I think is still struggling at the moment because he's about 2.6 seconds behind Tasbih right now. So something happened to that car at the start of the stint as we look now back to Andrew Lawrenson, and I think he may just not be settled into the rhythm of the race just by yet. He did take the car over from O'Hara, who was the big beneficiary of that big collision that we saw here at turn 2, or rather turn 3, when Marco Wong hit the back of Dafa Dianza. But at the moment at least, Lawrenson, third place, and it's not bad going for them. They still can challenge for the championship come the end of the race, but unfortunately, for the time being, they're in no man's land and just about 13 seconds clear, in fact 18 seconds clear of the car behind. So in this case though, I think Lawrenson and the crew may just settle for a podium position, even if they were not competitive in this stint. Right, now then, we look at, where can we look at next? Sek Hin Ho. In fact, we're going to look at number 31 because Alan Drake Cruz has taken over from Alexis Clapano, and he himself is actually in a big battle here with the that looks like a Bentley. It is a Bentley, and it's a Bentley that has a drive-through penalty. That's Chris Sung. Once again, Chris Sung actually has been given a drive-through penalty. He's going to go through here. Nope, defending right now, but still holding on for dear life.
Indeed, defending for dear life, he is the Chris Sung. Now, Chris Sung has gotten a drive-through because of the collisions that his previous teammate gotten early on in the race. So it's 2 drive-throughs already for number 69, and now Alan Drake Cruz will breathe a little bit better here for the rest of the stint so far. But until Chris Sung has served his drive-through penalty, Alan Drake Cruz, the young 9-year-old who just got recruited to the JMS Juniors team, is being pressured.
I think he's finally 10, and now his dad's probably going to message me and say it's wrong. But yes, good to see him out in the car now. Had a very eventful first stint with his teammate and fellow countryman Clapano. But you know, still a long way to go, and he can make up the positions for sure.
He can make up the position for sure. And let's look at the leaders so far. Russell Reyes is leading the race though. Well, the senior JMX team in the number 10 car, well, this car is fighting for the championship here. As a reminder to everyone, best lap so far is being taken by another JMX car, Dafa Adrianza.
So this is interesting for the championship, isn't it? I think we've got 3 Ferraris in the top 3. Is this a Ferrari track?
I think the whole championship has been a Ferrari thing.
Well, I think the first round definitely at Barcelona was definitely a Ferrari track, wasn't it? They were really OP there. I don't know. The BMW's been quick as well, but it didn't help that both the BMWs took each other out earlier on.
Yeah, indeed, and especially with the fact that yes, the Ferrari may not be the quickest, and the NSX did beat them in Kyalami for round 2 of the Endurance Edition, but we know how quick these Ferraris are.
So it's going to be interesting for the championship right now. If it finishes as it is, with Russell racing first, the JMX Phantom car number 10 winning over car 111, that I think will put them into the championship lead.
It will put them in the championship lead, but by how big of a margin? Mohamed Tasbi in the number 111.
Well, use your math. Tell me how big a margin.
Oh God.
Okay, we'll come back to that. But anyway, not by much. It's been very close. The 3 Ferraris have not been separated by much this year. JMX Phantom, Stratos Motorsport, and of course in 3rd position, Laundry House. Lawrenson are now behind the wheel of that car. But Tasbi's still behind the wheel of this Ferrari. So obviously doing double stints. Tasbi's did the first stint, he's going to do the second stint, and then his brothers are going to come in for stint 3 and 4. And if you look at the bottom right there, you can see Tasbi's driving. And on the over his left shoulder, you can see his brother, Muhammad Alif.
He's looking at Tasbi's screen.
Yeah, watching him. And Alif will be doing some practice as well. Be interesting when Alif gets in the car, what sort of pace he can bring as well. Because they're only 12 seconds behind the JMX Phantom car, right?
Yeah,
that's definitely closable with 3 hours to go.
And especially with Alif knowing how quick he is, and it looks like the boy has got a new haircut for himself. And this will be Alif's last race in the Endurance Edition in Singapore, because he will be relocating to Indianapolis for his to further his education.
That's right. He's got a fully paid scholarship with Rahal
Letterman Racing.
Rahal Letterman Racing, and that's a really big deal. So good luck to him. Let's see if he can sign off with a bang and win today, because like I've said, 12 seconds is not a big gap when you got 2 hours 40 minutes to go.
It's not a big gap indeed. And now further behind, Sek Ying Ho, leaders in the Pro-Am category. As we can see, the other Z Challenger car of Trisang is serving his drive-through. But Sek Ying Ho, the Z Challenger Racing number 70 Bentley. So it's a field of Bentleys here by the Z Challenger team.
Yep. Was Sung doing the first stint? He was, wasn't he? Just a little bit too aggressive. He took out 2 back markers in 2 separate incidents while battling with someone. So that's why he's got a second drive-through.
Indeed he will. And yeah, and now in the GT4 class, Nazir Azman. Well, we're not going to say anything about him so far and Team Rising Line as a whole, but they are leading, and with, well, almost...
What's the gap now?
What's the gap now? The gap now is...
Let's see, well, this is him going
He's a lap ahead of the next GT4 car.
Well, it's him going through turn 1, right? Let's see where the second car is. There he is.
So it's not that far.
About the length of the car, the front straight, so maybe about 10 seconds. So this Veloce Ragazzo car, Joshua Nabus back in the car for the first time since qualifying, shall we say, is looking pretty good, right? It's not too far away. If you get some clear laps, was a bit unlucky to get taken out with some traffic earlier on, but that could happen to the Rising Line car easily as well. That's the beauty and the frustrating thing about GT racing.
Indeed, it is, and especially with what Alex mentioned just now, the frustrating thing about GT racing, especially in a mixed class race where we have both GT4 and GT3 racing on the same track. You can be impatient, especially when you're a GT3 driver and you want to clear the GT4 traffic as quickly as possible. But in doing so, you may get caught up with the GT4s.
Okay, let's see who's in 3rd position right now. Do you think are they still in the hunt? Oof, about another 10 seconds back. The Circru car. These are team you know very well, don't you? I think.
I would say this is like Speed Tavern, Mean Machines junior team, because they've had experience racing in endurance in other platforms, but for ACC this is their first full season. And P3 in the class is not so bad.
Yeah. Well, have you told them how to look after the car? Because I'm sure you should tell them that they go faster when the bonnet actually fits. Yeah, it's obviously been in a bit of the wars. I think actually 69 took out this car. One of the.
Yeah, 69 did took out this car, and that's the reason why 69 got 2 drive-throughs instead of 1, because they were involved in 2 different collisions with 2 different GT4s. The other GT4 being the 777 of the whole might be a racing team.
Right, and look, its bonnet isn't fitting either. So you could say this car 69 special they've done on both these cars. But that's going to affect the straight line speed, isn't it?
I think when you sign the contract with Porsche saying that you want to buy a GT4 Cayman from them, you will have the unfit front bonnet. So it's in the package, I guess.
Do you think it produces more downforce?
Maybe it does.
But it's going to affect, what, 3-4K down the straight as well?
Probably.
Yeah.
Anyway, Sharkling Wong is the other 969 Waycross car. Waycross has been a little bit quiet in this race. They were all over the field last year in the Endurance Edition, and for this season they've been a little bit quiet, especially in the midfield. We're looking forward to see them again on the front of the field, but as it stands, they're in P5 overall.
Yeah, I mean, Wackers dives down the inside trying to lap someone. You're right, the Wackers flip table racing car. I mean, they're a super professional team from Hong Kong, and they have been very quiet this year. Gets a bit of breathing space though as he gets past that little bit of traffic.
Yep, indeed. And now last year's winner, Andrew Lawrenson. Last year's championship winning car, Longy House.
Well, he was part of the team, wasn't he?
He was part of the team.
He wasn't in the car that actually won the championship. He was in the teammate of that car. I think they finished third in the championship in the end. But Lawrence there, driving car number 1 at the moment, because Andy O'Hara's teammate was in that championship winning car last year. P3, it's okay. Not good enough though. You know, they're a super competitive team, Laundry House, and I mean, they like to have fun as well.
They do like to have fun as well.
Great jokes, but they're serious about their
racing.
racing.
They're really serious,
and they won't be happy with P3, no?
I think they'll strive for more, especially knowing the fact that you finish on the podium, you can definitely finish on the top step of the podium, but P3 for Andrew Lawrenson and Co. would be a little bit disappointing, but I'll take a podium, then
no points
then no points or no podium at all.
Yeah, and you have to say, they are also running a little bit lighter than the 2 cars in front of them, because the 2 cars in front of them are 1-2 in the championship, so they're running Success Malice. Here we are, Nakib Hassan, who's just already served his drive-through all the way down there. Let's have a look at the... Who's he trying to overtake here?
He's trying to overtake P10 overall for Roland Schmidt's, the sister car of the number 1 Longy House car.
Oh, but he gets a good drive out of that corner right now. Pulls alongside down the back straight. Will Schmidt give him the room? He does. They actually give each other both a lot of room. Now Nakib's on the outside for the chicane, but brakes super late and makes the move.
Makes the move indeed. Nakib Hassan moves out of position, so that is P10 overall, P8 in class. So he's still got a lot of time to gain, a lot of positions to gain, but he has half a stint left before he has to pass his car to his younger brother Nabil.
Yep. That car's been in the walls, got taken out the first lap, then hit someone else.
Yep, indeed.
Actually hit the car that took him out on the first lap. I'm sure there's nothing coincidental about that. So they both got drive-throughs. But yeah. Okay, we're on board with Art Vanderlei, Celsius Autosport.
Kyle Army's winner.
Yes, this car's been very quiet. Honda NSX was super at Kyle Army, didn't they? And Vanderlei and Celsius Autosport took the win there, but being a bit quiet since there. Having a good battle there with Alex Chia. Alex Chia was third in the Pro-Am Championship in the Academy McLaren. Good to see him up there. They've had actually 3 bad races so far this year. Got involved in incidents that weren't their own doing. Also being not as quick as I know this driver pairing can go. Wow, that car, the Academy car, can finish in the top 10, top 3 perhaps in Pro-Am. That would be a great day for them.
Indeed it will. And now Alex Chia is sharing the car with Bernard Chan in the Academy car. And we're looking forward to see what Bernard can do. Bernard is a little bit quicker, I would say a little bit quicker than Alex. But Alex did look like he's put in a lot more effort coming into this race.
So his fastest lap is 56.9. The problem, of course, though, is he's got a very fast Alan Drake Cruz coming up behind them in P14. Because in the Alan Drake Cruz, there he is, the flash of blue at the very top of your screen there. His fastest lap is a 55.8, so this Lamborghini is flying. The new JMX Juniors colours. JMX Juniors always run a bit of blue for the junior team, in combination with them and Allen Racing. So, yeah, Alex Chia needs to try and overtake Art Vanderlei if he can, so that he can try and put a bit of breathing space between him and this car.
Indeed he will. And now let's go down to the bottom half of the field, starting with the number 79 Speed 7 car driven by Abdul Hakim, who is driving the Audi and doesn't have a livery on it. A little bit disappointing.
Is the Speed Tavern livery any good?
Uh,
I'm sure it's very nice. Don't
yeah,
worry.
I haven't got the time to design it, but the Audi looks a little bit squirrely. They're exiting corners, and
It does.
Yeah.
And it's the version 2 Audi. Is it a?
it's a version 2 Audi because the only way you can differentiate is the way how the rear wing is mounted. So the old Audi was mounted from the front, and the new Audi is mounted from the rear.
These cars in real life actually have air conditioning. Evo 2 has air conditioning. There are actually some changes as well to the front bonnet, but you can't really see it from here. What else do they have? Oh, some changes to the rear wheel fairing as well, which actually helps with the downforce and the drag of the car. But these are all things under the skin you can't really see. So like you said, the only way to really tell is by that rear wing. Is the Evo 2 a better car?
I would say so. I would say it's a lot more drivable than the Evo 1. I actually wanted to switch to the Evo 2, but my teammate Ivan was like, no, we're going to the Bentley. So we stick to the Bentley, and that's why we had that Rapid KL livery in the last round.
That's right. That was my favorite livery. I was going to say Team Racing Lights had my favorite livery, but you're right. The Rapid KL livery is my new favorite livery. How come you're not driving this weekend?
We've both been a little bit busy with work, so Ivan's been busy with work. I've been busy with work, and we haven't had the time to practice. So the next 2 rounds is in Silverstone and Spa, so we're looking forward to do 12 hours of Spa, just the 2 of us, and
That'd be wow, just the 2 of you. That'd be a lot of driving. Okay, Chris Sung, let's see how he's doing. He's had a couple drive-throughs, but we know this car's quick. The Z Challenger car is always quick. Another top team from Hong Kong. Really, they and Wacko's Flip Table, 2 best teams from Hong Kong. His fastest lap is actually 55.7, which is really comparable with the guys right at the front.
so it goes to show that this car has pace, but because of those careless mistakes in the opening stint of the race, it's now down to P16, and Paul Britt in the number 1 or 3 Antipodean car is right behind him.
Yeah, although he just went off a little bit. But doesn't quite have the pace. 56.0 was his fastest lap, although actually 56.1 on his last lap. So Britt there putting in some very quick laps at this stage of his stint. Now into the second half of the stint, and like we said, second half of the stint in these hot conditions are always a bit trickier than the first half.
Indeed. And the other Wacos car, number 999, Leon. So overall car, fighting in the pro category, but down all the way in P18, and I reckon that's just because the 999 car last season had a lot more points than the current season in this part of the race, and it's such a shame to see that the number 999 is not giving any fight to the front. But we're really looking forward to see them again, because we know the drivers there, Kin Long Lee and a few others, to name a few. They're really quick, and if Wacos decided to fill them in, they're going to be fighting for wins.
Yeah, they got some really quick drivers in that stable. Matrillo there in 19th position.
So not far off from the number 999.
Yeah, he's also had a quiet year. So Matrillo burst onto the eRacing GP scene with some very fast championships. I think 1 copper and bronze. But when drivers go quiet like that, sometimes I always think to myself, they must be busy with work, and that's what's happened after COVID. We saw a lot of drivers who quit during the COVID period. Then obviously the COVID period ends. They have to get back to real life work, and they can't quite put in the same amount of hours, and that does impact how competitive you can be.
Yep, indeed, and it does hinder your performance a lot, especially when you don't commit every day to a sim like ACC, where you want to be on the top, but if you don't commit, then you won't get those times.
Fair enough.
Number 59 though, a little bit off there by the number 5 Francis Matrillo car. Number 59 car, Phantom Motorsports. Well, they were registered under the Mean Machine banner, but for this round it's been registered as Phantom Motorsports, so no idea what's going on there.
And also, please don't be mistaken, this is not an AM car, even though you see the number is red lit. This is supposed to be a Pro-Am car. I think made a mistake while registering. Although both drivers are AM drivers, but you can't compete in AM class with a GT3 car.
Correct. Edmund Hui, number 120 TVRL car, Taiwan Virtual Racing League car. The M4, one of the many M4s in the field here today.
It is a pretty car.
It is a pretty car, I have to admit. You've seen it in real life before.
I have seen it. It's really, I was just at Suzuka.
I don't like the front grille.
You don't like the front grille? I like the front grille. Yeah, I was at Suzuka for the SRO round, GT4 Challenge Asia round on the weekend, and this is a pretty car. A lot of good Japanese drivers, strong Japanese drivers there.
Very strong.
It's not a car I've ever driven, but yeah, I like it.
I want the steering wheel from the car though.
Steering wheel's nice.
The steering wheel can be used on the sim as well. As we can see, Billy Ebenhuysen there moves down the inside, coming into turn 3 and gets the job done on the Edmund Hui. So that is a position up for Billy Ebenhuysen. Both these cars have had drive-thrus. That's the reason why they're at the back of the GT3 field.
Right, so they've got to try and catch up. Still plenty of time to do it. At some point today, I promise you, I'm going to stop saying still plenty of time, because there won't be enough time at some point.
2 hours and 26 minutes remaining, so I would say plenty of time still. But back to the M4. So the M4, if you go to the onboard cam of the M4, you can see that the steering is actually a Fanatec steering, and that is because BMW has collaborated with Fanatec to create a steering wheel that can be used on the real-life M4 GT3 car and also on the Fanatec ecosystem.
That's so cool.
And
I want one.
And you can purchase the wheel for 1,500 euros, which is not a bad deal because other wheels in the market.
No, I don't want it now.
1,500 is a lot, but
okay. Can we go back to Ebenhuysen's car again, because I want to show him on Zoom.
We can go back to Ebenhuysen's car there.
And there he is. New to eRGP, I think, or
I would say new to eRGP this season.
Newish
to eRGP this season. Just started out in the Endurance Edition.
Yep.
And yes, mistakes have been made, but
yeah,
still, if you don't make mistakes, you don't learn.
Well, clearly, yeah, this is clearly one of these teams that is trying to learn, you know, and that's the thing. You've got to trust the process sometimes. As long as you're trying to learn and you keep improving, you will eventually get there.
Correct.
And it's when you think you know it all.
That's a dangerous bit, because when you think you know it all, but you don't, that's when you tend to continue making those mistakes and you don't improve. It's like you've reached that plateau and you can't get out of it.
Absolutely. So you need to be thinking about that all the time. And you make mistakes. Yeah, we all make mistakes. That's part of racing, you know. It's whether you can learn from them, as you said, I think, and try not to repeat them. And if you do repeat them, then you got to go back to the drawing board and you go, did I learn the right lesson? If I'm still doing that mistake.
Maybe not. Alright, so let's go back to the battle between Taufik Mohin and Ryan Chan there. Now, 71 has gotten a drive-through because of the collision early in the race with the number 13 Dafa Adriansa's GMX Phantom car, and they're quick. They're really quick. Z Challenger is like the replacement to the Waycross car this season. We did had some of the drivers from Waycross transferring, moving to Z Challenger, if I'm not mistaken. Ryan Chan may be one of them, if I'm not wrong. But still, Z Challenger is like the replacement to Waycross this season.
So different wolf, different sheep's clothing, perhaps, or something like that.
Yeah, probably something like that.
Okay. So back at that front, I guess, GMX Phantom still doing a good job holding off that gap. 12 seconds. That gap is just not moving from 12 seconds at the moment, is it?
It tells me it's not getting closer to them.
Yeah. There is Russell Reyes, who's piloting the car now. He's taking over, pressing Martono. Martono will probably jump back in for stint number 3. But yeah, that's staying very, very stable there. Dafa Ardiansa, he's in his second stint in the second GMX car. Lovely livery, actually. They do a good job with the liveries.
I quite like the liveries on GMX.
And he has the fastest lap of the race still. You know, he got punted off into that spin by car 69, but I really thought they would start to close down that gap a little bit by now.
Yeah, and get this, the quickest cars on the grid are both GMX cars, 1 and 2, and how much separates them? 0.003 of a second. So Dafa did a 1:55.262 and Russell did a 1:55.265.
It was Martono when he did that, wasn't it?
Martono when he did that.
Yeah, but the consistency though in the car number 10 Ferrari has been much better than this car 13 in the BMW.
GMX may have lost Fadi Rahmat in the driver shake-up this season, but they have a good replacement. Dafa Adriansa is a newcomer to JMX, and he's quick.
Yeah, it's nice seeing these young guys come in and do well. Driver for the future for sure.
Definitely for the future. Meanwhile, now Taufik Mohin getting pressured by Ryan Chan and Nakib Aslan. Nakib Aslan, after serving that drive through, is in 10th position and looks like he may get closer to Ryan Chan there. Looks like he tries to dive down the inside, coming to the hairpin. Ooh, Ryan Chan closes the door.
Yeah, he's just a little bit too far away, wasn't he?
Yep.
So this is where the action is, this battle for 8th position with Mohin, Chan and Aslan there, line astern. Ooh, Nakib runs wide for the Schumacher S.
Nakib runs really wide. They're coming to the Schumacher S's, and he knows that he has to preserve his ties. He's got, well, if he's not pitting in 20 minutes time, he has to pit in 30 minutes time because the stint time in this race is 70 minutes. So you can drive a total of 2 hours and 20 minutes a driver, and which is 58% of the 4-hour duration. And Nakib looks like he's trying to extend his stint before he passes the car down to his younger brother Nabil.
Yeah, gets that close to the last corner there. He's pushing hard still.
Look at that, Nakib gets
bad exit.
Bad exit there by Ryan Chan. Looks like he's getting closer. Ryan Chan down the inside, coming to turn 1. Nakib is right behind Ryan Chan's gearbox. Will Nakib make a move around the outside? Ooh, fix it.
Ooh, Chan just dived to the outside. I guess he didn't want
He
to
didn't
get
want
involved.
He didn't want to fight Nakib. Because he knows that if he were to fight Nakib, then he would have lost a lot more time trying to chase down Taufik. But we have to wait and see whether Ryan Chan can actually hold up to Nakib.
Yeah. Be interesting to see how close, whether now Aslan has got past Chan, whether he can get past Mohin.
You're gonna have to wait and see for that one. Meanwhile, there is a battle behind, but we have to wait. Then we have to go back to the leader in the GT4 category, Nazir Azman, who is still leading the way, and Nazir Azman sharing the car with, I think it might be Mohamed Zikri in this round, and probably a Qatari, but I'm not sure what his name is. So apologies for that to number 57 Rising Line team. Nazir Azman leading the way still, and
Yeah, and I think he's still got what, 10 seconds over?
yep, looks like he has 10 seconds over. And Nazir, oh, I forgot to mention this. Nazir's speciality is that he always wears a bandana when he's racing, and he knows that. And you know that when he wears a bandana, he's trying to focus on full focus mode. And look at that, steering his way into the hairpin.
I love it when people come to lap him because he gets really angry and starts gesticulating. Like the guys right next door to him. But yes, like I said, these guys really want to win their first race in eRGP Endurance, and you know, they're in perfect position now. I'm going to say it, there's still a long way to go.
There's still a long way to go. And Nazir Azman has to be really bit cautious there, especially when he's going to get lapped by these GT3 cars. Further behind, Joshua Nabus in the number 28 car is 5 seconds behind Nazir, so it's not the end of the world for them, especially after the collision with the GT3 car early on in the race, but it's still doable for them.
Yeah,
They can win the race.
they've actually closed down that gap quite a bit. I don't know if Asman's had some issues or just that Nabus has just been more consistent. Ooh, who's that's gone off?
That'd be the number 1 there, Taspi, and it is Taspi.
Oh, wow. That's a guy in second position overall, getting messy there. It was 12 seconds between him and the leader, Russell Reyes. That's going to balloon up quite a bit more.
It's
There we
15
go.
seconds now.
15 seconds. They lost 3 seconds on that bad mistake to the chicane.
Indeed he has, and now Chak Ming Wong, you gotta focus on the battle for this. This is the battle for P5 overall. Set Ying Ho is not fighting with Chak Ming Wong. They're in different classes, but you want to get that overall pride. And
Oh, runs wide. Oh, big mistake there.
taps the Waycross car. The number 969 got tapped by the rear.
Oof, that was super aggressive. A bit unnecessary there. If he'd put the Wacker split table car into a spin, that would have been a drive-through for car 70, I reckon. But yes, how tricky is this? I think because you're in the Pro-Am car, right? Car 70 there. You want to overtake, but why take the risk when you're leading your class?
Correct. And I think if I was Seng Ho, I wouldn't have pushed because yes, the car ahead might be slower, but if he's not trying to give up the position that easily, there's no point in fighting him because you may get involved in a collision and that collision can be devastating, not just for you, but for the other guy as well, and the other guy can protest you and you will get a penalty. So you don't want to do that. You have to be very sensible in a situation like this.
Yeah. Tough. I'll maybe wait for the pit stops, try and do an undercut or overcut. It's probably the safest way down because you want to try and overtake, but with as low a risk as possible.
Yep, but we have to focus on the battle for P2 overall. Look at this. Now, the car ahead of Andrew Lawrenson, just 1 second ahead. You see that green car? That's the Stratos car, the number 111 of Mohamed Tasbi. So after that costly mistake, exiting the NGK chicane, Andrew Lawrenson...
And then Lawrenson makes the same mistake.
Makes the same mistake. So is it a Ferrari thing?
Well, they're obviously pushing really hard at the moment, and this is great for JMX Phantom because they're just serenely up the road. 15 seconds. Wow, it's going well for them.
Indeed it has. And now back to the battle for P5 overall. Chak Ming Wong still 5/10 of a second, 7/10 of a second now ahead of Sek Ying Ho. And Sek Ying Ho doesn't look like he can get the gap close down to Chak Ming Wong.
Yeah, not quite yet. He was close a lap ago, but looks like the Wacko's flip table car's settled down a bit, and he's had a nice clean lap right now, which is exactly what you need when you have a big mistake.
Yep, and P2 in the Pro-Am category, Taufik Mohsin has been overtaken by Nakib Aslan. So Nakib moves up to P8, P7 in class, P8 overall. What separates between him and the following car in the same category, in the same class, is Ryan Chan, is one car, and that is Taufik Mohsin between him and Carlos.
Chan though goes down the inside. Good move.
So good move. So Taufik is being sensible here. He knows that he's not fighting Ryan Chan for class position. So why must you take the risk and battle out someone who you are not racing and waste your time even more? You could be safe and just let him go, which Taufik did.
Hold my beer racing Porsche gets out of the way as Mohid gets through. Gosh, that car's damaged. Yeah,
front bonnet looks scuffed.
Yeah, but he's fourth in the class right now. But the top three, if you go to the top three, they're only separated by 10 seconds. So really, that battle in the GT4 class is going to get close. We can see Nazir Asman here. He's leading the class right now. There he is going down the back straight. And then if you go down to the guy in P2, Joshua Nabus, there he is going down the back straight as well. Yeah, he's really closed down that gap. Only 4 seconds behind now. So Nabus here doing some great laps. Not surprisingly, right? He did take pole position by 1.2 seconds in qualifying. So yeah, not surprising. He's quick and consistent.
And the good thing about Nabus is that even though he's got that collision, but the gap between him and Nazir now is down to 3.7 seconds. So Nabus is flying in the GT4 car.
Yeah. Third position, Muiz Omar Ali, who's driving the car for what's the name of the team? I can never pronounce the team.
Circru Motorsport. I think that's the correct spelling of it. MTSPT. That's the correct.
Motorsport times
Motorsport X race stick.
X race stick or times race stick?
X race stick and race stick and race stick. Motorsport race stick.
So what's it in one full sentence?
No idea.
It is a challenging name to say, but it's great to see the Bruneians out here doing a really good job.
Indeed, he has. And now, gonna focus on back to the battle ahead though. Now, Chris Sang and Paul Britt. Now, Paul Britt in the Atipedian car is driving alongside Lucas Stout. Oh, sorry, Bruno Gall.
And look, he's getting really close now to Chris Sung. Oof, he's got the slipstream right now. Will he dart to the inside? No, he goes to the outside. Chris Sung defends the inside, coming to the chicane. Ooh, outbrakes him. Can he go around the outside? Oh, doesn't quite make it.
Two cars that are coming to the NGK chicane. You can never make that move done. It has been done before, but it's going to be very tricky. You need respect from both drivers in order to make that happen.
High risk move for sure.
But Paul Britt has the inside line. Sorry, has a slipstream of Chris Sung, man. Chris Sung dives down the inside, braking, and Paul Britt goes around the outside, coming to turn 1. Turn 1 is the action point for today's race. A lot of overtaking has been done on turn 1, and Paul Britt still sticking in the line.
Wow, he's going to do it now though.
He has the inside line coming to turn 2 with Paul Britt, and Paul Britt gets the job done. Gets the job done. Perfectly done by Paul Britt. So he has overtaken Chris Sung, and that is a position up. They may not be racing in the same category or same class even, but that's a very nice move.
Yep, good move there. Sung there almost collects him while braking for turn 5. And someone else is coming up to lap him. I think that might be Tasby.
It might be Tasby. It is Tasby. So now Tasby 15 seconds behind Russell Reyes. Andrew Lawrence is 5 seconds behind Mama Tasby. But the thing about it is that Andrew can't get closer to Tasby. He was 2 seconds behind, and now the gap has dropped to 5 seconds. So it's a lot of gap. And by the looks of things, Tasby doesn't seem to get closer, and what this can do to Russell Reyes is that Russell Reyes will go even further and further and further from Mama Tasby.
Okay, the second round of pit stops should be coming up soon. And we'll try and get Ammo back into the commentary booth here with me. My name is Alex Young, of course. Afik is just going to go take a little bit of a quick breather. And we are on board right now, watching, of course, Mama Tasby in second position at the moment. And closing in on him is Andrew Lawrence in third position. So it is still getting close right at the top. Daf Adiance has been putting in some good laps. He got punted off to that spin. He has closed down the gap a little bit to the guys in second and third, but not really as much as I thought he would. Chuck Ming Wun there in the first of the Wacker Slip Tables cars, car 969. They're looking quite good as well. He's about to overtake the GT4 leader, the Team Racing Line car. Just laps him there as he goes on, but he's under big pressure from Sik Yin Ho there in Z Challenger car. You can see him right there. This is turning into a good battle. This is for 5th and 6th overall, but of course Ho in the C Challenger car is leading the Pro-Am class, so he has to be careful. And we were just talking about this, Ammo. I mean, it is tricky to do, isn't it?
Indeed, tricky to
navigate
around the circuit, especially trying to get by someone. The only real overtaking maneuver is turn 1, where you can really, if you get a good exit out of the final corner and try to dive on the inside, you can get that. But other drivers have tried overtaking other spaces, including the likes of the turn 7 and then up to turn 9 and 10. That's about the only place that you can try to send one. Other than that, you just can't make it.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, just to remind you guys who just joined, my name's Alex Young. This is Ammo here, and with the commentators, joined of course with Afik, and just big shout out to our sponsors, X-Park, Axel, Royal Slang, of course, who make our beautiful trophies, Motorsport Playground, and Life, who make our brilliant shirts. So we are into our second hour, almost about halfway through the 4-hour race, and our second round of pit stops are about to come up.
Yes, indeed. In fact, we have about 8 minutes left to go here. And before we go back into the action, people kept asking, some real people who came to us and asked about the broadcast, they think that this is a green screen behind us, actually.
It is a green screen. What are you talking about?
No, you can take out one of the models and just show it just to prove that it is.
Okay, look there. I got a model car right here just for you guys. You can see it. I'm not going to show you everything that's here.
Yeah,
but we got a few cars here as well.
Yeah, so that's to debunk some of the conspiracy theories into thinking that we are like having a big green screen right behind us, but no, it isn't. It ain't. So then, back to the action, and it looks as though Chat Mei Wong is now still right in front of second Hill, but Ho, I think he just wants to actually get some honors in the overall standings because he's going to challenge for 5th place here. While Waco's Flipper Racing have had one of their best races this year, because let's face it, after the highs of last year, it has not been good going for this particular team. So this is actually one of their better races this season, Alex.
Absolutely, and this is a team that races in IGTC as well. That international, what's it called? International GT Challenge.
Intercontinental GT Challenge.
Intercontinental GT Challenge, and okay, they've not been racing the midfield, kind of towards the back, but we know what a good team they are from what we saw them do last year.
Yeah, and the fact that they are missing a few drivers, the likes of Nagy Fish, as we call him, or Fish Nagy is what I call him, but really, one of the best guys out there for the job. He was actually one of the main carriers of that car. He's not in this race for this year. He's not in the championship this year, so he's mixing that. Other than that, Jonathan Wong, we are missing him, and also Jay Wong as well. So quite a few drivers that have been involved in the IGTC program for that particular team have moved on to using that. So they are not racing with this particular squad in the ERGP Endurance Edition, but regardless, it is still a good team. It's just that they haven't had the rub of the green this season, at least until this round, with number 969 challenging for 5th place overall, and indeed 5th place in their class. So this will be the best ever finish for the number 969 car, and indeed for the team this season, under severe pressure then from Sek Ying Ho. Ho then looking as menacing as ever behind in that number 70 car, who has, you might safely say, benefited somewhat from his teammates' misfortunes when they were battling for position up in front, and now they're up to P6 here, just on the cusp of the top 5 overall, but still leading the way in the Pro-Am class, well clear ahead of the number 696 guys. Chat Ming Wong gets into the pits, so Chat Ming Wong then looks as though his time is up, and now he's ready to come into the pits here to start the second phase of pit stops in the end of the second hour here.
All right, start the first, like you said, first phase of second round pit stops. This is an early stop, but some of the drivers do try to stop around the 60-minute mark. Some try to go to the full 70 minutes, so they can do a shorter stop later. This will be a quick clean stop. Driver change as well?
Presumably, because Chat Ming Wong in the car right now, we'll keep an eye on that one. Yeah, in terms of pit stops, who pitted the latest, it was actually the number 10 car that literally pitted at the 2 hour and 55 minute mark. So they literally went over the hour into 65 minutes. So literally, they have the freshest set of tires compared to the race leaders at the moment.
All right, so Sek Yin Ho here, he'll need to try and put his pedal to the metal. If he can put out a couple good laps while his competitors in the pits, maybe he can do the overcut.
Maybe, but remember that matter is, in fact, Triple L is back in the car, so he was the guy that started it. It stalled it a bit slightly. You can hear the car spluttered slightly, and you can see that there was a bit of a bump in the pit lane, so that might have been the contributing factor to why that car didn't get away as well as he could have. But it's Triple L back in the car, and he will be having a straight battle here with Sek Yin Ho. But really then, Sek Yin Ho in the number 70 Challenger car has to put in the laps in before coming to the pits if he's to stand of any chance of overcutting him. Yeah,
it's Triple L as we call him. I wonder if that small hesitation out of the pits will cause him to lose position to Sek Yin Ho. There he is right now. He's still going out. Doesn't look like he's going to stop this lap either, so they're going to keep going right now, because this is quite interesting, isn't it? Because when you start the race, you've got fresh tires, but you've got a full tank of fuel. And then in the middle of the stint, the tires kind of go off. Oof.
You wouldn't want to do that.
Oof.
Oh!
Drifting.
Yeah, the big boy Bentley can drift.
Yeah, so as I was saying, in the middle part of the stint, the tires are not so good, but it's still heavy. But now we're coming to the end of the stint, and okay, the tires are still bad, but now there's no fuel in the car. The car starts to come alive again towards the end of the stint, doesn't it?
Indeed, and the fact that the car just feels like there's still a bit of grip left, that usable grip, if you haven't dumped it into the wall or you went into the grass like what Sek Yin Ho did just now, you can still set the fastest lap before you come to the pit. So that's why that in-lap is critical here if he wants to stand any chance of just jumping ahead of Triple L once he comes to the pits. Plus, another key factor, we're coming into the late evening now. It's 4 p.m. We do ×2 time acceleration, and that's why we're coming into late evening. In fact, just now it was 37 degrees, now it's 36, so the track is coming back to the drivers here.
It's starting to drop in temperatures, so they're going to have to look after tire pressures as well. Let's go back to the front. Russell Ray still has a 15-second lead over Stratos Motorsports' Mohammad Tasbi. That has been quite consistent. Let's just have a look at what it looks like there. Interestingly enough, Lawrenson and O'Hara in P3 in Laundry House car number 1, they've dropped back. They were only 1 second behind Tasby in P2. Now they're 4 seconds behind. So I don't know what's happened there. Then, of course, you've got the 2 Dafas in the second JMX car in 4th position. 21 seconds down. Is that right? Yeah.
I think that's about right. In fact, the fact of the matter is, Lawrenson was struggling in the initial stages. He did manage to get ahead of Tasby during the pit stops, but once Tasby overtook him, he just couldn't fight back. Even with that slight mistake from Tasby earlier just now, that got Lawrenson back into play, just couldn't even keep up with him right at the moment, at least. So I think they may have gotten the tire pressures wrong for this particular stint.
Yes, that can be the death. It can be really tricky, isn't it? Then 5th position, of course, that Bentley Continental there. Then 2 Aslan brothers in car 222, Stratos Motorsports car, recovering after that drive-through in 6th position. And they're further down there.
Yeah, it's amazing how Nakib actually manages to get back up to the top 6 regardless of what happened. Got taken out at the start, got a drive-through in between, still got a few incidents as well, and still yet manages to claw his way back up into 5th place in the Pro Class. So it's still a good recovery drive, but regardless, they're pretty much out of the championship reckoning. It's just a case of using this as an extended test session, you might say, Alex.
Right, and okay, absolutely. And this is the lead of the Pro-Am class. Let's not forget there are 3 classes here. In 2nd position Pro-Am class, we have Alan Drake Cruz. Good to see that good recovery up to P2 after the opening laps. His teammate Papano got involved in a couple of incidents, didn't they?
Yep.
So back up to P2 is a good sign for them.
Also the fact that he got involved in that particular RG-bargy with the number 69 Z Challenger car. Chris Sung was driving at the time. He still is. Calpano was driving that time. He got hit into the barriers, and you can see why the legacy of that damage is a front bumper, or rather the front hood has actually come up because of that. You can see that the hood has come up a bit, so the car has taken on some damage, but I think Cruz and Calpano may not want to actually fix the car just about yet. They just want to continue on this damage until probably it is detrimental to performance.
Okay, there is Drake Cruz. He's happy. The car's in the pit lane. What do you call it? Takes over the car. He doesn't actually have to slot it in, does he? Oh, yes, he does. Look, he's looking for his space. He's trying to stop the car on the stop. There we go. Whoa.
And if the car is right back, yeah, he got it. Oh, yes. That is actually bang on the money that he wanted. Because if you can see that the car comes in and he overshoots your mark, the car will actually be teleported back slightly, and that loses you 3 seconds. So you can see why he's ecstatic, because he actually manages to keep that car in that particular slot and not lose time.
Okay, so I don't think he's going to continue. I think Clapano's going to get in the car. He looks like he's pretty relaxed, doesn't he? So Clapano's about to get in that car, I feel. Let's see who else is stopping for boxes right now. Lawrenson has stopped.
Yep.
In P3, the number 1 car, the Laundry House car, has stopped. So, will he stay in the car, or will Andy O'Hara get back into this car?
I think I would bet he'll put O'Hara back in just for the sake of the fact they want to get that pace again. Lawrenson has, well, he's still fast, but he has not been able to replicate the pace that he has. And guess what? There's O'Hara back in the car. So they want to actually get up to the back of that number 111 car and try to challenge again for second place. Because remember, points are on the line. This is where we go for the squeaky bum time. It needs to be crucial that the championship points are still being gained on the championship rivals.
Absolutely. Well, good call. Back at the front, though, Tasby has closed down that gap a little bit. It went up to 15 seconds after that mistake at the slow chicane. He's brought it down now to about 13 seconds.
Let's see then.
Maybe this Ferrari is coming to it as we get a bit further into this race.
Yeah, he's coming alive now. And the fact that he's still going on here, so he was one of the earliest to stop before the number 10 car. So really then, I'm amazed that he can still keep the pace up, even with tires that are actually much older compared to the rest of his fellow top 3 rivals.
Yeah, 12.8 seconds. Look at that. He's definitely closing down on Russell Ray's GMX Phantom car. There he is, car number 10. This is the long-time leader. This car's been leading since the very first corner on the first lap. Took pole position by 2/10, and is currently second in the championship, and striving to try and take the lead in the championship, which they will do if they can win this race.
Yeah, they win this race because it is a 25-point swing, plus the fastest lap of the race even, but unfortunately they are not holding that one, so they might, by calculations end, they could at least be around 2 points ahead if things stay where they are because Triple One is leading the championship right now and they're second.
And what about points for qualifying as well? That would also
No,
make it...
there's no points for qualifying for this one apparently.
Ah.
Yeah, because I'm checking out how Fahad created the website. We have no points for the qualifying, but fastest lap still counts. So it's 27 points at max for a win and the fastest lap. So that's what the JMX Phantom boys will be trying to aim. Plus the fact that the track temperature, the conditions are coming back to them. It's getting colder right now. It's late evening, so we might still see the number 10 car challenge for that fastest lap, taking it away from their number 13 sister car.
Yeah, that'd be dreadful if they can't do that, and that sister car takes away that single point.
2 points.
Single 2 points, yeah.
That is going to be worth a lot by season's end. Can you imagine, like, the end of the championship, you either tie at the end or you lose out by comeback or just lose by 1 or 2 points. They wouldn't want that. So I think Reyes and Martono might be putting that at the back of their heads and try to challenge for that fastest lap.
Oh, Reyes getting held up by...
number 999, I'm not mistaken. Yep, it's not Leon, if I'm not mistaken. I think that is... Oh, no, actually, it could be... Yeah, it is actually not Leon because Leon is still coming out of the final corner. So it's the sister car, the number 999 car, which has had pretty much everything that has gone wrong. The things that go wrong has gone wrong for that car this season. So I think they might want to chuck this one into the bin as well. They are 20th overall and further ways behind from actually challenging for podium. So I think they might want to chuck it in the bin.
Yeah. It's a tough year for this team, but I'm sure they will come back strong.
Now then, where can we focus on the rest of the others? In fact, we're going to go back to GT4 because it looks as though the gap is close between the first and second. Indeed, in fact, it's about 0.3 of a second as they come up now to the Vidal chicane. Where is it going to be next after this? Because it's about 0.2 off in the previous sector. Coming out now to the sector timing line, it is 0.6 of a second. So Zikri manages to pull that one out, but we did say at the start of the broadcast whether or not the Astons can keep up this race pace. And it looks as though they did. At one point, the Porsches did come back at them, but I think the overall package suits this circuit. Don't you think, Alex?
Absolutely. And Zikri has got into the car to replace Nazir Asman. Very quick driver, but he's been given a car with lots of pressure. The shape of that Aston Martin right behind him.
Roy Ripper Rip.
Roy Ripper Rip.
Yeah.
Roy of the Rovers.
Roy, yes, Roy of the Rovers stuff. It'll be real Roy of the Rovers stuff if Zikri can hold on to the win here and get his first ever win for this team in the Endurance Division. And I've spoken to him before how much he would love to have a win here, as we are now gonna get Afiq back into the commentary box as ooh, that's quite close there between the number 28 car and the number 103 Antipode and McLaren as they come out now out of the stadium section from the Mercedes-Benz Arena. Where is Zikri gonna be in front of Joshua as Ripper Rip? Answer is it's still quite a gap here because more GT3 traffic has gotten through between them. I think back to the commentary box. How's the penalties have been actually for the other cars?
Well, first half of the race has been really hectic so far, but for the second half of the race, quiet. We've had 2 incidents, but one was a warning to car number 2 for unsafe driving, and the other one was for between cars 777 and 103 for a racing incident.
Yeah, but side by side, yeah, because I think I saw that incident where it was coming out of the turn 9 and 10 complex. Yeah, it was turn 10. So it's kind of like an iffy situation where you are holding your line as a GT4 car, trying to go in, but unfortunately the GT3 car on the outside lost it and just hit you. So we're back onto the 2-cam shot here. We see Zikri right below us. Just happens, isn't it, at that very corner where GT4 cars, even though they hold their line, GT3 cars still want to get really antsy trying to overtake them.
See, that's the thing when you're racing with these kind of people. You know for a fact that they are definitely going to be a little bit impatient, but it is what it is.
Yeah.
I've had a few avoidable contacts last year. I was very lucky to not get any penalty last season, but when you do make a mistake like that, then you're definitely going to get a penalty. It is what it is.
Yep, it is what it is in multi-class racing, especially given the fact that you have different power cars. And I think prototype drivers can agree with us that it could be quite tricky if the GT cars can be quite unpredictable, especially at Le Mans. So for the GT3 boys, it's just a matter of like acceleration. These GT4 cars may look quite slow, right? But they can still really exit out of the corners quite well. So that's where the problem comes in on trying to overtake them in such tight spaces, especially through this Mercedes-Benz arena. This is where it gets quite tricky for the GT cars to overtake, and indeed, coming up to, say, like turn 7, where are you going to go in that regard? So you really have to time it quite well to avoid any unnecessary accidents, and unfortunately, we've had quite a few of those in this race already, have we, Afi?
We have had quite a few in this race, unfortunately, for a lot of these drivers, but at the end of the day, you are racing, and even in real life, things do happen in racing. Suzuka, the GT World Challenge Asia Suzuka, for example, pole seating car got tangled up coming out of the first 2 corners at Suzuka and out of the race.
Yeah, indeed. And that series also includes GT3 and GT4s together, because in Europe they only race exclusively GT3s. GT4 has their own series. So it's quite an experience for some of these drivers, and a culture shock, especially for the Europeans, that they had to race really much slower cars compared to just having to deal with AM drivers.
Yep, correct. And we did saw that one incident between the Aston Martin in the real life racing GT3 car, between the real life racing GT3 series, where the Aston Martin got caught up with GT4 and then to the wall, coming to school. But this is virtual. This is ACC. This is eRGP Endurance Edition Round 4 Nurburgring, and we're back on Nurburgring after a very good race in last year, and so far it's been a really good fight.
Well, it's been a good fight. Oh, look at that! That was actually Roy taking too much of the curb there. He is really on it. He really wants to get up to the back of Zikri quickly to just get it over with before both of them come to the pit stops. And now then, this is... We may be focusing on the 3rd class out of the 3 here, but it's no less intense in this one. We really want to see what happens between these two, because it's the championship contenders, we can safely say. Number 57, despite being in the championship hunt, have not won the race at all, while number 28 have won the race this season, but they still want to actually get another one to really firm their chances up in the final 2 rounds after this. So really then, all to play for here, and plenty to lose for these two crews.
Especially for them, because they know what's at stake. They know that the championship is up at stake. And for Zikri, he knows that he's got Roy right behind his gearbox, and Roy knows that he's got Zikri right in front of his car. So this is going to be really interesting to watch. We'll come back to the battle after this, because it looks like it's about to die down a little bit. Meanwhile, let's go back to the leader in the overall category, Presley. Presley.
Yep.
Like what Alex mentioned just now. Formula 4 SAA Championship winner, didn't progress his career in real life racing because not enough funding. That's the harsh truth about racing. You don't have the fundings, then that's it. But what Presley did was very smart. He set up JMX Phantom. He co-founded JMX Phantom with, I'm not sure who, but they have their own facility. All their drivers are well trained, and it's showing. The results are showing. So Presley down still in first position with Russell Reyes.
Yep. Oh, that's gonna be quite tight there for the number 15 Celsius Autosport car. James Pierre might have got the shock of his life there, seeing an orange car and happens to be the race leader overtaking. And I think you might say that the J and the X in that particular team name may be his partners, because M is obviously Matono. But regardless of that, that was actually quite a hairy move. And I thought those kind of moves, it might be, Russell Reyes putting those, because he is known to be quite aggressive, but Matono showing shades of what Reyes could do as well.
Yep, indeed. And now Matono has recruited, GMX has recruited a number of drivers. Russell Reyes being one of them, up-and-coming sim racer from the Philippines. Actually is a proven race winner in the eRGP Endurance Edition. Then you have, in P5, you have Dafa Nabiel, the 2 Dafas actually.
Yeah, same names.
2 Dafas, so I will call them JMX Dafa, not JMX Phantom, JMX Dafa from now on. So number 13 JMX Dafa car, driven by Dafa Nabiel and Dafa Adriansa, driving the BMW, which is a little bit strange. But this car has pace, and it's really interesting to see what they can do.
Yep, the Duffer brothers, Stranger Things.
Yeah, but they're Duffer brothers, but they're not from the same father.
Yeah. But the Duffer brothers, stranger things have happened, and in this case, the strange thing happened was while they were trying to battle for P2, Marco Wong really steamrolled right behind them and just took them out. So really then, you might feel that despite having the fastest lap of the race, they should be higher up than they have to be right now. Yep. They will feel absolutely incensed by the fact that they lost a potential podium position over what could be said was a careless move.
Yep, indeed. And now you also have a lot more drivers in Form JMX. You've got Williamson Joto and Kureshpi, I'm not mistaken. Yeah, one of them. Williamson Joto is definitely in the team, sharing the car. in the GMX Junior car, but then I gotta talk about this one. 9-year-old Alan Drake Cruz racing all the way from Norway out of all places.
Yeah, but he ain't driving right now. It's Calpano. But yeah, we can just take a view.
He's not driving right now, yes, but 9-year-old being signed up into an academy by GMX, and looking forward to see the progression that this kid will have when
yawning a bit there. He's actually been awakened by the daylight of the northern lights.
I don't think there's a daylight. I think like Norway right now is like 23 hours of sun.
Yeah, because we are coming up to the summer solstice even, are we?
Yes, correct. But yeah, there you go. Alan Drake Cruz at the bottom right of the screen there, looking a little bit sleepy. But you know, you race in Norway, you gotta pay for it.
Yep. But the JMX Juniors team to align themselves with Alan Wright, that's actually quite a move for the future, you might say. This might be potentially a fully orange car by the end of this season or even next season. We might see this kid move out to pro and try to challenge for the lead of the championship. But for now, at least, he's trying to preserve his lead in the Pro-Am Championship and looking quite well right now, despite being in P4 in his class. But once the pit stop cycle out of the way, he still will be, what, net second place?
He'll be net second place, yes, in class. Now then, well, I gotta focus on this one. Well, there's a lot of people to focus on at the moment. But Alif or AR Muhammad Alif, or in the sim racing world, in the local sim racing scene in Asia at least, he is known as Alif Hamilton. Big fan of Lewis Hamilton, the 7-time world champion. I was about to say 8. Keep your mouth shut.
I was about to say that 8. 8. Okay. So that will definitely get Dutchies on our back now.
All right. So anyway, AR Muhammad Alif, a huge fan of 7-time world champion Lewis Hamilton, who has the most race wins in F1, and right now, guy's on fire. 55.352 on his last lap. That was the best lap that the Triple One car has throughout the entire race. So we know that, oh, this does be coming into the shot now.
Wow, that's actually quite impromptu. And he has
got the time to look back. To look at adjustment while he's turning in.
But luckily he was turning right, so he could look behind right.
Yeah, correct. So 55.4. Now I wonder how long it'll take for Alif to catch up to Presley. Yes, the gap was 15 seconds, but now it's down to 11.5 seconds.
Oh.
So Alif has made up time and places. And the thing about Alif is that he's got 1 hour and 45 minutes driving time remaining. Ooh, getting close there to the number 242 circle car.
Oh, and he's lost a bit of time there as well. He's missed the apex, and
he may have lost a bit of time, but he's got the GT4 traffic to deal with. So it's not the end of the world for him. Yes, the gap may have increased, but Alif is still cool as a cucumber.
Yeah, and you said just now it was Ray Hall actually, the Ray Hall scholarship.
Yeah, Ray Hall scholarship. So Alif has gotten a Ray Hall Letterman racing scholarship, and he'll be relocated to Indianapolis.
Yeah,
very close to the backyard.
Because all the teams in IndyCar are all based around in Indianapolis. Because let's face it, the closer you are to the home circuit of IndyCar racing is the better. So he actually was at the Indianapolis qualifiers the other day. So
he was at the 500.
He was at the 500 seeing it live, so he got to see it all. But now he's back in Singapore for the time being. Before
he has to be shipped out from Singapore all the way back to the States on the 10th of August. So goodbye Alif in Asia. We'll see you when we see you. But nevertheless, I don't think this will be the end for Alif.
No, not by a long shot. We still haven't seen the rest of the best of him here, especially the fact that before he signs off being in Asia, he definitely wants to win and extend that championship lead at the top. He's got his main chief championship rival in second place, and if things stay where they are right now, it will be a 5-point swing. At the front of the championship, it will be 2 points.
Now, the thing what I really want to know is that the thing that I'm really curious when Alif, because Alif got the scholarship from Rahal, right? And every news outlet in Singapore is picking up on it. He's been interviewed in Tamil by an Indian news outlet in Singapore. He's been interviewed by the New Straits Times in Singapore. And I think he's got a few interviews done.
Yeah.
But it goes to show that Alif has been making headlines in Singapore. And looking forward to see what he can actually do. I won't be surprised if Alif can actually, drive for Rahal Letterman in the real life.
Yeah, the BMW
M4, because RL is an M4 team.
Or he could
it's
just
a BMW factory in
yeah.
America.
Or he could actually even try to dabble in Indy Pro 2000 or Indy USF 2000 because you know he could just start his Indy career there too. But either way, that's right now. That's will be in the future. The present timeline, at least, he's lost a bit of time to Martone, so Martone has picked up the pace slightly.
Yeah, but no, Pressy did a fast lap of the race. We've got to focus on Pressy after this. But I haven't finished on Alif yet. So Alif, the other story about Alif is that as we look behind, we can't see any battles so far. So the other thing about Alif is that, so Alif drove a Formula Renault car at Sepang the other day. His first time driving on a Sepang, his first time driving a race car, and get this, on used tires, the best time for Formula Renault is 205 with a 204 or 203 new set of tires. And considering this is Alif's first time in Sepang, in the Formula Renault was so demanding, especially on the neck because of the G-forces. Alif managed to do a 275.
Just only a couple of seconds off.
Just only a couple of seconds off. It's not big, but considering it's your first time, and guys,
Yeah, guys quick.
guys, quick.
You know, man's yeah, we can say yes. Man's hot. Man's hot.
Man's hot. Man's not hot like what Big Shark says. Man's not hot, but Alif is definitely hot and on fire at the moment. Also another guy on fire, Pressy Martono, back to back into back, fastest lap of the race. What is it? A 55.2? Now it's down to a 55.1. So the lap times are coming down. The track time is now down to 34 degrees from what, a scorching
40.
40. It was 40 just. So I did say to you that it was going to reach 40, and it did reach 40.
Yeah, and the fact that now we're coming to late evening, we're almost close to 5 p.m. It is times 2 time, time acceleration. So we are gonna get into the night by race end.
Indeed, you will. And for Pressy and JMX and Co, they look like they're gonna be on good hands, I should say.
Yeah, we can cycle our cameras back to Pressy Martono, and Martono at the moment at least back up to 13 seconds, so he is a man on form, and you can see that the face, a concentration, and I've never seen this view before. That's actually quite close up to the bonnet, so it's actually quite nice to see how it's viewed in the driver's eye, close to the bonnet, coming up to turn 9 and 10. Yeah, you know what? This might just be you can see he has a bit of a dab on the throttle and a bit of brakes there before coming through. We see that kind of driving style being used, but for now at least, it's looking good here. He's only about 10th off. If he manages to gain about 2 tenths in that final sector, he could still be within that 55s, in fact even close to 54s.
Maybe even a 54s, I reckon. Oh, Pressy, guy on fire. Man is hot. A lot hotter than a leaf at the moment.
Yeah.
The race.
Now coming out of the final corner here, now he's dropped it a bit, 2 tenths, but it's still consistent. And the fact that this is the start of this thing, because the number 10 car did pit quite recently, and they want to get that 2 points for fastest lap to extend that lead at the top. It'll be 5 points if they, 4 points if they keep it as it is right now.
Take a deep breath, everybody. Still only an hour and 40 minutes remaining before the end of the race, but I'm actually looking forward to see what the gap will be. But Alif and Pressy is matching Alif's pace, and it's going to be a little bit worrying for Alif at 696 there. Yes, has a little bit of an off, and I reckon that is the Shazwan Shafiq's car. Was up to P8, now down to P10, and P11 actually. So they did have an off.
And Fahad has taken over the sister car as well. He's just running up in P8, the number 369 Honda, and right in front of the 906 of Gugu Wiranto. Yeah, really interesting names we have here. It's a really international grade. You can almost safely say it's a very cosmopolitan league. We had at one point even Americans joining.
We had Americans joining. We had someone in China joining.
And Barbados. Yeah, we have.
Barbados, yeah, so it goes to show that eRGP does connect people from all around the world. We've had even Eduardo Mortara.
Oh, that's a big one. And good thing.
I tell you what, 906 has no way, has no rights to be there. He just had an off. He wanted to overtake Fahad, yes, but still, you are trying to lap a car that is has lapped you, so no go.
Yeah, there's absolutely no go. We've seen a few accidents before already, including the number 242 Circle car being dumped into the kitty litter after 2 GT3s were battling right beside it. So really then, imagine 2 cars can't tango, 3, that's no way go. Then that's absolutely on Wiranto's prerogative to just back off. Unfortunately, he hit the side of Fahad Ghafoor, and then he paid the price for it. But luckily for him, didn't lose the car completely. I think he may have... No, he didn't lose position. In fact, Samrak is the only other guy right in front of him. So really then, he is in pretty much no man's land.
Yep, indeed. And now for this one, I like this one. 4 seconds behind podium, behind the podium. Bernard Chan, the Academy Excel sports car, being engineered by Lip Han Tan, who I picked up from the airport with a very funny face of his, and I wish I didn't humiliate him, but it is what it is. So Bernard here is chasing down Alexis Clapano, and Clapano is last lap was a 55.9. Bernard's last lap was a 57.4. So the gap looks like it's about to increase a little bit, but it's expected knowing the fact that Bernard is not the same pace doesn't have the same pace as Alexis, but has the same pace as Alan Cruz.
I'm not sure if that was guilt or that was trying to justify that it was funny. There it was. I have to say it was funny. But yeah, Bernard may be on the cusp of the podium here, but it is Calpano back in the car right now for number 31. So that may be a bit of a long shot trying to get that. But at the moment, at least, Bernard in fourth place, Calpano in third, and second is Shazwan Shafi. So if Shazwan were to be the slower driver in that number 696 car, Calpano and Chan may actually have an opportunity to overtake.
Yep, indeed. And now back to the leader. Back to the leader or back to the leading car in Pro-Am?
I think we should focus on Pro-Am as well, because Chut Long Lee, a known quantity as well. He's been quite fast, especially in previous endurance editions, but never having to be at the sharp end as this now. And he could guide number 70 into a potential championship hunt as well. In fact, looking at the Pro-Am standings currently at the moment, 9 points behind Alan Drake Cruz's team, which is now under JMX Juniors. And if he wins this one, depending on where they are right now, he could just close that gap up to a T here. So 9 points between third and first. So yeah, there is every possibility here that we could see points tied towards the end of this race. Plus, we don't know if the fastest lap is actually taken now either by 70 or number 15. Let's see. Yep, car number 70 is holding the fastest lap in Pro-Am right now. So that would be a 2-point advantage to car number 70 coming into the last 2 rounds of the season, I think. As we look at a battle between 2 cars here for position. James Pierre-Reid recovering from being at the back to now up to P12.
Right behind James Pierre-Reid is Alexis Clapano, and Clapano is racing for Pro-Am honors actually, even though he did had an off in the opening stint of the race, but to recover and be back in the podium in Pro-Am is actually really good.
This is going to be quite sketchy here coming out to turn 7. Now, James goes around the outside with Shazwan going onto the inside. Shazwan then, if he holds the brakes quite nicely, he would hold the apex and still hold the line. Yes, he does. So he still holds on to P11 overall, just about. But remember, if these two start battling real hard, that will bring in the cars behind even closer, with the likes of Clapano and Bernard also coming in. So really then, Shazwan here will become a cork in the bottle.
Indeed he will. Now Shazwan here will definitely be the cork in the bottle, and he has to get rid of James Pierre-Reid right away. Yes, you're not racing James Pierre-Reid, so what do? You're gonna have to go and fight it out. You're gonna have to give up this position and give James Pierre-Reid the position.
Yeah, but unfortunately that's not what he wants to do, because he also wants to race. They are in the exact same car category, so he has every right to race despite being in different categories. And Shazwan then holding his ground here in front of a fast charging and recovering Pierre-Reid as they come out now to start yet another lap. Out of the final corner then, will this be a overtake? Will this be an overtake on the cards here coming up to turn 1? Let's see now. Shazwan holding up to turn 1. Where is Pierre going to go? Is he going to dive in the inside? Shazwan actually goes quite late, defends into the middle of the circuit, trying to hold off every way he could. All the while then, with a Stratos car right behind him, and I'm not sure which one. That's actually 111. So Alif now for the behind him. So this is not good for Alif's race if these two squabble real hard and Alif can't find a way through.
And Alif needs to get rid of these cars right away. Yes, these cars are fighting for position, like their life depends on it. And Alif is trying to catch up to Pressing Martono because he knows there's a win on the line. So James Pierre-Reid, being the good Samaritan there, backs off the way from Alif, and he will use Alif as a tool to catch down Shazwan Shafiq.
So Shazwan then
will definitely fight back the position to James Pierre-Reid, and James Pierre-Reid still doesn't get closer to Shazwan.
Yep, and reading the comment section, Jay, well, apologies for that. I thought yeah, you guys were focusing on multiple series at one time, so you want to get, separate the resources to actually get the most out of your championships. But I think for this round at least now, they're proving us wrong. They are back in the high dash. Oh,
Fahad went off. Fahad went off. There you go. Fahad went off. God knows what happened to him. But I think he just lost in there. Or maybe he had a collision. Gonna have to wait and see.
Yep, and right in front of there is a BMW. It's a Waycross car. That's 999. That's being driven currently by Chan Ming Wong, if I'm not mistaken. As they come out now, oh, I think this might be another GT4, GT3 collision. No, it hasn't. He actually went off into the corrugations and straight into the barriers.
And it looks like Fahad actually didn't made a mistake. No, the GT4, to be fair, the GT4 didn't do anything wrong. He was staying behind his line there, the GT4.
And Fahad apparently has actually left the race.
Fahad left the race?
Yeah, because we saw him just now the comments on ground. No,
he's still
in. I thought he left the race for a second because our camera went a bit wonky for a second. But the GT4, which is the number 777 Homa eRacing car, currently driven by Andreas Wolf, he have every right to be there because it's still the fastest point of the circuit and he cannot overtake. And now I think it's a good time probably to get into the night break. So we'll be right back then after this short commercial break. We'll be right back to the action.
Pewter is about possibilities. It is an idea made real. Crafted with precision. It can make tradition timeless. Pewter evolves. When allowed to be free, it can captivate you. Pewter is our legacy, and we're keeping the legacy alive. Royal Selangor, since 1885.
Hello and welcome back to ERGP Endurance Edition. This is round 4 and Nurburgring, Green Hell. Now Green Hell, who said it was the Green Hell? Jackie Stewart, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was Jackie.
It was Jackie Stewart that deemed it as the Green Hell.
Sir Jackie.
Sir Jackie Stewart. But now we are racing on the older layout, or the newer layout of the Nurburgring, and a lot safer.
Yep.
A lot more safer.
Opened in 1983, and Niki Lauda says it's a huge improvement, taking over parts of the Switchlifer to form the GP Strecker circuit as we know it today. And yes, so far at least, I think JYS will not call it the Green Hell after this. Yeah, that's his nickname, Jackie Yates do it. So really then, for so far at least, great intense start to the race, especially battle for second, but unfortunately it has tailed off slightly. The gap has actually increased between the field, but I think with certain drivers in certain cars, they might actually create an intense intense battle for the race win again.
Yep, and as we just came back from a very quick commercial break, a huge shout out to our sponsors, Xbox, Sunway Group, awesome facility, Axel Sports, Royal Selangor makes awesome Pewter, and the winners gets trophy at the end of the season. Motorsport Playground, who, you know, if they win the season, if they win the championship this season, they will get their own car wrapped in the in-game livery.
Yes.
So if I were to drive my Myvi and I were to win, say Speed Tavern were to win the championship, God hopes, I really hope they do. I'm gonna wrap my Myvi to the Speed Tavern livery, and people will be looking at me funny. That car is beautiful.
Yeah, or you could put it in Rapid KL livery and people will start asking if they can ride you as a tour.
But I need a Bentley for that.
Yes. Also the fact that don't wrap your car up in a police livery, otherwise your car get towed away, like what happened in a car show recently in Malaysia.
And that's what happens when you do things that is against the law. Now, last but not least, we have to thank Life Apparels for making awesome shirts.
Yes.
Printed.
Live printed. Well, it's
Live
called printed, but we just got a Live Apparel. It's absolutely brilliant that these guys are on board making all this possible. Now then, at the moment, at least after the commercial started, we did see a battle between car 369, 31, and 15, and both of them, sorry, not 369, 696 to be exact. They got ahead of number 31, 15 got ahead of 696. So Shazwan Shafiq struggling slightly, and he might have Bernard Chen for company real soon here, right at the battle for the fringes of the top 5 in the GT Pro class, Pro Am class.
And Bernard is not that far off from Shazwan, but Bruno Gallo is not that far off from Bernard Chan.
Yeah, and this is an inter-class battle, so really it might not be too bad if Bruno actually gets by both of them. But for Bernard, he might just want to actually hold on to his position and try to challenge Shazwan for the last spot on the podium.
Indeed he has, and now leader 55,397. Boy, this guy has a lot of consistency on him.
Yeah, and he has extended the gap at that front to at least around 14 and a half, in fact 16.6 seconds now. The difference between Martono and Alif, and we have enough time to probably check in between who's driving behind that car. There we go. Bryce Martono and someone walking barefoot in the studio at the back. So I guess it's a no shoe policy in JMX Phantom's office.
Culture thing.
Yeah, that's for sure. But no shoe policy. Sometimes we want to do that as well. Walk freely like a hippie.
But still, look at Presley. Look at Presley. If you look at the bottom right of your screen, Presley is fighting, but he's got the eyes of a human being. Well, he's got the eyes of an alien, I tell you that. And he's
Abu Den,
and 55.9 was his last lap. Not that far off from his optimum pace, but
lost a bit of time there, you
lost
might
a bit
reckon.
of time there, yeah. But anyway, what can Alif do? Alif crosses the line. Alif exits the final corner now, and will cross the line with a time of 1 minute 56.2. So Alif, I think something's wrong with the Ferrari. I think JMX took a lot of time in setting up the car really well, and it didn't go off the tires. Alif looks like he's struggling a little bit with the tires. But
yeah, probably they were on their own little setup program and tried to find the best possible way of completing this race as fast as possible. But to their detriment, it has not worked out in terms of how they got behind another driver. Oh, look at that, he went into the curb, big slide there. Luckily Alif held on to it. Maybe he had to put a little bit of oppo just to keep that car pointing in the right direction. But yeah, what I mean by behind another driver it was Marco Wong who overtook Dafa Adiansa at the 15-minute mark at the start of the race just now and held up everybody. So really then, the cars who were behind that particular battle really got affected by this, and with number 111 and number 1 being no exception.
We've got a battle for P14 overall. Bernard Chan is getting closer to... Sorry, Bernard Chan's gap between him and Bruno Gallo is getting closer between the two. Bruno Gallo, 0.4 of a second gap now.
Yep, but it's also getting close between himself and Shazwan Shafi, so it's going to be a three-way battle here between the two classes and in 3 cars. So Bernard is kind of like stuck in a rock and a hard place here. He is fighting with a guy in a different class, but at the same time, he wants to actually fend off that position so that he could have a straight fight with Shazwan Shafi. So, what's he gonna do here? Well, he's got similar car right behind him, which is a McLaren. So the only way that Gallo's gonna get past is if Bernard makes a mistake, and that looks highly unlikely at the moment, at least, because he's been defending quite well. It's just that he's not be able to shake him off.
He hasn't, and now Bernard Chan is getting a lot nervous, I should say. You have 969 here spinning, so that is the number 8. That is the guy in P8, which is Leo Leong, Triple L. Leo Leong. Well, got 2 Leongs, I should say.
Actually, no, this is Leo Leong. This is not Leon Leo.
Yeah, this is not Leon Leo. So a lot of things here.
I mean, I could be wrong. It could be actually Triple L, but same names. But either way, this is Leo Leong spinning at the final corner now. He's lost position to Terry Rayton, so that's not what he wanted. But regardless, it is still a very strong race for the Waycross Fleet Table Racing team, who you might say has seen better days from last season, but this time at least it's proving that they are quite back, isn't it? They are back.
They are back, especially with these new younger drivers who is a lot more feistier. Well, I wouldn't say a lot more feistier, but they're getting the expertise from the experts in that team, and that team has a lot of experts. Kim Long Lee, Chat Ming Wong, and Jim.
Let's see then, the number 969 car that's actually racing in this class at the moment.
Nevertheless,
Yeah, we're looking through it right now, but yeah, nonetheless, they're actually having a better race this time around, and the top 10 finish would definitely be a good return for them.
correct.
Yep, it's Leo Leong, Wong Arthur, and Chan Ming Wong. So Chan Ming Wong has actually driven before, so I think he's giving the rest of the race to Leo Leong to finish it off. Now then, what's happened to the battle between Shazwan Shafi, Bernard Chen, and Bruno Gallo? It looks as though Gallo is now 2/10 right behind,
Well,
and it is very close this time.
Well, I tell you what's going on. Bernard Chan is getting pressured by Bruno Gallo. Bernard Chan defending.
Ooh, Gallo behind there, going
Gallo
right.
behind there, being very optimistic. Doesn't seem like he wanted to get the job done earlier then.
Yeah, he just wanted to. Yeah, he wanted to force Bernard into a mistake, which unfortunately did not happen that way for Gallo, but he certainly will still keep the pressure on Bernard, and credit to him, Bernard didn't actually move left, right at all. He just put the car in the middle of the road and let Gallo behind do his thing, trying to actually pressure him to mistake. And so far, at least, Bernard has soaked up all that pressure. Even though it's not a battle between championship rivals or between the same class, it's just regardless, it's still a good battle as we look further up in front. Klapano then, right at the back of Fahad Ghaffur, who had that big accident trying to... In fact, he had 2 accidents if you can think about it prior to this, and he has given the position to Klapano. So Klapano then moves up to P10 and still maintains 2nd position in the Pro-Am category.
Now then, Klapano flying. James Pierre-Reid following Klapano's pace. But Fahad is, I think, especially after that wall collision, exiting the fast right-handed kick at the back straight there, Fahad has lost a lot of time and the car is struggling. So until Fahad fixes that issue, he will never get the car back to his pace.
Indeed, it was a big old whack, wasn't it? He tried to overtake Adrian Smooth coming up to the fastest point of the track, which is a corner. But he tried to actually overtake soon, so I think he may have actually touched a bit of grass. And the corrugation says, oh, that's a big one!
Turns in.
And 2 Hondas have actually hit each other. So unfortunately then, James Pierre is stuck on the curb, and Shazwan goes off as well. So Shazwan has actually gone off at turn 7. This gives an opportunity for Bernard and Bruno Gallo to get up to the back of him.
But Bernard doesn't seem to have the pace to get closer to Shazwan Shafi. Shazwan Shafi had it off, but doesn't seem that Bernard can get closer. Bernard is getting a lot of pressure by Bruno Gallo here, and Bruno Gallo can't seem to find a way past Bernard.
Yeah, And you know what? The irony was that Shazwan actually had to take evasive action by virtue of the fact that his teammate got hit by that very Honda that was involved in that battle with him. So really then, GSR meeting up at one point, but not what they wanted, as now Gallo on the inside. Bernard probably cannot hold on to his anymore, and he has to relinquish that position. So Gallo then goes up to P13 overall. Bernard Chan now up to, what? In front of Shazwan Shafi, so he is actually third. No, not yet. He's not third yet. Shazwan's still in front of him. Oh, a lot to keep up, Alex.
Yeah, that is. Good to be back. Just giving, I think, a bit of a break. Yeah, the midfield is certainly heating up, isn't it, Amo? Some great battles there. Capano and getting through on Gafor as well. But after getting that incident, the two Hondas, and they all both same livery cars as well.
Yeah. In fact, now the two teammates are going to see each other here. So Fahad will be feeling a bit awkward right now because he was the one that was taken out by Pierre Reed, and also had to in turn lead to Shazwan Shafi taking evasive action. So really then it's going to be a bit of a funny team debrief if they do one after this, as Gallo goes very wide. He might actually get a warning for that one too.
So what happens now? Gafor's just been punted off to a spin, struggling a little bit with pace. Does it take a long time to recover, to kind of settle down and get back into the rhythm?
Kind of, actually, because especially the fact that that kind of thing happened in like a thunder in a very clear sky. You didn't expect it, so it just takes concentration away. Plus the fact that the car is, I think, more than truly damaged, actually, because you have to remember he did he took a big old whack coming out of turn 11. So really then that car now is just trying to nurse itself in the last 50 minutes to go into the pits and fix it, because he doesn't want to do 2 extra stops in the next 1 hour and 15.
He's really struggling with that car, isn't he? I mean, he's just so slow through the Schumacher S's. Oh, runs wide, lets his teammate through. Oh, such a shame. Gafor then struggling big time. This big chain of cars, 5-6 cars all close together.
Yep, in fact, it's going to be a bit of a concertina effect as Gallo then tries left and tries right and then goes left and he goes through. And hopefully he doesn't go to the spin just like what Gafor did, but nope. Gallo gets through and Gafor loses yet another position. I think he just has to pit, fix that car before it goes back out, because there's no point. No, he's actually keep on going. Plus, look at that. Behind there, Pierre Reed, who is recovering from that spin, is attacking now at Bernard Chan. It's all happening here in that midfield. And it's also for podium positions in the Pro-Am category. Yeah. Gallo's smiling right now. He's probably having a kick out of this.
Yeah, he's enjoying it. I must say, these midfield battles sometimes are where you get the better racing. It's non-stop action. Fahad there just outbreaking himself a little bit. It's allowing Bernard Chan to come back at him as well.
And James Pierre Reed also looking to be opportunistic. He actually gets back up to the inside there. And Fahad then a struggling, pretty much walking wounded Honda for GSR Motorsports, says trying to defend his all his might, but I think he's going to have to relinquish that, because the more he fights, the more he's going to lose time.
Yeah, he's really, really struggling, just trying to get to the pit stop window.
Oh.
Just needs to go 4 more minutes. Then he can pit, fix the damage, and go to the end of the race.
Indeed. In fact, he's within that 1 hour 15-minute window anyway, so I think he can just extend that, put a full tank of fuel, fix the damage, get new tires, just finish the race. He just doesn't want to continue on with this until the next hour, until the end of the next hour.
Yeah. And then from the other point of view, Bernard's there going, I need to get past this car. I'm racing the cars ahead of me, and I got my competitor coming up behind me. So I got to try and find a way through here.
Yeah, in fact, the guy who really got shafted out of this is Bernard. In fact, he has lost so much time here to the point that even now, Jackie Wong's actually right behind. He goes around the outside of Fahad. Fahad still defends here, and he will actually in turn push him out wide, because Fahad can barely turn that car. It's understeering. He goes on the inside, and no way through just about yet.
Well, defending heavily there. Oh, and then finally Bernard gets a run on him. So Gafor is really struggling out of the corners. Do you think maybe he might have a hardware issue, maybe the throttle, something's going wrong there?
Oh, there's a bit of hit. No, I don't think it's a hardware issue. I think it's because he took a big old whack at the front. The car is barely turning, so it's understeering. It's actually the front bonnet is suffering so much damage.
It's just that it seems quite inconsistent. Sometimes it's okay, sometimes it's not okay.
Just like that. Oh, he understeers into Jackie Wong, and Jackie would not like that one bit.
Gafor has to be careful here. Could get a warning, could get a drive-through if he's too aggressive.
Oh. Meanwhile, then up in front of these guys, Reed is now up to the back of Gallo, while Gallo, meanwhile, actually in turn is right at the back of Shazwan Shafi. This is the exact position where Bernard Chan was probably envisioning where he should be right now. in the back of that GSR car and aiming for a podium. But unfortunately, it has not turned out that way because other factors involved. Drivers fighting around him has actually lost him a bit of time. But having cleared via Gaffo, he's now having his sights set on that particular car. So a bit belated, but I think he would join this battle here in the next few laps.
Yeah. He's not done, is he? Antipodian Autosport wants that position. They want to finish in the top 10.
Yeah,
they did get that drive-through earlier on, of course, as well. So they're just trying to recover back.
But it's a good recovery from the Interpedian squad because that has been a disastrous start, especially the fact that apparently, according to Bruno, he just couldn't see out of the A pillars to actually watch out for the other guys around him. So now he was in his blind spot, and in turn that caused an absolute domino effect where the other cars just tripped over each other. So really then, for Gallo and for Britt to actually recover this car back out to the top 10 overall is actually quite an achievement.
Yeah, runs wide there. Reed running wide. Is that Reed?
Yeah, it is Reed.
That was Shafiq running wide.
Yeah, behind it, that was Reed.
Yeah.
And he's flashing the lights as well to the GT4 cars, where they're in their own battle. GT4s have to be as predictable as possible, don't you think, Alex?
Yeah, so they're getting really close there right now. I thought he was going to have a look down the inside. Decided not to.
And James also getting by the number 28 car of... who's this driving right now? Roy. So Roy Rip is back in the car for this one. As now Gallo is actually up to the back of Shazwan Shafiq. And this is what Bernard is banking on here. These two battling so that he could get out to the back of them. Gallo goes onto the inside. He's up to P11 now. Or is he going to maintain it? Yes, he does. So he gets a wide exit. Good enough drive to actually maintain position. But Shazwan tries to fight back slightly. But that retaliation is short-lived. As Gallo now is back out to P11. And probably sets his sights on Leo Leong further up in front in 10th place.
Right, shall we have a look at this battle? We'll just go a bit further back, see what's happening in the GT4 battle. We just talked about the Aston Martin. Zikri still leading for Team Racing Line. Not much though. He has managed to pull out a little bit of gap. 6 seconds over our Roy of the Rovers. There he is. He was the car that was almost collected down the back straight just a lap ago. But still going well. And of course, I think the faster driver is going to get in for the last stint, isn't he?
Yep.
Andreas Wolf then, he's about a lap down. No, still just about the same lap in 3rd position.
I think 2 laps because it is because
oh, you're right.
Zikri is on
down.
Yep. Zikri is on 78.
By the time he crosses the lap, we won that. And then in 4th position.
And of course the number 242 car. In fact, amazingly, all 26 cars that started the race are still running right now. And for the number 242 Sir Crew guys, they might feel a little bit incensed by the fact that they got really hard done by the GT3 traffic fighting with them. That cost them so much in terms of track position. They were up to second at one point, but now they're right at the back of the GT4 field. But at least they would still get points for 4th position, which is what they really want to have at this point in time.
Okay, back to this midfield battle there for P11. There's Gallo. Just put out a bit of a gap between him and Shafiq here there, with James Pierre-Reed right over the back of both of these cars.
Yep. And that midfield battle can still be on because with Pierre-Reed in the frame and indeed Bernard Chan just coming into frame there, he is actually not that far away. So podium for the number 21 Academy car still on the cards here.
Yeah, Bernard's doing a good job there, still in the hunt and showing some good pace. This last lap was a 56.6. They're all in the 56s actually, these cars, except for Bruno Gallo, who's just popped into the 55s.
Yep, in fact that was the best lap. In fact, last lap was 58.9 for Shazwan, 58.3 for Reed because he was stuck behind there, and 58.3 as well for Bernard. So Bernard's about 6/10 faster than Shazwan, so he is reeling in that Audi, the Evo 1 Audi. So really then Shazwan is looking backwards instead of forwards at this point.
I guess we got to give the leaders a little bit of love. Presley Martono there, GMX Phantom car number 10. Serenely out in front, been untroubled the whole race, doing a fantastic job. Again, that gap's gone out just a tiny bit. It's now about 18 seconds over 2nd position's Muhammad Alif. This is the championship leader, of course, in the car 111 Stratos Flash car, but I don't think they're going to be leading if the positions stay like this at the end of the race.
Yep, it's +7 right now, so it'll be a 4-point difference if I was looking back at the championship standings actually. Because it's a 27-point haul for number 10, which will mean that they are getting in front by about 4 points.
Okay.
Yeah, so quick arithmetic there, but yes, 4 points will be the difference between number 10 and number 111 come the final 2 rounds.
Okay, and then the top 3 are Ferraris, of course. There's Andrew O'Hara, reigning champion in Laundry House car number 1. Has closed down the gap a tiny bit to Elif, 6 seconds, so O'Hara's showing some good pace at the moment. His fastest lap, 55.3. Yeah, about the same as Elif. Yeah, he's got to lap his teammate right now, Terry Rayton, who's in P8 at the moment. And Rayton makes it easy for him.
Yep, they're both indefinitely having communications with each other to just coordinate that particular one, unlike how Ferrari could have done in Silverstone.
Yes, like should have done, could have done. Then P4, the 2 Daffers in the second JMX Phantom car in car number 13. Not been a lucky number for them today, really. This car really had the pace to win today, certainly over 1 lap.
Yeah.
Just didn't quite have that consistency, and of course they got taken out by the
number 71, yeah, Marco Wong.
Yep, that challenging car.
And it's kind of funny how it's unlucky number 13, but it's also they're in 4th right now, which is also a bad number in Asian cultures.
That is true.
Hopefully we're not jinxing it, but they are in a really good position right now to jump up the leaderboards in the championship standings.
Yep. And then we got the leaders of the Pro-Am class. Chuk Long Lee doing a great job. Oh, I've been super impressed with this car, this driver pairing. They are the leaders in the Pro-Am class, and P5 overall, and still on the same lap as the leaders. Had a really strong race, these guys. They weren't really there in the opening laps, but when the BMW started tripping over themselves, they just came to the fore. And of course, it's one of 2 Bentleys that Z Challenger is running, so good job by him.
Yep.
Although closing slowly on them is Jason Mock, and the other is a Challenger car. This is Pro car that was up in second position at one point, but had that drive-through for taking out the 2 Daffers car, didn't he?
Yeah, and that was quite an unnecessary move because Marco Wong is actually was overtaking at that point. His tires were really falling off the cliff. Tried to retaliate back at this very corner here, but unfortunately that move was all wrong. And amazingly, they were not collected by the other 2 cars behind, which was the Stratos and Laundry House car. And that big beneficiary was Andrew O'Hara at that time. But really then, from that point, the number 21 car's race was just really compromised from there on out. So really then, 6th place is probably the best return for them despite everything that's happened.
Yeah, you'd have to say so. And these are the top 6 are on the same lap. If we go a bit further down, Nabu Arslan has just been lapped by his teammate, in fact. He's in 7th position. This car's been in the wars. Looks a bit damaged still, doesn't it?
Yeah, I think they didn't fix any of that because the car looks quite scuffed actually. If you look quite closely, they had quite a few collisions. You know, a legacy of the scars of that first lap.
Yeah, so they're still struggling to get most. I think if they can come home top 7, top 6, that'd be a good day for them after that first lap crash.
It is 6th place in their class, so really it's a good return for them, 10 points.
Yeah, so we talked about Terry Rayton just got lapped. And then 2nd place in the Pro-Am class, Alexis Clapano, JMX Juniors, Allen Racing. Showing some good pace, but they're just, fastest lap, 55.4, which is really, really quick. Certainly quicker than Chok Long Lee, who's leading Pro-Am, 3/10 quicker than them. But obviously, been in the wars as well, so that's why I think they're just a bit too far back.
Yeah, it's a case of why it might have been had Clapano had a better start because he was up to P5 at that point, starting 5th. He just got swamped by the field. Maybe he was a bit lax at the lights and just got really swallowed up. So really then, if they had a good start to this race, they could possibly be a top 5 running car.
Yeah, I think they got involved in that incident with the car 222 in that first lap. Car 22 got punted off to a spin. And Alexis had to take avoiding action, then that dropped into the midfield, and it's been recovery ever since then. Yep,
and we might see Alan Drake Cruz make an appearance because, of course, they did swap driver duties at one point. It was Capano, Cruz, and now Calpano. Presumably, it's going to be Cruz that's going to finish the race.
Yep, then we got Bruno Gallo there into the top 10. This is a good job by him. This is the car, actually, the 103 car that pipped car 111 into a spin on the second lap. Second corner of the first lap. That's why he had that drive-through. But it's been a good recovery back into the top 10 and good lap times as well. 56.3 of that last lap, which is really quick. So he's closing down the gap to Clapano ahead of him.
And the first of these scheduled stoppers, James Pierre-Reed's coming in. So that is actually an indicator of when the pit stop cycle is going to begin. And it has been started by James Pierre-Reid. So he's going to go all the way then. He's right on the money here. He might just be a bit over the hour, but I think he can still have enough grip towards the end of the race to finish it off here.
And the other Honda that was battling there, Fahad Ghafour, way back now, very far back. He must have just had his pit stop, his last pit stop. And that car does look a bit less damaged. Maybe they fixed it.
Yep, they did. And look, can we see him taking the corners? Yep, much nicer and gentler than what he did before. So he didn't have to really saw at the wheel just to get the car in or do a lot of steering lock. He just manages to get it in now. So guess the race was compromised because of that incident where he whacked the barriers.
Yeah, let's go on board with him right now. Yeah, the car looks a lot better, doesn't it? Looks like it's under him now.
Yep. Rather than constantly slipping away at each corner. So really then, this is a case of whether or not he could recover to finish in the top 10 in his class.
Okay, on to the, what shall we say, the AM class. And Racing Line still leading. Got a good lead. Right, still there though.
5 seconds, yeah. It was 6 seconds at one point, but then dropped down to 5 seconds, presumably because GT3 traffic also had an influence in that particular juncture.
And this is the guy in second place, Veloce Ragazzo, car 28. He's only 5 seconds behind. This is not done. So Roy Rip is putting in some good laps, and let's not forget Joshua Nabus is going to get back into this car for the last stint, and we know how quick Nabus is. So yeah, maybe he can find that gap. Andreas Wolff in third position in the Porsche, lap down, a little bit too far away. I don't think he's going to be a factor in the top two. It's going to be down between the two Aston Martins for sure.
Yep, so it kind of proved us right there in terms of how Astons were just having a leg up on the Porsche at this particular racetrack. So really then, the Porsches might have to just lick their wounds for this one and look forward for the next 2 rounds.
Yeah, I'm sure he can recover from there anyway. Okay, see who else is up there. That battle for 10th position has kind of gone away. Bernard Chan there though, up to P11 though. But that's because people are pitting now.
In fact, he pitted too.
I don't think he's pitted yet for a last time, has he?
I think so, because the gap right now is between himself and Gallo is quite big actually. So
let's see.
Yeah, it is. They both pitted, but Bernard lost so much time.
I don't think he's pitted. He's only 12 seconds behind Gallo. If he had pitted, he'd be a lot further behind.
Yeah, that's quite a strange one, because that's 12 seconds he lost net to Gallo.
Yeah, maybe he's had a spin, but this guy's pitted. Shazwan Shafiq, the second GSR car. Had a pretty good day so far. Could be better. B-?
Yeah, B- would be a fair assessment on that one, considering the fact that Taufi actually hauled that car up to the top 10, and we gave it back to Shazwan. It's decent pace, but unfortunately he just got reeled in by the rest of the other drivers who are looking to get up in front of that number 696 car.
Meanwhile, Presley Martono again with another good lap time. Oh, that gap's now 19 seconds. Oof. Looks like he's got one hand on the winner's trophy by Royal Selangor, doesn't it? Looks like he's it's looking really good for the JMX Phantom car.
Indeed. And conversely, it's not looking good for Alif at the moment, because O'Hara's also reeling him in. It's about under 5 seconds. So really then, Alif may be just struggling to, with tyre wear, it's probably just dropped off the cliff towards the end of the stint.
Yeah, and normally this team is really, really good the second half of the stint. So yeah, this will worry them that their strength has been negated at the moment, and they're not able to reel in the leader. The good thing though is he's going to stay in that car for the last stint, and Presley Martono is going to give it to Russell Reyes for the last stint. So from Stratos' point of view, which would you prefer? Would you prefer?
Oh, no, big hit! That's a big hit, though. That's not what he wanted, into the barriers. So the Circle car has actually been hit by the number 111, and Alif would not have wanted that one bit.
Let's have a look at that. Oh, that's him going off after that clash. Oh, not quite sure what happened there, but no, he's not going to be pleased with that at all.
Yeah, we're going to have to exit the replay now and see what was the aftermath of that. Chil only comes into the pits, but Alif, amazingly, was the one that was involved in that particular incident, and now that might put Pate to a second place finishing position, and in turn, number 10 will definitely be in the lead of the championship by this round's end, unless of course they could recover well in that final hour. That was not what Stratos wanted here.
Yeah, it looked a bit clumsy there. Not really sure whose fault that was. Could just be a racing incident. Sometimes that happens. You just choose the wrong way to go, and you can have a misunderstanding between the two cars. But look how close Andy O'Hara is. Within a second now. Just over a second. Within a second now. And yeah, that's going to be putting big pressure on Alif, because it's not easy, right? He's just had a crash. There's definitely some damage to that car, and he needs to figure out what the damage is, and if he can just keep that car going.
Yep. And also the worst part is that's also his chief championship rival as well. He's only about 10 points behind here, so Alif may not want to lose any more points at this point in time.
Literally.
With too many points to point out.
Yeah.
Anyway. So then, 1 second separating between Alif and O'Hara. O'Hara definitely got a bit between his teeth here. He can see that his chief championship rival just had a big one, and he is now ready to reel him in and try to overtake. But Alif has known to be quite a dogged driver himself. This might not be an easy maneuver, even if his car is slightly compromised.
Yeah, he looks very cool at the bottom right, but that car must be carrying some damage now. The question is, in the last pit stop, do you repair the damage, or will that take up too much time? Yeah, with the 1 stint to go, he might choose not to repair the damage, just run to the end.
No, this kind of situation is such a nightmare. You do not want to be involved in this at all. You know that there's a podium on the line, or you can try to finish in front of your chief championship rival, but at the same time, your car is so compromised you can't drive it properly for the next hour. It's such a terrible feeling. You do not want to be involved in that one at all. So really then, Alif's got a bit of a conundrum here. Should he fix damage, or should he just keep going with it? I think just to be on the safe side, he might just need to fix the damage.
Yes, yeah. I guess we have to look how much, because you can, when you're coming for your pit stop, see how long the repair will take, right?
Yeah.
So if you're looking at like, what, 3 to 5 seconds of repair, you're like, you'll take it, right? That's not so much. But if you're looking at 30 seconds of repair, that's surely too much.
Yeah, in fact, I think my best bet is about 15 seconds at least.
15 seconds, ouch.
Yeah, that was a big one, because not only he hit the car, he also hit the barrier on the outside. So really then, he's taken quite a lot of damage to that car, and O'Hara is reeling him in quite in the rate of knots.
Yeah, he's struggling to stop that car as well, isn't he? O'Hara's better on the brakes now. See, that last lap time was a 56.9. Wow.
6/10. And you have to remember, this is because O'Hara's right behind him. If O'Hara's ahead, that gap might be bigger than just 9/10 of a second. Sorry, 6/10 of a second.
It's getting closer again, coming down this corner. Let's see if he will come. Let's ride on board with O'Hara.
Yeah, nice onboard shot. It's like we're on the driver's eye view. And you might think that, well, we thought that the race might just have settled in its final hour, but look at that. We finally have something to really keep our eyes on open about for the next 55 minutes here, as Andrew O'Hara for Laundry House #1, the reigning champions here, up against the number 111 car, who have been fast in the past, but now have to actually really fight for that crown.
Yeah, and it looks like he's settled down now, actually. Maybe he's learning to drive with the underseat. Oh, runs wide there. I was just saying, it looks like he might have settled down to drive with the with how that car is feeling, but it's definitely costing him some lap time.
Big time as well, actually. Because right now, with so much understeer that he has, he's also losing time to Martona, so the win is definitely out of the question now, Alex.
Yeah, definitely out of the question. Martona looks really good. Look at that gap. It's like coming up to high 20s now. 25 seconds, I think. So when Russell Ray's getting the cars, he just needs to be nice and clean to bring that car home.
Yep. Oh. In fact, Ali comes into the pits now, and will O'Hara follow in? Yes, he does. So Lawrenson will definitely take over that car. Well, I'm not sure how the strategy for number 111 would be, because Tasby was driving earlier just now, so I think they might hand it back to Tasby for the closing stints.
No, I think at least got to stay in, because Tasby did 2 stints. So if Tasby gets back in the car, they'll go over driving time for that car, for that driver.
So both number 1 and number 111 are in at the same time, but let's see who comes out in front by the end of the pit lane when we see it. As we look at Pressy Matona, 30 seconds, half a minute in front of Alif. I think it's almost unassailable now.
Yeah, this field is too close. These drivers are too good. You're not going to be able to make up 30 seconds in 1 stint. Oh, unless, of course,
something happens too. But we're not wishing anything on Ponder. We just want to see a very good race. And so far, at least, it's been an amazing race for the number 10 car, having led from start until this point. Now, the crucial point is, will this be a change in positions in the pit stops? I can hear a car coming through pit lane right now. It's definitely not the number 1 car. So both cars right now are still in the pits, and the number 1 car has been dropped off his jacks. Who's going to go first? It is the number 1 car, and Alif's still in the box, so he is fixing the damage, and you can see that he's wiping his face there just to wipe off with the sweat. So he's gonna have to really push it in this last 53 minutes here to stand up any chance to finish the second. But the more he stays in the pit lane, the more O'Hara has, in fact, yeah, O'Hara's still in the car, so O'Hara then is still definitely way ahead, and now Alif has to really recover the piece, pick up the pieces again.
Wow, so O'Hara's back in the car, so how does that work? It's got a, you're only allowed a maximum driving time of 58 minutes.
Yeah.
For 58% of the race. If he's doing 3 hours.
That's more than 58%. Well, actually, just about on the cusp, I guess.
Or did Lawrence do...
Oh no, Lawrence is back in the car, so it's just our timing screen failing to update as quickly as possible. So, in fact, it is Lawrenson who's back in the car. So, both drivers are now finishing their race stint. Says, there we go, live timing screen and our feed have actually changed. So, it is Lawrenson confirmed to be inside the car, and Alif may be licking his lips here because last time out, Lawrenson was really struggling on his out lap, and indeed, throughout the entire stint, he didn't have the lap time to compare to O'Hara.
That's right, and so let's see how far Alif is. He's
16, 17.
16 seconds out. Ouch, that's a lot to make up though in one stint.
Yeah, you might say that 30 seconds is a stretch, but 15 can still be a possibility if Alif keeps his nose clean and manages to just reel in the gap bit by bit. So the battle's still not over, now by a long shot.
Russell Reyes has just got in the car, so car number 10. Oof, so that challenge is trying to get round. Oh, no contact, please. Yes, no contact. And the leader is back out nice and clean. Yep. Russell Reyes in that car. One more stint to go to bring it home.
Yep, and if he immediately flashes his lights, you can see that he's the type of guy that just wants to get on the business very quickly and scares the number 70 car away, which is Chu Long Lee. So that's the top 6 now covered. So pretty much, in fact, it says 5th place right now. So only the 4 cars in that top 4 are still on the lead lap, Alex.
Chu Long Lee just jumping out the way to get lapped. That's too much for me. I don't think you need to overreact that much. Can be very alarming when you're the guy lapping and someone does that.
But I guess he just wants to get on his business quickly as well, because he knows for a fact that the car just came out of the pits. He just wants to finish his own race and win in the Pro-Am category, so there's no need to risk it.
Yeah, but you also don't want to lose time. And that for me is you lose way too much time, and it's not really that safer because you can panic the guy behind you.
Yeah, but overall then he's got pockets of time right in front of Alan Drake Cruz anyway, so I guess he could afford to just back it off slightly in this final hour. So really then the number 70 car has been doing the business today, and it will be right up the back of the number 31 car. In fact, number 31 has still managed to recover up to 2nd place, so really then Alan Drake Cruz and Alexis Capano could still be leading this championship, but only by just in the final 2 rounds of the season.
That's true. See, Alice will go on board with Alan Drake Cruz. See, there he is. He's back in the car now, isn't he? Let's get a bit of a shot on him driving right now.
Yep, and also the fact that look at the way he was driving just now. He's literally off the seat trying to drive. He's like riding a motorcycle, but he's sitting on 4 wheels. He is he's on the edge of his seat. But now he's going to be on the edge of the seat as well, because he's got 4 cars to overtake right in front, including the race leaders in GT4. So really then, he's going to have to negotiate this closely and preserve a 2nd place, which would be so priceless given what happened at the start of the race.
But look how he's fighting that wheel. Very lively driver, this guy. He's always very lively with his hands. Keeps it smooth though, that's the important thing. The car's not sliding around.
Yep, but you might safely say that his hands are quite trigger happy, much like how some drivers you might call Alex party foot. His one's party hands. His hands are literally alive in the wheel there. He's shaking a lot. But I think that's a given the fact that he's probably used to that driving like that in karts, so that's a trait that he has taken into the sim world.
Actually, in karts you hardly move the wheel. I think it's just something that Alan does. I think also being a young kid sometimes, they tend to move the wheel a bit more than necessary because they don't quite have the power of the wheel.
Yeah. Oh yeah, probably because the wheel itself is shaking his hand. Yeah. So yeah, probably that's a point here too. He is driving it with a direct drive unit. But regardless of what happens physically, Alan Drake Cruz then is well on his way to finishing in 2nd in the Pro-Am category, which is more than what he could have requested for after losing out pole position from Alexis Capano after Capano was swamped by the field and got involved in that little incident at the start between Bruno Gallo and Naki Baslan. But for the time being, at least 10th place overall, or in fact, is it 9th place overall? It's a good return for this particular unit. Now then, where is the rest? In fact, there's a bit of a battle brewing up in front in second. Lawrenson is only 13 seconds ahead of Alif. So Lawrenson, again, struggling with the initial phase early doors of this stint. And Alif is coming back into play here. 13 seconds between the two guys. So 3 seconds in the space of 2 laps here. Alif is well and truly on the charge. He is trying to put a hammer in and try to get up to the back of Lawrenson. So definitely, it's hammer time.
Is indeed hammer time. Alif though, let's see what his lap times are. Oh, he's 4/10 up. This is going to be a good lap. Let's see him complete this lap. I'm quite interested to see what sort of lap times could be.
Is he going to be first into the 54s here? Because 55 is still the fastest lap of the race. 55.172 by pressing Martono, in fact. So Martono actually set that lap time, but because the track's getting colder, so the grid's back into play here and across the line. Would this be the new fastest lap of the race? No, it isn't.
It's a 55.5. It's still a really good lap time, especially when his competitors. Andrew Lawrence's last lap was a 59.
Whoa.
Holy moly! So Lawrence is struggling to get into the flow straight away. Loses 3 seconds, 4 seconds on 1 lap alone. Let's have a quick look and see what's happening with Lawrence right now. No, still going round.
Yeah, and the fact that he is in front of his teammate, which is the momentary Rayton. So, in fact, both Stratos and Laundry House guys are with their teammates as Fahad Ghaffur gets a drive-through penalty there. I'm not really sure what happened to Lawrence there. Probably it's the same thing that happened when he took over the car in the second stint just now. He was really struggling in the initial stage, and then in turn, he struggled for the entire stint to get up to speed.
Yeah. So, okay, so Alif's still on some good laps here. Let's see if he can start pumping out some fastest laps of the race. If he can get down into let's try and take that fastest lap of the race from JMX Phantom. That would be a job well done.
Yep, that would be a good recovery considering what happened at this very corner just a few laps ago where he was trying to overtake the number 242 GT4 car of Circru and just got it wrong completely. So really then this is the best possible return to just steal away that fastest lap. 2 extra points will be enough. And if I look at that, 12.3 seconds, so he's stealing a march on Lawrenson as well.
He is, he's 2/10 up on the previous lap despite having some traffic on this lap. So yeah, the car's under him, it's fixed, but Lawrenson's also on a good lap as well. So kind of stabilized now at 12 seconds.
Yep. In fact, coming out to the next sector, beam is to sector 3, 12 seconds dead. So it's going to be the end of this if he nails that final sector. 11 seconds, so he is reeling him in bit by bit.
Let's see, he goes out the last corner. Will he get into a 55.1 or something? Don't think so. This might be a 55.3.
Yep, it might be a 55. Yeah, it's exactly 55.3 as you called it, Alex. Brilliant, brilliant prediction there. And now he's still 4/10 faster than Lawrenson. So Lawrenson still, despite being in the 55s, has not been able to actually match the time that Alif has. And the gap is now 11.8 seconds.
Yeah, and up ahead, Russell Reyes in car number 10, 56.3. So that's a good lap for him. Getting some traffic here. But wow, he's got such a nice buffer, isn't it?
28 seconds. So he could afford to lose a bit of time trying to negotiate other drivers closely so he doesn't wreck his own race. He knows full well that tantalizingly the win is right there and that will propel this team into real championship contention.
Yeah, really great job by JMX Phantom, have to say. Really, really good indeed.
And look at that, he's flashing. He's the type of guy that would do that. He will terrorize any driver in front of him to get out of the way quickly. And Shazwan Shafi, is that Shazwan?
I think so.
No, yeah, this Shazwan Shafi out of the way, so gets the job done, and now he might just be able to get back to the 55s here because he's been quite plateauing a bit somewhat in the last couple of laps. Yeah, let's see a raise as he goes across the line, see what lap this is. It's probably giving 55s, 55 mids, 55s highs, 55.5. And let's go back to Alif. This could be the fastest lap of the race. He's 3/10 up on his fastest lap right now. Wow, so he's trying to steal back those 2 championship points for fastest lap of the race. If he can find one more 10th, I think that would make it secure. Yep. Let's see how he handles this corner. Alex, I think you know this circuit quite well to handle this part. Yeah. Ooh, nope. Oh no! Oh, that's not what he wanted. Just as we were trying to go into onboard to see whether or not he can nail this sector, he's lost it all. In fact, it's second now, and the car's still sliding, Alex. Yeah, temperature's gone up.
So he was throwing it all to the wind there. He wanted that fastest lap. That was his moment to take the 2 points, but he went for too much. And let's see if there's enough tires left in this stint to try and go a bit faster.
Yeah,
he did try again.
Yeah, he could try again. He did go into the marbles a bit, so he might have to just drive off those marbles. It does pick up over time, but at least if the tires are clean for the moment, for this moment, he could still challenge for that fastest lap. But the gap now is back up to 12.5 seconds.
Yeah. Just overcooked it too much at the chicane. Let's see if he can find that. He was 3/10 up though. Oh, that would have been good enough for fastest lap, I think. Just.
Yeah, indeed. In fact, that stealing away those 2 points. Imagine those 2 points that he did not steal at that moment in time could come back to haunt him by the final round of the season. That would be a real kick in the teeth.
You know what? If you can put out enough of a gap over the 2 Dafas, I would just come in towards the end, put some new tires on, and go for fastest lap.
Doesn't really work that way, unfortunately, because it's not a 30-second stop in GT racing, because it's already 30 seconds in the box itself. So it takes about a minute to get back out onto the track. So it's not worth. It's not really worth.
Not going to pull up. If he pulls up enough of a gap, though, how big a gap do you think he needs?
More than at least 50+ seconds. It's not possible to do that at this point in time. Yes, it looks feasible now, but he doesn't want to do it and risk losing more points than he could have gained.
No, obviously he's not going to do it if he can't have the gap.
So we're looking at guys further behind. Art Vanderlei in the Sassy's Autosport car, number 15. The surprise winners in round 2 in Kyle Lamy, and we really were kind of like surprised to see how Honda fared well there. It could have been a Honda 1-2 had it not been for Fahad Ghaffur get taken out by Andy Karamal Malana into the barriers. That could have been a real big battle towards the end between number 15 and number 369. But as it stands, the 2 Hondas haven't had a good race.
No, they've been struggling really. After the highs of Kailami, it's not been so good here this weekend. But, you know, Kailami was a bit of an outlier, wasn't it? I mean, the Hondas aren't not normally seen as the fastest car on the grid. Yes, we have BOP here and stuff. But, yeah, other than Kailami, we don't really see them up there, do we?
Nope, we don't, as we now cycle through some other guys on the field, including the likes of Alan Drake Cruz, who's got Paul Britt right behind him, a debutant in this championship, Paul Britt. But it looks as though he's not much of a debutant in terms of his experience. He is now coming out to the back of Alan Drake Cruz. And if you're Alan Drake Cruz right now, would you battle too hard, Alex? Because you know you have a class podium on the cards. You can't just let one guy behind you pass.
Yeah, you know, that would be the smart money, wouldn't it? I wonder what Alexis Topano is actually saying to him. Too bad he's not on Zoom, otherwise you could ask him.
And indeed, the fact that right now the podium position is skewed for Alan and Alexis anyway, so they didn't really have to fight too hard, and they're over about 20 seconds ahead of Bernard Chan. Bernard on the podium, would you believe it? That would be a nice return for the former champions in the GT4 class from last season.
Yeah, that would be good. Let's have a look at Bernard Chan right now. There he is in the Academy McLaren. Had a tough first 3 rounds of the season. It's nice to see him with a chance of finishing on the podium. Still, long way to go. Well, it's not a long way to go, but there's still quite a bit to go. Let's go to the GT4 class. Zikri, they're still leading, but guess who's in the car, in the second position car?
Oh, it's the guy who got pole position for this number 28 car, Veloce Ragazzo, number 28, Joshua Neighbors. And there's Joshua now in the inset. He really looks, well,
he looks focused, doesn't he?
Yeah, he does. He's got his lips cussed up a bit. He's got his eyes focused there. Well, if you bother him now, he will definitely give you a punch in the face as a reflex section, because that's how much he's concentrating. Whoa, a bit of elbow.
Over pushing just a little bit, isn't it? He knows he's got a chance. It's that you could see his opposition just in the mirror.
Yep.
As he breaks for the Dunlop hairpin, you could see the leader in GT4 is just there ahead of him. That red smudge, that's Mohammed Zikri. So Nabo's pushing really hard, and 38 minutes to do it. There's plenty of time.
Indeed, plenty of time for him to reel in, but with that little mistake there, that gap has actually increased up back to 5.5 seconds as Alan Drake Cruz then fighting with Paul Britt. Paul goes onto the inside, shoves him out of the way. I think that was not even a shove, that was just a bit of an aggressive move by Paul, but it was more than fair, and luckily for Drake Cruz, he saw that coming and gave position to Paul, Alex.
Yeah, no, it was a nice move, and like you said, good that Cruz had the awareness not to just turn in. Because he's not fighting with them in 2 different classes. And Cruz, you know, he wants to try and make sure he gets second in the Pro-Am class, because of course they are still leading that championship.
Indeed, in fact, right now the championship between coming to this round is about 9 points. Fastest lap though, I'm looking at the fastest lap here. it is gone to, yep, the number 70 car. So 70 then may take more points away from number 15. So at the way we're looking at here, it could be just 2 points separating between number 31 and number 70.
Actually, I think Drake Cruz has the fastest lap compared to car 70. He's done a 55.5. So yeah, that'd be two extra points for Drake Cruz.
Okay, so the championship will still be in the number 31's favor, but only just by 4 points, because by virtue of the fact that number 70 is going to win this race.
Yeah, assuming of course positions don't change. Further back down, Francis Matrillo and Veloce Ragazzo, Aston Martin. I've never driven this car. What's this car like to drive?
Well, if I think would tell you, it's very nice. I will agree as well, because it's kind of like it has a bit of characteristics on the Mercedes, the AMG, which is quite an oddity here because there's no Mercedes being driven right now. But it does have that kind of feeling, and
front engine.
It really is quite nimble when you get it set up quite nicely. So I think normally it's a pretty strong car, but unfortunately this season has not been the season of the Aston Martin. So guess if you like the car, you can go with it, but in terms of performance-wise, it's just not been up there with the likes of the Ferraris and BMWs.
Yeah. It is quite a surprise more people don't choose the Mercedes, because Mercedes isn't a very good car. I could arguably say it's the most consistent car.
Indeed, it is.
Field.
Yeah. But alas, for this particular field, they seem to prefer other cars, including the likes of the Ferrari, Mercedes, Ferrari, BMWs, and the Audis. Now then, look at further in front. What's that gap? Lawrenson's actually lost a bit of time to Reyes. It's now 30 seconds, so Reyes has picked up the pace. Lawrenson seems to have actually flatlined a bit. He has maintained that 30-second gap. It's 13 seconds now between Lawrenson and Alif, so Alif's still on the charge.
Yeah.
Oh wait, no, actually he's up to 13, so he was 12 seconds now.
Yeah, so Alif has done that fastest lap on that lap we pulled away from, so he's done a 55.2. Not good enough though, he needed to find one more tenth, and I dare say that lap we were watching, we overdrove at the chicane, that would have been a lap. That would be good enough. That
was the lap, but the moment was unfortunately, he went begging for Alif. Now he's just going to have to reel in Lawrenson, but it looks as though that task may prove to be fruitless at the moment, because Lawrenson's actually managed to get into the groove and increase that gap to Alif. So it's just a matter of split seconds, isn't it? A tenth exactly. In fact, we can say it here now. Russell Reyes' lap time with that number 10 car set by Martono, 55.172. Alif was 55.272, exactly a tenth. So fine margins here at the front of the field. Even if it's not a close battle between these cars, it's still very close in terms of lap time and points.
Yep, comes across the line. It's another 55.3. So he's really motoring along. And that's down to 12 seconds now between him and Lawrenson. So he is closing down that gap. He's going to give it everything he can. This is the Leaf we know. Never stops charging.
Yeah, he's kind of the type of guy that you need to put a sedative on here to make him finally start working. So yeah, that's the type of driver he is. A real hard charger. As now, coming out of the Mercedes-Benz arena, he's got Aldebal, I was about to say Balagulan, but it's actually Matrillo. Matrillo is right in front of him right now. And so a few other cars as well, including the likes of the Java Sim car that's being driven by Gugan Viranto. And I dare say is one of the GT4 cars, I guess, because I couldn't see who that was. But either way, he's got traffic in front, so that might actually come into a factor in his chase and pursuit of Andrew Lawrenson.
Temperatures, of course, are still dropping. 26 degrees track, 26 degrees ambient, 33 minutes to go. And I think that's going to be what this, with the race kind of settled down like this, it's just going to see who can pick up the fastest lap, isn't it?
Yeah, indeed. Who can really get that fastest lap and try to get the crucial points in each of the three classes, of course, so we don't really just offer the points to the overall winner. So in any of those guys who are fighting for the championship, those 2 points may prove to be invaluable here as the track gets much faster coming into the night. And of course, there's a bit of a danger here because there's winds picking up at the circuit at the moment. 6 kilometers per hour, in fact. It's a crosswind at turn number 7, which is where we are right now. So it is quite dangerous if you try to overtake a driver and just get that completely wrong.
Of course, a headwind into Dunlop means a tailwind down the back straight, which might help the lap time.
Indeed. And the wind does play a factor here. So further up in front, that's Bernard Chan overtaking the Sir Crew car, number 242, who has been in the wars today, especially with the fact that he also was involved with that collision with Alif. Oh! As I said it, just as I said it, Jackie Wong actually gets taken out by the number 242.
Here we are, see another replay of it, just tries to run the outside. gave him space. There was enough space, wasn't there?
Yeah, that might be just the same situation we saw just now with the what might be a racing car with the Antipodean car. They both had a collision similar to that, but both carried on. So that might just be another racing incident. Don't you think, Alex?
Well, we'll have to look at that closer, I guess. Someone protested. We can look at it. We needed the chase cam view of those cars. Hard to say from those angles. But we are back with the leader. Team Racing Line. Will they win? I don't want to. Okay, let's not.
Let's not say it. Let's not say anything. Yeah, let's not just say because for the sake of everyone involved with this, right? They've been driving for almost 3.5 hours now. They're coming out to the final half an hour to finish this race. Just to lose it here, that might be fatal for them. So for the time being, we're not going to say anything. Zikri and the rest of the guys are just motoring along here in their own respective races. They just want to break that duck, and how they would love to win it at such a legendary circuit.
And Zikri seems to have the pace at the moment because Joshua Nabus, the guy that put it on pole for GT4s, is not closing down that gap. That gap is stabilizing at about 5 seconds.
Yep, although last time out was a 207.4 for Nabus and 208 flat for Zikri, so he lost about 6/10 there to Nabus. But I think Nabus may have lost a bit of time there, being overtaken by the number 120 TVRL car of Benson Cheong. So, out of that final corner, Zikri's just crossed the line. It's a 207.6, so it's back in the 7s. But where is Nabus' time? Oh, it's almost the exact same as last time. It's still a 207.4.
So Nabus is quick. Maybe just not as good with the traffic, getting lapped and stuff. But there's still enough time, 31 minutes to go. Oh, he goes really wide. So...
Oh, and there's a bit of a change here for P8 overall. And I think P7 in that class, because Paul Britt has actually overtaken Naqib Aslan. And how crazy to think that these cars have actually met together again after meeting each other in that first lap.
That's right, and then overtaking Nabil. The brothers back in the car for the last stint. There he is, Nabil Aslan there. Driving out the same house as his brother. 7-9 driver, and that's his jersey he's wearing there. Yeah, I know these boys are a bit tight on practice coming into this weekend, and it kind of shows. We're not seeing the pace we normally expect from them.
Yeah, and it didn't help the fact that the race was quite eventful, especially on Naqib's side, where he was involved not only in just one incident, quite several of them, had a drive-through to really compound matters, and now he's given a car to Nabil, who just, told him just go for broke, just go for it.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, so anyway, the bottom end of the top 10 right now. Further up, let's see. Oh, Elif has brought down that gap. It's only 10 seconds now behind Andrew Lawrenson.
Are we going to see a grandstand finish here between these two cars, Alex?
I'm not sure there's enough time, to be honest, but we won't discount it because Elif is flying. He's on another good lap right now.
It's just a shame, isn't it, that those fractions of a second were just the difference between himself getting those extra 2 points. That will help his championship cause, as we have a bit of a problem with the broadcast for a second there. We jump up to Lawrenson now, and he's got problems of his own here, trying to negotiate through slower traffic, including the likes of Andreas Wolf there. And he gets through, along with the Waycross car right behind him. Around that time, it's a 57.2, so he's lost quite a few seconds. While Alif then, incidentally behind yet another Waycross car, so Waycross wants to have a lot of TV exposure today. 9.5 seconds now, Alex. 9.5 seconds. It's under 10 seconds between these two cars.
Yeah. Alif is flying.
Well, that might just stunt his progress slightly, because that Waycross car tried to do a bit of a duo there coming to turn 1, but he managed to get through now.
Yeah, he tried to defend, didn't he? He tried to put the Ferrari under pressure, but was unable to. Alif is now through. Yeah, the temperatures, look at it. It's getting a lot darker down there as well. Is vision a problem when it gets to dark?
It could be sometimes as well, because I can tell from last year's race where I was trying to overtake one of the Indonesian cars. Got it completely wrong, because I didn't see where the grass started and where the line ended, and completely took him out into the gravel. So yes, because there's no floodlights here, it's completely dark when it's at night, so that will be a major problem for vision, especially if you have close quarters combat. You can easily get involved in an accident.
Okay, he's just lapped as Mohamed Zikri trying to get out of the way as well. Oh, it's so tough for the GT4 boys, as they're fighting their own race, but they still have to try and give a bit of space.
Yeah, you gotta give off your hat to them, because they still, for the most part, have not been involved in very big major accidents, as we've seen in some other multi-class races. as Zikri then still maintains a, well, that's not a big lead though, that's 3 seconds only between himself and Joshua Nabus.
Nabus has definitely closed down the gap. He's maybe been a bit more aggressive in traffic. He needs to be. It's going to be who dares wins. There's not enough time really. You can't play it safe all the time. And sometimes you've got to take risks. And we're at the stage of the race now where you've got to start thinking about going all in. You got or bluffing your way to the end.
Yeah.
This is the time where you got to start taking the risks.
So you got to put all your chips in, eh?
Yeah, put all your chips in if you want that win. Nabus has a big gap on the guy in third as well, so he can afford to try and take some risks now. Assuming, of course, he doesn't put in the wall and put himself out of the race.
Yeah. It's just a case of whatever not. This is like really. He's pretty much in no man's land in that regard. Third place and fourth place are way behind, so why not? Just go for broke, but not too broke, I guess. As Nabus then has more GT3 cars for company. Bernard Chan we look at now, P11 overall, and third place in class. What a good return for them. After such trials and tribulations in the first few rounds of the season, their best finish so far has only been about P7. So really then, a podium may just release a lot of tension here for both Bernard Chan and Alex Chia, who come into the season with a lot of expectations, the fact they're being champions from last season.
Yep. 19 seconds behind Andre Cruz in second, but look at the guy in fourth. Wow, Jackie Wong, he's closing down that gap. Jackie Wong in P12, he's looking very quick indeed. And he's in, which car is he in?
Number 69, the Z Challenger Z car.
The one that had 2 drive-throughs for infractions, penalties. So this car's definitely quick enough. So Bernard Chan's going to come under pressure from this car, I think, in the last 5 minutes of this race.
Jackie and Chris Sang may be just ruining the fact that those penalties may have cost them a shot at finishing 1-2 with their teammates. Plus, the fact that that number 69 car is also batting for the championship. So it's third place coming to this. 43 points, only 2 points behind his sister car. It has dropped unnecessarily more points that he could have gained.
That is true. They'll be ruining this. This is a race where there could have been so much more for them.
Given the fact that the number 31 car had a poor start to the race, so they could have actually given him a 1-2 punch here. But unfortunately, it's just a 1 punch.
That is true. Very true indeed.
So,
okay, let's see who else is up there. We'll see what other sort of battles.
between 2 BMWs here. Both are Hong Kong based. Number 120, Benson Cheong, and number 999, which is Jason Chu. And these guys are going at it here for pretty much for pride, you might say, because at the moment at least, in fact, not for pride, but for better finishing positions, because Benson is in P5 in his class.
Yep. And
Jason Chu is just well off the pace at the moment, so guess he just wants to get by one of his fellow countrymen just for kicks.
And of course, the 2 of the best drivers aren't here this weekend, are they? Yat Lam Law, obviously, very, very quick in the BMW. Not here this weekend, so hopefully we'll see some of the couple other drivers join us, especially for the last round. Spa 12 hours, that'll be fun to see them back.
And there goes Jason Chu on the inside of Benson, and Benson, well, he didn't want to fight it too hard there. He knows that he's got a good finishing position on the cards as well. He and Sam Reck were just coming into this race, hoping just to get a good finishing position, because Sam did say something earlier about whether or not he could join the race. He had enough time to join the race, but regardless, a top 5 finish is a good return for them.
Is indeed.
Now then, where is the next few battles here? Because we got quite a few drivers who have settled into a rhythm. But I think, in terms of the long run, we got about 24 minutes left here. Alif may be one of those drivers that is looking good to catch up to the back of Lawrenson, if Lawrenson continues at this steady pace that he's going at this right now.
Yeah, he's definitely closing down that gap. Let's see what the latest change is. Gosh, 9 seconds. He's under 10 seconds now.
Yep, it's sort of more or less ebbing and flowing between that 9.5 to 10 seconds. So Lawrence has crossed the line now. And where is Alif in comparison to him? That was 9.6. Comes across the line, it will be 9.4. So he gained 2 tenths in that final sector. So Alif's not hanging about. He really wants to actually get at the back of him. But 23 minutes left after this. It may be a bridge too far, Alex.
Yeah. Of course, what would play into Alif's hands is if the temperatures keep dropping like this. Because he can start putting down some very fast lap times. And of course, maybe that fastest lap of the race might still come into play.
Yep, indeed. And it's still 1/10 exactly the difference between car number 10 and car number 111. So watch that space. one of those guys may have an extra gear left in them to actually push for it in that final 15 minutes of a race. In an endurance race, they all say in the first 3.5 hours or 3 hours and 45, that's easy, if it's in 4 hours, of course. But the final 15 to 10 minutes is always the most difficult because you start to get tired, you start thinking about things that might put you into the wall. You just want to actually have the extra gear to go even further.
Yeah. Now also the tricky thing here is we have these 3 cars. These 3 cars are in between Lawrenson in second and Elif in third. You see the green car there, Elif there. So Elif has to clear these 3 cars before he can even get at Lawrenson.
And crucially though, you have to remember, right now, standing between him, Alif, and Lawrenson is the teammate to Lawrenson, which is Rayton. So Rayton can actually potentially just cost him a bit of time. I know team tactics is looked at very closely, but maybe just subtle tactics may work in his favor.
As long as it doesn't cross the line, and there is a line clearly defined, you know, anything that induces sort of penalty, blocking unnecessarily, weaving, pushing a car off the track, as long as he doesn't do anything silly like that, basically Terry Rayton can drive around how he likes.
Yep. Oh, yeah, I think he just dumped it onto the grass for a second there. And he knows for a fact that 111's right behind him. So maybe he knows he's there now. And he is ready to either give way or he's trying to attack the cars in front, which is the TVR number 120 and one of the Wacos cars. So really then, this battle between the two, between second and third is not over. But even if the gap is a bit far right now, 9.1 seconds with 21 minutes left to go.
There is Terry Rayton right now in the Audi, the second laundry house car, car number 2. We haven't seen his face that much. Focusing. Doesn't like, just likes to use a curved screen compared to Lawrence, who likes to use the VR. But oh, look, he's checking the mirrors. He knows Alif is coming.
And you can see that he presses the flash button. He just wants to get those 2 cars in front of him out of the way. I think because he knows for a fact that he does have a bit of a pace here to challenge with Alif and still stay in front of him. All the while then he's just, I think, stuck in the rock and a hard place here.
And Lawrenson's, Rayton's still using the Evo 1, huh?
No,
Evo 2.
It's Evo 2 with the curve wing. Nope, he gets out of the way quite sensibly even. So he didn't want to really stuff anybody's race, so he just gets out of the way. So now he's free to try and challenge those other cars right in front. If it is not for position, he just wants to lap them as, who's that? That's actually the TBRL car and the number 999 car, in fact, of Jason Chu. So Jason moves out of the way. In fact, Jason did overtake just now that TBRL car, but the TBRL car just got by him again. So battle the 2 Hong Kong guys as, ooh, that's quite close. Yeah. Alif didn't want to do that again.
That was super close. But generally, back markers getting out of the way of the leaders quite nicely. So I don't think Alif's getting slowed down too badly here.
Only the lap times at the end of the lap will tell, though. As we're waiting for Lawrenson to come across the line. Now there he is, he's on the final corner. As Alif dives one into the inside of number 120 of Benson Cheong. That lap time for Lawrenson that time was a 56.1. Where will Alif be? It looks as though it's going to be a 56 as well. It's a 56.2, so he lost about a 10th. The gap is now 9.2 seconds, so really then it's just ebbing and flowing between them. But advantage is still in Lawrenson's court, despite him having not as competitive as lap times compared to his teammate O'Hara.
No, Alif will be really happy with that. He only lost a 10th from that lap, but let's not forget he had to overtake 3 cars. So losing a 10th while overtaking 3 cars is really a good result. But yes, 9 seconds still is quite a long way to go.
Indeed. It has to take a miracle or something technical to happen to Lawrence up in front. Maybe the VR goggles feel it the worst possible time for Alif to get up to the back. But at the moment, at least, Lawrenson still holding on to a tentative gap. A tenuous gap, sorry, in front of Lawrenson. Yeah, 9 seconds in front of Alif. Yes, 9 seconds may sound a lot, but in an endurance race, that 9 seconds may not be proven enough because one mistake could easily put another guy back into play.
And Alif is on another good fastest lap here, so let's see where that goes up. But let's go back to the GT4 battle, the AM class, and Mohammed Zikri is still leading that race. But it's only 2 seconds now. Ooh, look at that. There's Nabus. He's within the same frame now.
Oh, wow.
Oh, wow. This is for the lead of gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, for the GT4 class. And Zikri there is starting to come under some serious pressure by Nabus. Joshua Nabus, what a good drive is he doing right now.
Absolutely. Despite losing the lead at the start of the race, he still have it.
Yeah, did you see Zikri there? He was almost coming right out of the chair. I thought he was going to fall off the chair. He was leading so much to the side. But yeah, so that's looking back right now. Nice to ride on board with Nabos as well, because Nabos has a very serious expression when he drives.
Coming out to the end of the first sector now, what will the gap be? Because I think visually we don't even have to guess it. It might be just under a second. Nabos then looking left, looking right. He's trying to find every which way possible to see if there's any improvement in his lap time. In fact, it is 5/10 that time in the first sector. So Joshua Nabos has the gap, has the bit between his teeth in to challenge Mohamed Zikri, and Zikri now has a race on his hands here in the final 18 minutes.
Wow, they're using so much curb on the entrance there, but it seems to be working for everyone. Oh, Nabos is this is getting really exciting for the GT4 class.
I think we can't take our eyes off this. We had to focus on this for a while. Oh! Big amount of opposite log there. I think that was intentional because he just sliced the car in to get the car pointed and just used the throttle to balance it.
Yeah, lost a 10th though, 10th and a half there. So just about got away with that. And that's allowed Zikri a small little gap right now. Actually, Zikri's on his way to maybe his fastest lap of the race.
The gap now is about 1.6, so you're right about that, Alex. A 10th loss for Nabos, as Zikri now is also trying to pick up the pace here. Oh! You wouldn't want to do that too often. If the tires are at the end of its lifespan, you might just not want to do that, otherwise you'll drop it completely.
Yeah, there we go. It comes across the line. They're both actually on. Nabos is actually, that last sector for Nabos is really good. Stu did a 7.0, and Zikri with a 7.4. So Nabos took 4/10 out of Zikri's lead.
Indeed, and Zikri then also doesn't have the luxury of having the fastest lap in the race because he lost that fastest lap to Nabos. So Nabos then definitely the fastest driver in this GT4 class to be battling against with Zikri. Zikri is just holding on here for dear life, and I think by our estimation, with the 2-minute lap per lap, he's got about at least 8 to 9 laps left to go here to hold on to the lead of the race.
Whoa! That's got to be track limits.
Indeed, and that's a second track limit too.
Gosh, has to be careful here. It might get a drive-through.
At the worst possible time here, when the lead is just for the taking.
Yeah. So just for you, the viewers, basically you can go off track and not gain an advantage 3 times. You get 3 warnings. If you do it a 4th time, you will get a drive-through.
And that last drive-through is the one that's going to be the most, that last strike to get a drive-through will be detrimental to the race. What could have been an easy win, or in the case, a battle for the win, is lost right there. And you can see Nabos goes completely wide coming out to turn 7. He is really pushing it, but it's just, I'm not really sure. He's just trying to really put the car at the limit of adhesion. That's where it's not supposed to be, and it might just break that level of adhesion if he goes too far. And now, there's the leader of the race. That's Russell Reyes coming through then to lap them. So, leaders of both classes are going to meet each other.
Yeah, Russell Reyes running a bit wide through there. But, yeah, he'll be thankful to catch these back markers down the long straight and make it a lot easier to overtake than catching him in his first sector.
Meanwhile, inter-team battle between the Z Challenger boys, Marco Wong and Chot Long Lee. And Marco Wong back in the car again after his rather wild first stint, where he had a really brilliant start to move up from P6 up to P3 in one corner to go around the outside, and then to take second place away from Dafa Adianza before whacking Adianza after he was overtaken by him to really compromise his entire race. So he's got a wild first stint, and this one at least is much calmer, but it's a case of why it might have been for Marco. It could have been an easy podium for him had it not been for those incidents.
Could have been P2, could have been P1. They were really quick at the very beginning. But yes, just maybe attacking at the wrong time. But Marco's done a good job to get back up to the top 5, assuming, of course, he can get past his teammate.
Well, hello. This is an interesting battle between the young guns. 18-year-old versus 10-year-old. Alan Drake Cruz, actually 19-year-old versus 10-year-old. Alan Drake Cruz against Nabil Aslan. Darn it. Nabil then is only about 4/10 of a second in front of Alan Drake Cruz, and Alan may be trying to bet his chances here. He will try to dive one around the outside or inside. They come out to the chicane here. That's not going to go on. We saw a few incidents before between 2 cars here. And Drake Cruz then backs out of it quite smartly. He's going to try to line one up coming out to the front straight, Alex.
I don't know. I think Nabil must be struggling with damage still, because there's no way their car should be that slow at the moment. It's really struggling for pace. 58s. They're in the 58s.
Oh, wow. Now, it might be a weird thing to speculate, but is he trying to save fuel?
Ah, gosh, possible. But we know that car's been damaged quite a lot, and we did wonder earlier on whether they'd actually fix the damage. So maybe they decided to just continue on without fixing the damage.
Maybe slightly, because the sister car did get involved in an accident as well, did fix that damage. It was a 15-second, 16-second net loss there. So really then, it might have been the same case as we have to go away from this battle for a while to look at the battle between first and second in GT4. That's actually not even needing a gap anymore. At one point, it was 400s, the separation between 57 and 28. It's visually, we don't even need that gap number. We can see it, how close it is between our own eyes. And look at that. Zikri under immense pressure from Nabos. Nabos jumps the curve into the grass even. Oh, he is driving really ragged here.
Nabos is so ragged, but he's still there somehow. He was on the grass there, and it doesn't look like he lost any time. I thought, okay, that's going to lose him a second and a half, but it doesn't look like he lost him that much time.
4 tenths at least, because it was 6 tenths when he crossed the line just now. 2 tenths from the previous sector, so I'm not sure why Nabos was driving this aggressively. Of course, yes, he's going for the win, but if he actually drops the car, then that's going to get the ire of his teammates on what could have possibly been a really good win here, as they got another car right behind us, the number 79 Project G STFY car with the Audi colors diving in. Oh, that's not a good position for Zikri to get by. He's actually dropped it quite wide, and that will give Nabos an opportunity to go around the outside, but no. Zikri actually holds on to it, but I think he gave too much room there, Alex.
What was Zikri thinking there? Was he actually thinking to let the other car by? Because if he was, that was really a bad idea, because the car wasn't anywhere close to him. And this is where we talked about managing traffic. The slower boys need to learn how to manage traffic without losing time. And that was a perfect example of how not to let someone by. Really bad idea.
And the worst part is he went onto the marbles as well as... Oh, that was nearly a hit! That was close! Nabos nearly went out to the back of Zikri there. Oh, Zikri might just be holding on for dear life. He doesn't want to have a really big high blood pressure by the end of this race. It's been absolutely stressful for him, for Nazir, and for Qureshi, the Bahraini driver who's moved back to Bahrain. He's not racing for this one. They've been racing quite closely as another GT3 car goes around the outside. That might just been Marco Wong. I think yes, it's Marco. Marco went around the outside there. That is quite close. We can't take our eyes off this one. I know the battle up in front is heating up as well, but this is just as intense, Alex.
It is indeed, and Zikri looks so tense. Doesn't look like he's comfortable. Does not look like he's comfortable. Does not look like he's driving very well. Looks very uncertain with the decisions he's making. You know, he's even moving all the way out of the seat as he takes the corners. But yeah, oh, look at that. Someone's hit the boards.
Yep. Oh, 2 wheels for a second as well. These cars are basically the road car versions, but they have been added a roll cage, wings, and splitters and whatnot to give it a bit more of a racy feel. But you can see that ground clearance, how much the car was in the air, and now they got not only that battle to engage in, but one of the leaders in GT3 coming by as well, the pro class. That is Lawrenson coming by. So is Zikri gonna do the same thing, give too much space, Alex?
Yeah, he is, isn't he? He shouldn't have done that. I would have just taken the apex. He's way too far in front. Zikri making all the wrong calls right now with the traffic.
Oh, look at the Nimbus is actually having the inside look. He's going to look on the inside here. This might be a change for the lead in the M class in GT4. Nabos on the inside, Zikri on the outside, but which in turn turns into the inside. Zikri will fight this out here with Nabos. They're going to go wide. They've hit each other, and they've both actually gone off the track. Nabos hits him. Oh, they've actually patient to a spin. Zikri has been patient to a spin by Joshua Nabos, and that will be the end of that battle for first in GT4. And it's all because it happened when Zikri gave so much space to Lawrenson, and now he's going to have to recover that car without being hit by anybody else, Alex.
Just go.
Oh no.
Zikri should have spun turned that car. I don't know why he reversed it. Just spin turn it.
And he might have stalled it.
I don't know what he's done.
I think he stalled it as well.
Yeah, that's so. Some bad decisions being made all around there by Zikri. Okay, so we'll have to look at that later. Let's see if they send in a protest. But even he's lost so much time now. Even if that car gets a 30-second drive-through, I'm not sure if that would cause him to lose a position.
Yeah, but it's just so unfortunate. It happened because of incidents from a few corners earlier. It could have actually been sorted had Zikri been a bit more firm with his racing lines, if you can say so yourself. Nabos, on the other hand, was quite aggressive as well. Yes, he got knocked out by Zikri on the outside, but he could have actually backed it off a bit instead of knocking the other guy into a spin. And I think there's a sense of guilt on that face right now, because he knows for a fact that he may not have the win here, despite being first on the road.
Well, I'll tell you what, Nabos doesn't look very comfortable either. Joshua's just had a big moment. So he's really a great driver to watch drive because he's all over the place. He's quick, but he's all over the place. Looks like he's going to crash every corner.
It's kind of like Gilles Villeneuve, isn't he?
Gilles Villeneuve, yes, with the cross-ply tires and the Ferrari.
Yeah.
Very exciting to watch. This is a driver I'm going to enjoy watching.
Oh, we have a spinner there, and that looks like the number 369 of Fahad Ghafour. In fact, yeah, it's a Honda that has spun into the barriers again, and Fahad has actually dropped it completely there. So, not sure what happened there. We might need to look at the replay of what happened here, and see. The incident already happened afterwards. So.
Yeah. Anyway.
Oh well. There's nothing we can do about that anyway. But for the time being, at least, protests are coming in all around from all the drivers in this race, and the stewards are working hard behind the scenes to really check what happened between these guys. As we look at the replay here, we'll get out the replay very soon. But for the time being, at least, it's quite nip and tuck, isn't it? I'm not sure how the stewards will look at that incident, Alex.
Yeah. Well, let's see if the protest comes in first of all. Okay, watching Leo Leong back at the front. Let's see how it's going back at the very, very front. Russell Ray's looking nice and calm in the pro class. Good, what's that? 29-second gap, almost 30 seconds gap in front of Andrew Lawrenson here in another Ferrari, Laundry House Ferrari. And Mohammed Alif has closed their gaps. 8 seconds now, but 6 minutes to go. It's not going to be enough time.
Yeah, it's not enough time. I think that one incident with the 242 Circle car was probably enough to put a nail in the coffin of finishing second in this race. Had Alif not been involved in that, there could have easily been second for that number 111 car. But instead, he's going to have to fight it out for the last 6 minutes here to, he can't just hop and pray at this moment in time.
Yeah. Okay, back in fifth position, of course. Chuck Long Lee doing a good job. Oh, Marco Wong still is not over. Marco's like taking out traffic all over the time.
And we got word of info on some of the crashes as well. And apparently Fahad was actually taken out by one of the Waycross cars, if I'm not mistaken. So that's quite, some stewarding that's going to be done long after this race is finished. So really a lot of talking points among the drivers anyway. But for the time being, we're looking at fifth place between car number 17, the Z Challenger Racing car of Chuk Long Lee, with Marco Wong right behind him. So you might say the more senior car, number 71, is the one that's trying to overtake the number 70 car. But the number 70 car has held its ground quite well to be leading ever since the second hour of this race, to just never look back. He's definitely in the running here to close up that championship gap between himself and the number 31 of Alec Drake Cruz and Alexis Clapano.
I'm surprised Marco hasn't gone by, because Marco's looked quite quick, and I thought he would breeze by Chuck Long Lee by now. But maybe he's just holding station at the moment, quite happy to be there. Oh, and he goes off.
Just as you said it, isn't it? He looks happy to be there, but now he's in the run.
We just talked about how wild he was in his first stint. He's been getting a bit wild as well. He's been hitting marker boards, and now he's just gone off again.
Yeah. And barely just avoided some GT4 traffic at times. So I guess he just needs to really settle himself into this final part of the race, because he doesn't need to drive any more crazy. Oh, what's he doing? That is a unique way of taking the corner there, Alex. I'm not sure what happened. We did say that, well, he needs the comments up. He is quite wild, but that is the wildest that we've ever seen Marco Wong today.
I wonder what he's doing.
Oh, that's actually quite weird, isn't it?
And then he lets the guy in second place by. We'll have to keep an eye on this.
That's some really abnormal behavior, you could say so. Or maybe because he's listening to us talking right now and just wants to get some reaction out of the commentary team. But either way, Marco Wong, a very, very wild race, and probably you can safely say was the most entertaining guy other than Joshua Nabus. Dear oh dear, that's the weirdest behavior we've ever seen of any driver take that corner.
Yeah, I thought it was a server issue, but it was just him driving off the track.
That's an unorthodox line, but it manages to get him. Well, his time still counted. He didn't get even a warning for that one. And his last time was the 2 minutes 2:7. Yeah, it's not the fastest overall, but not bad considering that he went really rarely crossing that time. Oh yeah, he also went into the gravel trap, the Schumachers too, prior to that. Weird behavior, but either way, a 6th place finish, 5th place in class may not be, it's not the worst, it's a great return for them.
Okay, so Marco Wong there in 6th position. Let's go further back down. That battle there for 2nd, 3rd and 4th.
Oh,
And
that's
Drake
close.
Cruz, oh, still trying to get past Nabil Aslan.
And you know what? He might actually make it sticky, Alex. He does. He's going on the inside. And that will be a slap in the face for Nabil to get out of Fox there. But luckily for Nabil, he's got his racecraft to cover his back. He gets back at Alan. So Alan may have actually overcooked it coming into turn 4 there. But for the time being, at least, this is one of the most entertaining battles on the track, Alex.
Yeah, and it's really good. This sort of battle will teach Drake Cruz so much. Because Nabil's race knows his racecraft. And Drake Cruz will learn a lot about battling someone and will stand him in good stead for his future.
Yep. And JMX will be looking at this quite closely, how he's battling against a really seasoned driver as he gets onto the grass even, trying to actually spook Nabil into a mistake, but Nabil was well aware of that one. He actually just brakes a bit later to prevent his car from getting hit. But this is a battle that we can't take our eyes off either, as looking at where the leader is, next time by will be the final lap, as Alan now ducks around the outside, Nabil on the inside. Will this be a move done? No, it's not. Nabil manages to hold off yet again, and Alan, by the looks of it, is really getting a bit tense here. He's really squinting his eyes, trying to find where to go through.
Yeah. He's got the faster car right now. He's much quicker than Nabil in the Stratos 79 car, but just not able to pull any moves off at the moment. Just needs to calm down. But having said that, there's not that much time left in the race.
So he's just wanting to take that position away for the sake of, shots and giggles.
Yep. Back at the front, there's Russell Reyes. I think he's on his penultimate lap. There should be one more lap after this.
Yep.
And leader in Pro Class, there he is. Chuck Longley in the Z Challenger racing car, comfortably leading that one. And of course, leading the race now, of course, there is a protest against Joshua Nabus for that incident with racing line car of Mohamed Zikri. But I think we're going to deal with that after the race. There is the Zikri in their team racing line car.
Oh, your heart goes out to them, don't you? Because you thought he had it there, but it's just that some lapse in judgment in certain areas where he could have actually easily had a bigger lead than what he had prior to that incident. But unfortunately, he just dropped it at the worst possible time, and he got knocked off by Nabu. So really then, lots to talk about at the end of this race, but provisionally, this is how the results will stand at the moment.
Yep. So third place overall, and our current leader in the Pro Class is Muhammad Ali in third position. He's just about to start his last lap. He comes to the last corner. One more lap for him to go. Up the road, Andrew Lawrenson in P2. Not that far up the road, about 6 seconds. Less than 6 seconds.
4 seconds, but again, we did say before it was a bridge too far, and unfortunately the bridge is going to ultimately become very far for Alif. There's no way back here at this point in time. So the lead of the championship provisionally in Pro will change hands, and it will come into the hands of the number 10 JMX Phantom car driven by Russell Reyes and Presley Martono, who have been impervious throughout this entire race. We have seen no faults whatsoever in this crew. They have been absolutely perfect through this entire day, and now they will be rewarded with not only the fastest lap of the race, but a race win from pole position with an absolutely stonking drive from start to finish, as he comes out now to the final sector here, overtaking, I think it's Leo Leong. Yep, number 19, Leo Leong then. Flashing the lights as ever, because he is a guy that wants to get on with business very quickly. Up to the final sector now. This is actually penultimate sector if you follow the GT sectors. Crosses that line now, and he will be coming into the final sector here. So the Filipino, Russell Reyes, who led the way from the beginning with some brilliant driving. In fact, Presi Matono was the guy who led the car into the start with some brilliant driving, and Russell consolidated that. Comes around the final corner then to take victory here in the Nurburgring 4 hours with an absolutely brilliant drive. The JMX Phantom guys will be tapping themselves right in the back then. There is Presley fist pumping with delight with that victory, and the social media crew are getting to work with that one as well. Yeah. That was a brilliant drive from Russell and from Presley, and I think we can have a word with them after this as we wait for the other drivers to come across the line, including the likes of Chut Long Lee in the Z Challenger Racing car number 70. Z Challenger Racing R comes across the line then, takes their first ever victory of the season, and propels them right into the championship fight in Pro-Am. Second place will be Alan Drake Cruz and Alexis Clapano coming across the line with their own little battles as the smoke flares come up in the air, flooding the Nürburgring Eiffel Mountain skyline. And in the GT4 class, the AM class, Joshua Nabus controversially will take the honors here, but a lot will be said about the way that the battle was won there, Alex.
Yep, I'm watching a laundry house car, Andrew Lawrence in second position, coming across the line. But we have to try and see if we can talk to Presley Martono. Presley obviously will be very pleased with that. We saw the instant of him celebrating as his teammate crossed the line. Good victory for them, of course, puts them into the championship lead. And of course, we're talking about the GT4 guys, hasn't actually crossed the line yet, but provisionally at least, Veloce Ragazzo car 28 with Joshua Nabus at the wheel will take that line to win the race.
Yep, as taking it quite gingerly in the final few laps. I think he's mellowed a bit after what happened between himself and Zikri. He was one of the wild guys, but he comes across the line now as we need to get that out of the way. Sorry for if there's any profanity being seen right there, but Nabus comes across the line and takes the win in GT4 and the AM class, and now we might actually have a word with our race winner overall, Presley Martono and Russell Reyes.
Yeah. So, very interesting race in there indeed. We'll just try and talk to Presley right now. See if we can talk to Presley. As if he's there. No, I think he's just lost him, so we will see if we can get Presley on that win. I think he's trying to get... Presley, can you hear us? Ah, cool, awesome. Congratulations, what a good win for you. You must be super happy with that. Yeah. I mean, it was super impressive. You guys had 24 kilos of success ballast. You took pole position. You got fastest lap, and the race was so strong. Were you struggling at any time during that race? Yeah. Absolutely. Well, congratulations. You are now the championship leaders in the pro class. Actually, I think you're leading the pro-am class still as well, with Drake Cruz and Clapano as well. So really well done for you guys at JMX Phantom. Awesome. Cool. All right. Thank you, Presley. We're going to try and see if we can get Andrew Lawrenson on the phone as well, to see if we can talk to Andrew. Mr. Lawrenson, that was an interesting fight for you. Oh, can't hear you, mate. You got to unmute yourself. There we go. Here we go. There you go. We can hear you now. Yep. How was it? Yep, I mean, you are the reigning champions. 2 more rounds to go, round 5 and round 6. Do you think you have enough time to turn it around? Yeah. Okay. That is the important one. Okay, well, congratulations on second position. And I think you're third in the championship now. And we'll see you at round 5. Thank you. Okay, well, that was interesting. Any final words?
It was an exhilarating finish to the race because it went a bit boilerplate towards the middle part, but it just got really exciting, especially with the GT4 battle, and unfortunately it had to end in a controversial way, but that's for the stewards to decide. We are only calling the action at the moment. Yeah. But yeah, great race towards the end.
Absolutely. So I hope you guys have enjoyed the racing. That's the Pro class, the Pro-Am, and the Am class for round 4 done. Endurance edition round 5 will be coming up in just over a month, and we'll see you there soon.